Good tidings to you, my fellow friends. I believe you just caught me watching one of my all-time favorite holiday films, Eyes Wide Shut. There's nothing like watching some good old-fashioned porn during the holidays. I mean, that's the most resilient thing you could have. I mean, this entire movie is just Nicole Kidman and Tom Cruise cheating on each other. This is like a movie version of the Pina Colada song. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, is that it? Like, Kubrick's final movie is just slow, artsy pretentiousness disguised as pornography? That's a little dumb, don't you think? Like, why say anything if all you're ever going to do is fuck anyways? Love debuted at the Cannes Film Festival on the 20th of May 2015 as a movie that's strictly about sex and all of the shameful flaws that come with it. And to be honest, most of the movie is pretty damn stupid. Like, I will give Eyes Wide Shut this, at least he could bend the nonsense in that movie into a believable interpretation. There is a reason why I still consider it as one of my favorite movies of all time. Here, it's mostly just really boring, and unless you're very prudish when it comes to the subject of sex itself, there's nothing technically jarring or shocking about it, which feels uncharacteristic considering that both of them are pretty much Gaspar's calling cards. Hell, it's one of the few movies where he was proud enough to make a cameo in, which, yeah, I do like how confident that is, but was this really the movie to do it in? I still find it unbelievably hilarious that a church is literally across the street from a strip club. God, I love irony. In a weird bit of irony, Love is one of the most unsexy movies I have ever seen. And to be honest, outside of Love, I can't necessarily think of a single No Way movie I downright hated. A little embarrassing to admit considering Gaspar's biggest passion in filmmaking is to be hated, but he does it in such a talented way that personally, I see his provocativeness, if that's even a word, as somewhat of a badge of honor. No matter which quote-unquote controversial film you've seen in the past 10 years, it's always certain that they're mostly influenced by his work, pretty much citing himself as the godfather of disturbing films. Hell, it's pretty much impossible to click on any list of the most disturbing movies without him being the de facto pick. Every single goddamn time.
Monica Bellucci.
He's been considered time and time again as one of the best modern directors of all time, but at the same time he's also seen as the worst, the pinnacle of divisiveness that hates anything too mainstream and downright refuses to meet the average moviegoer and his diehard fans halfway. I know that sounds unbelievably pretentious on my part, but just look who we're talking about here. Same rules apply for this ranking as anything else. That means we're only going to be sticking to its feature-length outings, and let me tell you something, this is not going to be the definitive list. No Way's films can be such a pain to categorize, and what would end up being my favorite on this very list would probably be completely different a year from now. Then again, we'll probably see about that since No Way is planning on making a kids film in the near future, which you don't know won't be his best film, so fingers crossed. With that being said, let's take a look at the only good thing to come out of France outside of polos, cheese, and Amélie.
Don't forget the bitches.
Gaspar Noé. And yes, that Leslie Nielsen clip was intentional. I mean, just because I'm bi doesn't mean I hate women, okay? Okay, I'm sorta bending my rules a little bit to include this one since it's around 20 minutes short of your bare minimum running time, but I'd figured that I should include this one for being another great example of how much No Way doesn't care about your opinion or even your health. There aren't really any interesting behind-the-scenes tidbits I can really find, but I presume what really went down is that No Way was so disappointed by the critical success of Climax that he vowed to make his most shocking film yet. A 50-minute magnum opus whose main focus is trying to finish off the young kids Pokemon wasn't able to kill. Oh wait, that joke was already taken? Let's just call it the final boss of epilepsy. Which, yeah, I'm gonna say it, those last 10 minutes are pretty much the only thing people remember about the movie. I'm not saying it's bad at all, the acting's pretty alright, and I do like the split-screen approach that Noé would later perfect in his next project, but outside of those, it's not really that interesting, per se. It's a film about making a Cecil B. DeMille-style witch-burning scene that goes horribly wrong. What else is anything new? Then again, it's probably my fault for not watching it in the way No Way intended, since it would probably be more effective on me if I actually did watch this in a theater, but for now, I'm just gonna give it the subtitle of Lux Aeterna, or How a Movie Could Seduce You with the Production of a Witch Burning and Then Kill You with Flashing Lights. Sounds like a typical party in France to me. With special guest appearance from Sufjan Stevens. Seriously, it'd be a dream come true if Sufjan Stevens appeared in a Gaspar No Way movie. Like, come on man, get on it. Hey, post-editing Bryce here. Just to let you know, as cool as it would be to see these two work with each other, because they're both amazing artists in their own right, Noé's last film was about a couple suffering from dementia, and Sufjan just last year was diagnosed with Guillain-Barré syndrome, so yeah, I kind of take it back. Please don't get on it. I Stand Alone was the first in a lot of things, including the Frankenstein approach to combining 16mm with the widescreen CinemaScope format, and the one that started a complicated relationship with the Cannes Film Festival, but it was also the first proper feature film from Gaspar himself. Loosely inspired by a trip to France he took with his father and a drive-by comment about horse meat, which then got him to decide that a horse meat butcher would make for an interesting character study. What would be his life? How would he go about his life? What would be his political beliefs? Does he like the works of Jean-Pierre Jeunet? I don't know. This ended up being the basis for his short film Carney, where he brought in an at the time unknown French actor Philippe Nahon to play the butcher. Presumably he liked him in that role so much that he got him to play the butcher in that film too, and later on making a cameo in Irreversible. That's pretty cool. It was also the first recorded instance of people walking out during a few screenings of his films, which the guy saw as a badge of honor. Nowadays, I don't think he has that goal anymore, with him diving into more personal stories like with Vortex, but back in his heyday, you being disgusted by what he's showing on screen, whether it be a talented morphing of several different aspects of filming, or just the subject matter in general, would be seen as an automatic win for him. And it kind of disguises the fact that this film isn't that great, but I didn't entirely hate it either. First of all, it would be pretty unfair if I just started dogpiling all over this thing without at least giving off a few things that I actually liked about it. And I will, for my name isn't Desner. Cue the laugh track! I think our feet are ghostly. I think our hands are gonna shake. I think our... See what I did there? The acting is pretty good overall, the cinematography itself is pretty amazing, all things considered. And while the subject matters covered here are played more for shock, it is done very effectively and are not done just for the sake of being edgy. Something that most disturbed filmmakers don't necessarily get the memo about. Edgelord 101. If you are planning on tackling any subject that's considered touchy in some cases...
Have a point. It makes it so much more interesting for the listener.
Another thing that I love about this movie is that it is disturbing, and even Gaspar knows it, ultimately breaking the fourth wall near the end with text saying that you have exactly 30 seconds to leave the theater if you want to avoid watching the last couple of minutes of the film. Even at the kinda young age of 35, Gaspar was already seen as a provocative genius, and this was one of the many examples of that. Also, watching this in tangent with Carney, which acts like the precursor to the events of I Stand Alone, was pretty damn awesome to see unfold. But I did say that I was going to base this list on how each film stands up on its own, so I pretty much wasted 40 minutes of my life for nothing. Good job, me. Even with all that, and as much as I do want to give this a free pass as this was Noé's first time in the directing chair, it is pretty hard to say that I actually liked this movie. And it might just be a me problem since I got this straight from the Internet Archive, but I'll just say this. The audio quality is beyond atrocious.
Une vie, c'est comme un tunnel. Et à chacun son petit tunnel. Mais au bout du tunnel, il n'y a même pas de lumière. Oui, il n'y a plus rien. Même la mémoire se décompose avant la fin. Les vieux le savent bien.
No, really, that's literally the only reason as to why I didn't get into this movie as much as I did. Everything about it sounds like it was recorded right out of a tin can. And you can't even blame the French for this, since films like La Jetée and Run Lola Run, two films that are mostly reliant on sound design and editing, are some of the most crisp sounding films I've ever seen, so how it sounds like this, intentional or not, is beyond me. It got to the point where it was so disorientating and unbearable after a while that at the 40-minute mark, I had to watch the rest of it in 10-minute increments, simply because it was starting to give me a headache after a while. Which, Gaspar, if that was the intention, good job, man. You definitely succeeded at giving me a migraine. Yeah. That's all I really have to say about this movie outside of, well, look at that color of blood. You could paint the look of Madonna with that. While I Stand Alone falls into the category of being a movie that I think I liked, Irreversible, however, falls into, okay, I liked it, but Jesus, did you really have to go this far? Because, yeah, this is a movie that focuses entirely on that word. And it's so horrifying that I can't even put it into words. And that's not just because of the subject matter too, that kind of goes without saying. But it's in part because it just forces you to sit there for a while, witnessing this horrific act going on right in front of you. And that's the thing I've noticed in most of Noé's work. They're mostly done in one shot, which, with that kind of fun ingenuity, I would usually praise because I like weird camera angles. What else can I say about that? But with films like this, it feels more like we're diving into the mental headspace of a character rather than it being a genuine character study, and it never cuts away or even obscures parts of the shot so you don't see what really happens. You're just left there front and center and forced to watch this poor woman getting anally assaulted and beaten to near death. It is without a doubt one of the most terrifying films I have ever watched, and it is still as effective as it was when I first saw it. For the first half hour. But hey, even if that last quarter isn't talked about nearly as much, it is a nice breather from what just transpired because that rape scene was haunting. It's the kind of horror that forever scars you and is an experience that you never want to revisit for as long as you live. And the last 40 minutes are kind of like an ice pack in a way, with the film itself pretty much saying to you, it's okay, all of that is behind you now. But even that is very discomforting, especially since it ends with the reveal that Alex was pregnant the whole time, and knowing that it was done in reverse order, that scene at the end with Alex being at peace with a bunch of children running around in a field, it's suddenly a lot darker with that context. Don't get me wrong, I never want to see this movie again for as long as I'm alive, but at the same time, I can't say that it isn't a groundbreaking technical achievement in French cinema, both in discomforting storytelling and just how it's edited in general. And while we're at it, let's talk about the most unappreciated part of the entire film, the music. It was done by Tamar Bangalter, who you may know as one half of Daft Punk, and, well, let's just say if you're a big fan of some of the more abstract cuts off of Aphex Twin's Selected Ambient Works Volume 2, then this probably wouldn't be too out of the box for you, maybe a little bit of an overstatement to say that it's great even. But you pair those terrifying, repetitive, ambient moments with the visuals of an accused rapist getting his face mangled up by a fire extinguisher, then that state is going to feel a whole lot smaller, almost to the size of Rhode Island. I love this soundtrack to bits. It's not my favorite out of his entire filmography, but it's certainly attention-grabbing, and considering that most of the film is pretty silent, it gets pretty stressful once it starts to get going. I have nothing else to say other than its controversial reputation is more than deserved, and it's safe to say that I am forever avoiding underpasses for the rest of time. Yes, even Urchin Underpass. Oh dear, I think I might have given Zone Town her next one. Enter the Void is an interesting one. Not to say that Noé's other films aren't interesting, it's just that this one in particular is mind-boggling to me considering that this is his longest movie, sitting at a grand total of 2 hours and 41 minutes. That's as long as these movies, and the added total of all of them combined wouldn't do justice to how much of a headache this one was to watch. And you know what? I've been dying to cover this one ever since my Andy Warhol video, so let's get this over with. Enter the Void is without a doubt Gaspar Noé's obra maestra cinematográfica, being shot mostly as a companion piece to Irreversible, with it being told in reverse order, and is so unbelievably convoluted that even reading the Wikipedia summary didn't clear anything up. Which makes sense because this is from the point of view of a drug dealer who gets shot and is watching his life flash before his eyes until it ends up looping in on itself in a never-ending torrent of misery. And the overhead establishing shots are him having an out-of-body experience that feels so real half the time you're questioning if you're dead. And that's in part due to the jaw-dropping cinematography done by longtime Harmony Korine collaborator Benoit Debie, who expertly captures the bleak universe that the movie crafts for itself. It falls under a category of film which I like to call the acid trip film. Films that either give you an out-of-body experience with its trippy visuals like Seam After Devil's Heaven, or made under the influence of drugs and concepts that's a little too ambitious for its budget, like Scene After Devil's Heaven, or films like Jan Svankmayer's Alice that still give me nightmares to this very day. And there are many directors out there, some that I've mentioned or even covered on this channel before, that make films specifically with that mindset. Charlie Kaufman and Spike Jonze always have something trippy up their sleeves. Don Hertzfeldt is a bona fide modern surrealist icon in animation. David Lynch and Michelangelo Antonioni, which is one that I don't hear mentioned as much when it comes to weird film directors, but he came out with Zabriskie Point back in 1970, which features a couple having sex in the desert, a 6-minute series of explosions, and music by Pink Floyd. Seriously. There are so many different interpretations on how the story of this went down, but I feel like if I go down this drug-fueled rabbit hole that I'll never come out. And I'm more comfortable staying in one rabbit hole, thank you very much. But I will tell you that this entire film is huge, like really huge. This thing is nearly 3 hours long, and it's something that Gaspar has held in such high esteem, to the point where he said that he literally birthed it. Madman. And I know this may seem hypocritical on my part, considering that some of my all-time favorite movies are longer than 3 hours, but Enter the Void always felt daunting to me because of its length alone. I can become satiated with Noé's style of editing and extreme fourth wall breaks for an hour and a half or so, but having to deal with that for as long as the time spent in the waiting room for a dentist appointment? As long as you have a pretty damn good reason as to why 161 minutes worth of trippy perspective shots is a little too much for me. Which is why I much prefer our next movie on the list, Climax. Hell yeah, now this is the classic gothic horror that I could truly get behind. Actually, hold on, nope. That's the 1994 Boris Karloff version. Hold on, give me a minute. Alright, there we go. I know you are all probably expecting for this to be number 1 on the list, and I'm not gonna lie, I kinda was too. It's honestly really difficult to talk about it without just relaying stuff that people had already said about it, because, yeah, it really has grown to become one of the most iconic modern horror movies. One that takes the fear of not being in control of yourself and multiplying it by 6. The whole film is like a descent into hell, nothing but a ton of screaming misery and death, which normally I wouldn't be a big fan of if that was all it was, but there are just so many amazing things going for it. Things like the cinematography, done once again by Benoit Debie, which I'm advocating for right now. His name alone should be a genuine selling point. The fact that every performance was entirely improvised, which in itself is also insane. The music, done once again by Bangalter, and the one thing that I find most impressive about this movie, the number of shots. Stephen Follows once analyzed that while the number can vary, the average number of shots in a single movie can be over 1,045 shots. Now there are some movies out there that try to minimize that in order to stand out, like 1917 and Birdman had only 34 to 16 shots respectively in it, but were cleverly edited together to give off the illusion that it was all done in one take. Or films that actually go all the way with being one take, like Russian Art from 2002 or Boiling Point from 2021. And Satin Tango just sucks. I love that movie, but I feel like it only exists just to piss me off personally, with the whole thing being 7.5 hours long and only having 172 shots. Anyways, I'm getting sidetracked. The thing is that after the opening credits, which are 47 minutes into the movie by the way, the rest of the film outside of the ending were all done in a single 42 long take, which is really impressive to me. All this madness done in one singular shot, I can't even begin to describe how difficult it must have been to get all that right on the first try. How do you even stage this? It is such a surreal polarizer of a descent into madness, and for the first time in this list, I loved each and every second of it. Only Gaspar Noé can make Aphex Twin's window looker absolutely terrifying, outside of, well, Aphex Twin himself. This is Carrie and Lowell. the critically acclaimed 7th studio album from experimental folk singer-songwriter Sufjan Stevens. An album that reflects on the loss of a parent that he never got to know and the ever-growing fear of death. In a way, this is Sufjan's skeleton tree, not just because it's quite possibly the best album in his entire discography, but it's also the most depressingly bulldozing music experience you'll ever have, especially if you listen to it after losing a loved one. I bring this up because right when Noé was making a star in his next feature film, he suffered a brain hemorrhage that put him in the hospital for several weeks. The same hemorrhage that killed his parents. He thankfully recovered and even got an idea for a movie from that. He recruited Suspiria director Dario Argento, and in 2021, he went on to release Vortex. And I'm not trying to gatekeep anybody by saying this, but this movie will ruin you.
La vie est un rêve, non?
Oui. La vie est un rêve dans un rêve.
This movie was something that had sat in my mind ever since I first saw it back when it first came out. And the longer it did sit, the more the flowers of it bloomed. And the more it bloomed, it became yet another reminder that we are only temporary in this world. Outside of Climax, it's probably the closest I've ever gotten to genuinely loving a Gaspar Noé movie. And that is in part to it being the most personal to date and the most honest depiction of dementia I have ever seen in a movie. Being done in this split-screen style that we have seen before in Lux Aeterna, but it also feels a lot more lonelier as it goes on. It's his best movie by far, but it's also haunting in a way that no Noé film has been so far. It's uncomfortable, it's terrifying, it's hopeless. It's like the title describes, a vortex that we're all going to be sucked into one day. The vortex of death. It's like what Sufjan Stevens once said. Well, you do enough talk, my little hawk, why do you cry? Tell me, what did you learn from the Tillamook burn, or the 4th of July?
We're all gonna die.
You know something about this ranking? It's pissed me off. Like, beyond pissed me off. I don't know why. I knew Noé was a dark director, and I was hoping to get at least a few jokes out of how overly nihilistic he is. Like, oh look, Monica Bellucci is in one of the most disturbing movies of all time. Now laugh at how try-hard Noé is. But honestly, I just came out this sad. Like Vortex was haunting. Irreversible was just haunting. Like, there are so many films here that I wouldn't even want to joke about, even to my worst enemies. It is just awful. Every step of the way, it's just awful. And you know what? To end this all off, I'm just gonna go to town, drink my sorrows away until I eventually die. Just like the rest of us. But that being said, until next time, which probably won't be a next time. Bad dreams, sisters. Oh, trust me, I'm not leaving until all the crows know about my gang. Let me just take a swig. The works of Coralie Vargit are something that I've gained a recent obsession with, in part because the least you could say about them is that they're pretty bonkers, and her second feature-length outing, is no exception to that rule. It's well acted, beautifully shot, conceptually poignant, and best of all, it is weird and gross. Hell, it might be by far the weirdest and grossest movie to ever get this much mainstream attention. It's amazing, but I feel like it also overshadows the other movies she did that also dabbled into the topics of female exploitation and did it as effectively. And that was 2017's Revenge, a pretty kick-ass subversion of a genre of exploitation film whose title I'm not gonna say because even a minute's not gonna do it for how explicit its subject matter is. Animation, however, is perfectly fine for some odd reason. I'm just gonna accept the fact that YouTube will forever be a broken platform.
It does it all, from being a takedown of toxic masculinity to a weird trippy art house film that suddenly gets really violent all of a sudden. Both of which are done in a pretty terrifying yet really entertaining way that sets it apart from most other films in the genre. I love these two films to bits, which begs the question, how the hell am I supposed to go by choosing which one is better? The pure craziness, the more satirical body horror, or a slightly more stripped back action gore fest that's, well, also pretty damn crazy? Well, I guess the only way to go about it is to go through 5 different aspects of filmmaking and judge them off by that in a format that's definitely original and hasn't been done before by anyone else. Definitely no one ever. So, which one of these do I think is better? Well, let's get dental.
Alright, to start, Revenge is kind of a subversion of the typical, rape revenge type of storytelling. Something you most commonly find in movies like I Spit on Your Grave and Ingmar Bergman's The Virgin Spring. But the differences between this and the other movies in the genre are a lot more night and day than you think. For one, the inciting incident is entirely off-screen. And secondly, the layout of everything is played less for realism and more so in a hyper-stylistic lens, sort of like Mandy meets Mad Max meets Miss 45. Which does fit the second half's premise a lot more, with poor Jen getting tossed off a cliff and spending the rest of the movie hunting the people who wronged her down. The Substance, however, has a little bit more of a Cronenberg-esque plot to it, with a woman who's long past her prime ordering this illegal drug that she got off of ebay.gov, and injecting it into her would result in her looking younger. So it's pretty much a horror version of The Nutty Professor. Except here, the more Elizabeth ends up using it, the more it eats away at her own lifespan. The thing I love about both of these movies is that they end up building and building up their own outbursts until the very end where it all just blows up on you. An aspect we'll get to soon, I promise. But, and this might be a bit of bias going towards my love of weird shit, but in terms of ones that I would go back to more often, yeah, The Substance takes it. Revenge movies like, well, Revenge, even the good ones, are never fun to watch in the first half, because as much as I love the second halves for going all the way with giving these guys their comeuppances, the first half of them are always so agonizingly slow. Like, unless there are some neat bits of symbolism in the first half that are sprinkled in there, which, by the way, most of them they don't have, you're just waiting around for the moment where that inciting incident happens so that the story can finally start. I Spit on Your Grave, Last House on the Left, hell, even the one that started it all, The Virgin Spring, is a front and center victim of that, and being slow is one of Bergman's main traits. Miss 45 also does this too, but that whole film's aesthetic from the beginning was scummy and raw, and I like that movie, so it doesn't count. So Revenge, as much as I admire it for at least doing something new, loses out to The Substance here. The Substance is kinda weird when it comes to this category, mainly because you can debate if it even has side characters at all, because whether if they're an asshole, horny, or just plain crazy, they do play somewhat into the story in a pretty interesting way. Okay, maybe not all of them. Shut up, Fred. An interesting to note about the sidecast here is that they're all entirely male. Not just that, but unlike most other commercial satire character studies, they actually play some kind of role in the story, like the male nurse handing Elizabeth the phone number for the drug, the old man who was a frequent user of the drug warning her about it, and Harvey is an asshole. Okay, they can't all be winners. As for Revenge, yeah, they all suck. I don't think it's even worth finishing the sentence there. Every last one of them suck. Which I guess leads to one of the driving points this movie is trying to make. And that's when it comes to whatever extreme crime is being done, whether it be a rape, murder, or whatever, the ones who do nothing about it and or the ones who try to cover it up are just as, if not more evil than the people who caused that crime in the first place. The ringleader of it all being Richard, played terrifyingly by Kevin Johnson. Seriously, this dick scares me. Him and his dick.
Penis!
Considering the driving point leading to the madness that unfolds later on, thematically, it makes sense for every character outside of Jen to be a glorified misogynist. Which is the one issue I actually have with the substance, because in a setting like this, having most of the cast help, not even that, the entire supporting cast being male, makes little to no sense. Outside of Moore and Qualley, all these people in one room and only one female cast member decides to speak out for the whole thing, it just feels a little silly to me. Also, Dennis Quaid just makes my blood boil every time his Harvey character is on screen, so I'll try to use footage of him sparingly. Points going to Revenge here, but let's face it, you can't really have an interesting supporting cast without at least having an interesting... I know horror movies don't really get that much recognition at the Oscars, but if they did, I would nominate Matilda Lutz every single time, because the way she plays Jen here would have fallen apart immediately if someone else ended up taking her role. Apparently it was also last minute too, because the other actress who signed up to play her had another role, so I guess we got lucky on that one. Still absolutely grateful for the performance that she gave, it's really good. Like I said over and over again, Revenge takes a couple of pages from the rape revenge movies of the 70s and 80s. Except while the leads in those ones are usually innocent and unassuming, Jen here is sensual, flirty, and uncaring. The most we learn about her is that she wants to go to Los Angeles just to get noticed. Yeah, not a good time right now, Jenny. And let me remind you, even with all that in check, rape is a horrible thing that no woman of any sexuality deserves. And she already knew something was up as soon as creepy old Stan here tries to take advantage of her for doing something that she clearly can't remember because she was drunk the night prior. Actively pretending to be shallow to get him off her case. In a sick, twisted way, Jen's character, both before and after the attempted murder, kinda reminds me of Stanley Ipkiss in The Mask. Though in this case, I'm more comparing it to the original comic than the movie. Two polar opposite personalities that are still kind of interesting in their own subtle ways, with one being a lot more naive and the other would skewer you to pieces if you just looked at it wrong. But if I have to be fairly honest here, and as much as this was a difficult choice to make, no joke, I had to do a ton of rewrites before I was even happy with the choice I made, but I feel like the substance is a lot more interesting when it comes to its lead. In part because there's technically two leads, but they're from the same body, so how I categorize that, I don't know. Demi Moore does an expert job at portraying this past her prime fitness goddess, who when I first saw this, I thought was a satirical analysis on how people saw her in the 90s. Back then, she was seen as no-brainer eye candy. Hell, there was even a whole movie that was made just so that people could see her naked, and nobody saw it. Since then, she hasn't really appeared in anything notable, and for a while, nobody wanted to cast her in anything big anymore outside of Rough Night and the nostalgia-exploitation classic, Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. As a matter of fact, this movie in particular was the first time Demi got brought up in conversation in a good long while. Which is comforting to know, considering that when you look outside of that eye candy lens, she was great in films like Ghost and Hunchback of Notre Dame. As for the alter ego she sheds her skin off for, I don't really know that much about Margaret Qualley. The most I've seen her in anything was being the Jane to Geraldine Fishwanafan's Daria and Drive-Away Dolls. But she does a brilliant job of playing this born-again celebrity that Moore is only puppeting out of sheer vanity. Again, it was a hard pick, quite literally. But I think De Margaret Murali? I don't know. Takes another point for the substance. Wait, before we start. So, I'm just reading Wikipedia right now, and it says that apparently Ray Liotta was up for the role of Harvey, but he had to be recasted because of his death in 2022. I'm sad now. Well, Benjamin Kraken got the job for shooting the movie because Farjeet really liked the work he did on Emerald Fennell's Promising Young Woman. The Substance feels like it's taking a bit of inspiration from Kubrick's Guide to Just Going Straight, as well as the crazy fast editing of her last movie. With all these long wide shots and liminal controlled sets almost making it its own character in a way. Fittingly, it kinda reminds me of what the Neon Demon was trying to do, trying to capture a bleak story about the thieving of your own youth in a stylized manner. Except while Refn had no idea what he was doing with how to capture Neon Demon's story, and the fact that I didn't know Drive was directed by Neil Cicierega, The Substance seems to be a lot more in control with its framing, feeling a lot more barren, capturing how empty and unfulfilling fame of that stature really is. Even when there's people on it, with the way everything's shot, these locations and sets look miserable to be in. At the same time though, well, look at this corridor. Seems okay so far, right? Well, what if I spliced the shot of the corridor in alongside the ending to 2001, or Grady's bathroom encounter in The Shining? And there's your problem right there. Most of these shots, while some of them can be a bit impressive, don't really have an identity of its own, and the way it's edited can feel a little too mainstream at times. Revenge, however, good damn! As repetitive as the movie's premise is, the identity of it truly shines through its cinematography. The film was mostly shot in Morocco, and if you've ever seen images of it, it's a stunner. Seriously, if I ever had the ability to do a country, that would be the country that I would want to do. And this movie does a pretty good job at capturing how beautiful this country really is. Even when the movie decides to spend a minute of it focusing on just sand, framing, the angles, the lighting, and the way they're all sharply edited together, from that perspective alone, it's sort of like one of those where have you been all my life type of movies. I know I sound like I'm about to propose to it, but I'm not. So there we have it. With The Substance having the more interesting lead and story, and Revenge having the better cinematography and supporting cast, we're now at the inevitable tiebreaker section of the contest. And in order to cast the deciding vote, let's hand our last category over to my good friend, Gore. Okay, looks like Gore won't be joining us at the moment. Shame, we would have really liked this next segment. Now, I wanted to give the gore in these movies their own section because there are two standout scenes in each of them that need some desperate spotlighting. The endings. Most importantly, how goddamn insane they are. In Revenge, after an insanely long shot, pun fully intended, of Richard walking around calling for a helicopter to pick him up after two of his other lackeys had gone just a little hurt, Jen comes straight out of nowhere with some awesome symbolism in those windows, by the way, and shoots Richard straight in the side, causing more blood to spill from him than any human being should reasonably have. Like, damn. Have you ever seen the Trevi Fountain? Well, you've seen the Richard Fountain. Practically the same thing. The man tries to ambush her, even almost knocking her out with his gun, but she ends up getting the upper hand. A crazy end to what was already a pretty awesome movie. A little funny thing to note here is that it almost acts like a complete role reversal near the end, since earlier in the film, after the inciting incident, Jen begs for Richard to call for a helicopter to get her the hell out of there, but ends up getting pierced on a tree after Richard knocks her off a cliff. Sounds familiar, don't you think? Also, the other deaths in the film of Richard's lackeys I can't really turn a blind eye to either, because if so, I'll get stabbed in the eyes myself by the comments because, ooh boy, they're so unbelievably nasty. And I also like that the punishment for each of them sort of fits the crime, like with Stan, who ends up stepping on some glass in one of the more darkly comedic scenes of the film, being the consequences of railing poor Jen against the window. All of these scenes make thematic sense and are also pretty awesome to see. But holy goddamn, how am I not gonna give it to The Substance, because it ends in such an insane way that it really shouldn't make a lick of sense. And I warn you again, please watch this movie before you continue with the rest of the video. Seriously, I know the thing is over 2 hours, but I beg of you, the video is still gonna be here when you get back. Just for the love of God, please watch it. I'll wait here. You back? Alright, good. Let's continue with this thing. Sue somehow comes to life after Elizabeth miraculously ciphers her blood into her and ends up successfully killing her. But because Elizabeth was the only link to her living in the first place, she too starts to die. And when she's able to get to her New Year's show, her skin starts to shed again, and she turns into this thing! Just this lethal looking thing! And well, it just gets crazier from there. Most of which I'm not gonna be able to show because of the censors, but rest assured what she's vomiting out, your parents are gonna get offended either way. They hate Ren and Stimpy.
I believe one day that everyone, everywhere, will know the wonders of my nipples.
God, those prosthetics look so uncomfortable to be in. The closest thing I could compare it to is, it's like if the Elephant Man and Jeff Goldblum from The Fly fucked. Actually, I'm not too far off of that. So in order to come up with the horrific design of the Maestro Elisu at the end, Pierre-Olivier Person drew a lot of inspiration from the works of David Cronenberg, Nicky de Saint-Phalle, and Fernando Botero in order to achieve what he wanted the creature to look like. Also, fun fact, apparently this movie costed only $17 million to make. And I'm pretty sure all that money went into this thing alone. Don't get me wrong, Revenge is great and it does a lot of stuff better than The Substance in terms of editing and commentary, but like I said, I can think of a couple of movies that are like it. The Substance is so clearly its own animal that comparing them both feels practically unfair. From its concepts to its effects, there is clearly only one The Substance, and it's going to stay like that for a couple of years. And you know what? In honor of this movie, I feel a little too old, so I'm just gonna take this syringe that kinda looks like a pencil and give myself the young boost that I truly deserve. Here we go. Oh yeah. I'm still young. The Northman came out at a very unfortunate time in cinema's history. The time where pretty much every single movie wasn't making its money back, and most of them were just banking on having really controversial documentaries made about them. Yeah, it was a pretty horrible time for cinema, I refuse to look back. But the Northman was planning on doing things a little differently, slating to be one of the biggest action blockbusters of all time, being set in the Viking period, having lots of action, bloody gore, and having an all-star cast, including Willem Dafoe. This was it, the movie the film industry really needed right now. People forgot about it as soon as it came out. Okay, I'm not gonna be a contrarian by saying that The Northman is a masterpiece. As a matter of opinion, on my most recent watch, the whole thing was really underwhelming to me. It does drag a ton, and as much as I love these characters are based on actual figures of Norse mythology, I can't remember a single one of their names outside of Amleth and Björk. To me, most of them are just named Chucko, Buster, Pete, Bob, and Dan. It also has to be said that so many of its big stars were majorly underutilized, like Willem Dafoe and Nicole Kidman's appearances barely added up to 5 minutes, but even with all that, I still kinda like this movie. I don't know, it's complicated. Hell, even with its shortcomings, there are a lot of inspired choices that strangely work in this movie's favor. The writer for this movie outside of Eggers himself is Icelandic poet Jean, the guy who wrote for Björk. That's an inspired choice because most of his idiosyncrasies pair perfectly with Eggers' more unconventional approaches to storytelling. Hell, he even managed to convince Björk herself to play the serious prophet that warns Alexander Skarsgård for the film, even though she explicitly said that she was done with acting after the hell she went through for Dancer in the Dark. Also, fun fact, she was the only cast member in the entire movie who was allowed to wear her own wardrobe. Checks out.
You cannot escape what fate the Norns have spun. Now be gone!
Could have been worse. Alexander Skarsgård could have run into her in Bangkok. Hey, can't say she didn't keep her promise. As for what this movie is based on, well, Hamlet of course, you silly Billy. Because let's face it, even if you do put a creative spin on the story, it's still Hamlet. Like, there's a lot of movies based on Hamlet. Every movie's based on Hamlet. But it's more explicitly based on the writings of Danish historian Saxo Grammaticus, where the character of Amleth is based upon. I will also give horror movie director Robert Eggers credit.
he did make a historical epic. But not just any historical epic, an utterly bonkers, action-packed gore fest of a historical epic. It's a very breathtaking movie that's very grand in scope, with a lot of sweeping shots that give its action a bit more flair. I mean, sure, there's a lot more nothing happening within these longer shots, but a lot of action movies tend to use intensity over tension with like 6 shots a second and the camera having an aneurysm, so you give it a little wiggle room. So yeah, despite its flaws, The Northman was pretty good. And it was the adrenaline rush 2022 really needed after a whole load of really lackluster blockbusters. Hell, I could probably go as far as to say that it's the only good movie of 2022. Except for Babylon, and Tar, and 3,000 Years of Longing, and Mad God, Bullet Train, Nope. Hell, even the last Jackass movie came out that year. Okay, maybe 2022 wasn't nearly as bad as I thought. Yeah, this is probably gonna be the only time I'm gonna... Everything Everywhere All at Once, that was also a really good one. Yeah, sorry, let's get back to it. Yeah, this is probably gonna be the only time I'm gonna rank a remake over a mythological epic starring Willem Dafoe, even though this also stars Willem Dafoe. Oh, the virus is just getting closer. Nosferatu is a very loose reimagining of the 1922 F.W. Murnau flick, and was one of the few remakes that, from what I saw, people were actually kinda pumped for. It was being done by an already well-respected name in the horror community, and it had a lot of pretty awesome names at the helm, including the director of Harry Potter himself, Chris Columbus. Hell, at this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if he pulled a Herbert West and resurrected the actual Christopher Columbus to produce this goddamn movie. Unsurprisingly, it was really good. It had all the traits of Eggers that we've come to know and love over the years. Accurate portrayals of the time period it's set in, really great acting, expert pacing, beautifully gothic cinematography and set design, unbelievably eerie yet weirdly horny tone. It's all there. Which might be the biggest problem I have with this movie. I mean, I love it. I would go as far as to say that it's one of the better horror remakes that we've gotten recently, but compared to his other projects, it doesn't really do much to stand out from the crowd, at least with The Northman, as much as it sticks out like a sore thumb in Eggers' filmography. I can say that it's at least different. At least I could say that it's a complete tonal shift compared to the more gothic horrors of The Witch and The Lighthouse. Here, it's very much a return to form, and that's pretty much it. Even with several standout scenes, like, of course, Bill Skarsgård's performance as the titular Count Orlok. And yes, his name is Count Orlok, everybody. Don't listen to SpongeBob, his name is not Nosferatu, okay? But I don't know. I wanted it to be eerier. I wanted it to be hornier. And by God, at least try to sneak in the more surreal imagery of your other films, man. How is the movie with Edward from Twilight in it scarier than this? Bottom line, Nosferatu is Robert Eggers doing the typical Robert Eggers thing, and I do like it very much. It's just that I was expecting a lot more. Like, if you want to do a remake of arguably the most influential version of Bram Stoker's seminal Dracula novel, go all out. Just saying, if I wanted to watch a movie where a vampire Pennywise gives head to Lily Rose Depp, I want to feel it, you know?
Did you see my butt?
What is with Eggers and wanting to see Anya Taylor-Joy's boobs? I'm sorry, I know we haven't gotten to the movie yet, but knowing that she was only 18 when this movie was in production, I don't know, it just makes me feel, it's really uncomfortable to think about. Anyways, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, The Witch! The Witch is great! Eggers' first feature-length film was not really what I was expecting as someone's first film, but that's exactly the reason why I love it so much. I told you all, give people something that they didn't know they wanted. And maybe it's because I just finished re-watching this during a foregoing storm. The storm is still going, by the way. The Witch, or as it's stylized, The Vivitch, though I'm gonna give you extra points if you call it The Vivitch, a New England folktale, is a very uncomfortable movie that tackles the themes of hypocritical belief, the rejection of God, and just so many children dying, like Jesus. All while throwing in some supernatural elements because you're all on your best behavior this year. It's also one of the more patient films I've seen in a while, and that's the thing I love about Robbie Rotten's horror outings. Even when it gets to the messed up stuff, the film loves to hang on shots that are way longer than they need to be.
Eggers just wants you to swim in this sense of unease for a good long while, and it works favorably well. I honestly don't have anything else to say, it's just some really effective horror. Oh yeah, there was also this monologue in the middle done by a young Harvey Scrimshaw, and it's surprisingly really great. The shot composition, disturbing way it's delivered. I honestly can't imagine Eggers doing another transcendent monologue like that anytime soon. Hey, is the aspect ratio getting a little cramped for you as well, or is that just me?
Let Neptune strike ye dead, Winslow! Hark! Hark! Triton! Hark!
Now, copyright can be a bit of a bitch sometimes. Not just that it can often be unfair when it happens to people who want to express their love for anything without knowing how, but I wish I could just sit here with you and watch The Lighthouse all the way through. It's honestly really difficult to describe what it even is. Is it a horror film? Is it mythological? Homoerotic? It's unclear, but whatever it is, it's gonna stick with you. By God, is it gonna stick with you. This whole film is just a puzzle box of surreal terrors where you don't even know if it's gonna greet you with a laugh or an axe. And when you least expect it, it explodes into one of the most haunting monologues you will ever hear. And you know what, I've been building it up for almost the entire video, so I'm just gonna say it. The fact that Willem Dafoe was not even nominated for any of the work that he did here should be listed as a war crime. He is phenomenal here, and the uncertainty of his sanity that further spreads to Robert Pattinson, who also did a really great job in this movie, made for a performance that is so terrifying that I don't even know how to describe it. This entire movie leaves you a changed human being by the end, and I live for it. That's probably the best way to describe Robert Eggers in a nutshell. Even with only 4 movies at his belt so far, the guy is already on his way to becoming one of the scariest directors working in the horror industry today. Making films that scare people even on a subconscious level is pretty hard to do nowadays, and the fact that Eggers is doing it this effectively and on such a large scale no less needs to be commemorated. He is this generation's David Lynch, and I will have it no other way. Hats off to you, Rob. I can't wait to see what you do next. With that being said, I'm gonna go and clean up the egg on that door. Bad dreams, sisters. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Well, it's one transportation technique I'm never using again. Hey everybody, welcome back to Expressing My Thoughts, the show where I take a look at the weirdest pieces of media out there and give my general critique on them. I need to sit down. Death. It's a passage of time that's practically unavoidable. It is coming for you, it's coming for me, it is coming for all of us. Now, there have been some attempts out there to try and expand on our life forces a little bit, but at the end of the day, being immortal is straight up impossible. I bring this up not just because it always comes in conversation every time I walk out the door, but because New Line Cinema just can't stop reminding me! Yeah, they're seriously making another one. The Final Destination series has never really been my favorite horror franchise of all time. I mean, nothing's ever going to beat Basket Case. But I've always had a bit of an appreciation for it being an idea that I'm surprised nobody had thought of prior. A random guy has a premonition that him and his friends are going to die in a horrible accident, they all manage to evade the accident that somehow ends up happening, and now death itself, through wind in the most elaborate Rube Goldberg-y ways possible, uses its own design to pick off everybody one by one to put the natural order of things back in line,
commonly in the order they died in the premonition. And Goody Goody Gumdrops, also known as a combination album by the band Tropical Fuckstorm, these things could get messy real quickly. Gizzards will be thrown, torsos will be impaled, faces will be punctured, and in the famous words of Karen O, heads will roll. So why do we love these movies? Hell, why are we so obsessed with paying money to see a bunch of teens die in the most violent, gory, and just plain sadistic ways possible? And why are we still seeing the effects of that to this very day, to the point where these films are still in production to this very day? And did I just sum up every single slasher movie that has ever been made? Oh my god, I think I answered my own question. Alright, before we start off this carnage-filled journey, we need to start by building each other's trust. And we should start that trust-building journey with me saying that this movie is genuinely amazing. Released in 2000, the original Final Destination was originally written to be for an episode of The X-Files. But upon submitting the script, one of the show's writers, Glenn Morgan, looked at it and passed it on to New Line Cinema since he thought that the idea had more potential as a feature film. The studio immediately fell in love with it and pretty much pitched it on the spot, which I'm glad they did because this movie is chilling to the absolute core. This was back in a time where horror movies were generally going more for thrills than scares, with jump scares littered all over the damn place. And what better way to cleverly bridge the gap between the two than by making a movie about the fear of everyday living, like flying, or driving across train tracks, or being interrogated by FBI's finest green ogres.
I'm Agent Ween, this is Agent Shrek.
He's meeting Max Shrek, by the way, the guy who played Count Orlok in the original Nosferatu. The DreamWorks movie was still a year away from being completed, so judging this by when this first came out, I'm forbidding myself from making any jokes relating to onions, farts, and 4chan, even though they literally just mean the same thing. Also, are we just going to ignore that the other FBI agent's name is Agent Ween? Agent Ween? That name is born and bred for jokes, and there's not a single pork roll, egg, and cheese in sight! Okay, I know his name is Agent Wayne, as in the guy who directed The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, but it's the early 2000s. I wouldn't be surprised if this movie, of all things, had a character named Agent Ween. Donkey. I mean, what do you think the other agents' names are? Agent Beck, Agent Butthole, Agent Apple, Agent Cody Banks, Kim Possible, Tom Hanks, Sam Alex, and Clover. Like, seriously, who isn't in the FBI at this point? Bill Murray? Bill Murray was probably in one of his, like, billion movies. He was probably an FBI agent. He was probably in Zombieland, but I don't know, I never paid attention. But honestly, who cares about Shrek and Donkey's FBI escapades? What's unanimously agreed to be the biggest highlight of the entire series are the deaths and the elaborate ways they're caused. There's an odd bit of rhythm with how it comes together, with death being a little bit of a tinkerer with how it causes all these fantastical gory deaths to happen in a way that makes sense, with it either being natural or through the more dumber characters' blind ignorance. I mean, sure, some of the setups for these deaths can get a little out there in the later installments, but here, I cannot be a contrarian. Outside of the ensuing accident, and maybe Valerie's death could do without that weird vodka reaction. Was the cup too cold? I don't know, it's just stupid. Next to every single one of the deaths in the movie either have great foreboding setups that complement their perfectly timed payoffs, or death just gets bored. Yeah, Terry's death is hilarious on so many levels. In part because it just came straight the hell out of nowhere, and it was a pretty great punchline to her whole rambling on about not letting the whole Flight 180 tragedy take over their whole lives, and the fact that Death wasn't entirely to blame for it, it was just her ignorant lack of roadside intuition that got her killed. And what's even funnier is that it was referenced in Final Destination 2 as the only reason as to why Kat avoided the gas leak that would have killed her if she went to her scheduled business conference. Because the bus she was on was the bus that killed Terry.
So what happened?
I don't know, I never made it. The bus I was on splattered some girl all over the road.
Was that in Mount Abraham?
Yes. How did you know?
That bus you were on killed Terry Chaney.
I know it's such an abstract example of how dark the series' humor is, but a part of me is saying that it feels a little wrong that the funniest part of the whole franchise is someone getting the Zombieland Saga treatment. Oh yeah, speaking of which, the characters are fine, I guess? Okay, this is gonna annoy me till the day I die, so I might as well get it out of the way. The main problem I have with the series as a whole is that the writing is never really that great. But it's not really anyone's fault either. With an idea as interesting and pretty fun as what Final Destination has, it's always going to be a little difficult to come up with characters that people would actually care about. Especially since, like I said earlier, the movie was based off of a script that was meant to be for an X-Files episode, a show that breathed personality. But I find it really difficult to remember that half of these people even exist at all. No offense to the people playing them, of course, they do a pretty alright job of at least trying to give them a personality, but literally the only reason I remember some of the characters' names is because I watched all the movies at least 5 times for this review. And I'm pretty sure the mindset for most of the series is that the average moviegoer wouldn't want to learn anything about them and just want to get to the kills as soon as possible, which kinda sucks when a character that could have potentially had a personality ends up dying in the first 30 or so minutes. Let's start with talking about my favorite character in the whole film, the Pecker poster. And that was the Pecker poster, everybody. Alex, played by Devon Sawa, fresh off of the hella underrated Idle Hands, is not the most interesting lead out there, and his obsessive compulsions could get a little annoying at times, but he is still likable enough to be somewhat charming. Same with Clear Rivers, a snobby artist who has feelings towards Alex not just because, well, it's Devon Sawa, but because she feels that Death is still around to take the both of them. A pretty interesting idea and a decent execution, but I thought she was way more interesting in the sequel, if I gotta be honest with myself. And before you say I'm not counting William Blubworth among them all, because it feels excessively unfair to put a whole load of relatively unknown up-and-comers against Tony freaking Todd. At least the two of them have more than one character trait. The rest of them, Todd likes to take a shit, and that's pretty much all we know about him. Terry's only personality is being really, really annoying. Billy Hitchcock is named after psycho director Alfred Hitchcock, which is probably the most interesting thing we're going to know about him. And then there's Carter. He's a dick.
Carter, you dick!
Then again, even though most of them do have only one character trait, they're all still passable. At least I could actually remember their names unlike 3 and 4. The last thing I want to address is, well, this. Like, I get it. I do get that it's like America's biggest symbol of freedom or whatever, but do you really think an eagle is the best way to mourn the loss of your students considering how they died? It's like if a whole load of people died in a city tsunami and you put up a giant fishbowl in their honor. It feels a little too ironic. Outside of that, Final Destination is one of the better horror movies of the early 2000s, but it would go on to have a pretty bad habit of trying to outdo itself with every passing installment.
So who's next?
3 years later, in 2003, Final Destination 2 was released. And yeah, it's certainly the definition of a sequel. It's the same movie again, except it's bigger, gorier, boobier, and in my probably not fact opinion, a little better than the original. Apparently this movie had the worst luck when it came to starting production because they couldn't get anyone back for the sequel. James Wong was too busy working on the Willard remake, so they brought in a stunts coordinator to direct the movie. But look, Homeward Bound 2, where it belongs. And Devon Sawa wasn't even allowed to return because of a contracting dispute he had with New Line Cinema, which forced the filmmakers to write around the fact that Alex Browning isn't in this one in one of the laziest yet funniest ways possible. Like, trust me, we'll get to that later. But hey, they got Ali Larter back to play Clear, making this the only proper continuation of Final Destination 1's story, and one of the only 3 movies in the franchise that you can naturally stitch together into one cohesive story. Honestly, any universe where this movie is non-canon is fine by me, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Funnily enough, for a movie that I surprisingly liked as much as I did, I have very little to say about it. The effects blending is wonderful, everyone understood the assignment that they've been given, whether it be acting or on the more technical side, and it even has some of the franchise's biggest highs when it comes to killing off their characters. I mean, people love to highlight the ladder and body accordion deaths, but it was legit distressing to watch Nora's lift decapitation, mainly because of Linda Boyd's performance. And that's the thing, even if most of them are annoying, gaping assholes, they're performed in such an enjoyable way that you don't want to see them get bumped off. you surprisingly care a lot about these characters, which is surprising considering that this is a franchise whose main motivation is, here's a character, boom, they're dead. Here's another character, boom, they're dead. Here's Steven Seagal, boom, he's dead. Thank God. The one kill I definitely want to highlight here is... who am I kidding? Just watch.
And this is what happened to Alex when I was responsible for him.
Alex Browning, one of the most careful and cautious main characters in horror, dies to a brick. I would say, how in the daisy-chained hell do you come up with that? That is one of the laziest ways to, like, write out a character, but seriously, I find it hilarious that Marv from Home Alone 2 survived 3 of those to the head, and yet it takes out Devin's soul. The fucking guy died to a brick! So unbelievably lazy. In all seriousness, Devin had a lot of projects going on and wasn't able to come back for this one. I understand that. But it really sucks that the studio wrote it in a way where he wasn't able to. And with the upcoming 6th one, it would be pretty interesting to see what they do with the character's legacy, considering that Sawa himself has kinda made a bit of a comeback recently. But to see him get unceremoniously bumped off like that, and with a brick of all things, that is probably the saddest excuse to kill off a main character since Burt Gummer in Shrieker Island. I apologize to Zoran Gavoyich for mentioning that movie in any sense of the word. Please forgive me. What's not lazy, in fact, is Final Destination free- oh, goddamn fool! I'm kind of mixed on this one as a whole, though. I mean, I like the direction of this movie a lot. Every dynamic part of the cinematography gives you a sense of unease, which is a lot of fun. Kind of reminds me of, like, the directing skills of Alfonso Cuarón. You know the ones. And everyone does an alright job of how they portray these pieces of shit. I don't think any of these actors are half-assing it one bit. And that's the biggest problem that I have with this movie. Almost every single one of these characters are completely unlikable. Everyone's either snappy, annoying, spiteful, or even repeat things that we already know, almost like a mantra that was made up to make people go insane or something.
You know, I'm such a control freak, like, I couldn't handle that.
They say the real fear with these rides comes from the feeling of having no control.
I'm usually such a control freak, but I didn't do enough to stop it.
It's nice to see that things haven't made you any less of a control freak.
We fucking know. And then there's this guy who I don't remember the name of, who's also the lead for some reason and also exists. Wendy's little sister with the ugliest beret I've ever seen. I did hear that her actress had a pretty good career on TV, so at least this movie's good for something, I suppose. Frankie Cheeks, who looks like he masturbates to both Frankie and Cheeks respectively. A Strong Boy graduate named Lewis, played by Texas Battle. I only bring him up because I really wanted to say the name Texas Battle. That is the coolest name I have ever heard in my life. And then there's these dumb Valley Girl twins who are supposed to be the de facto eye candy for the movie, but I don't know. Knowing that one of them was only 7 when they were in the It miniseries 15 years prior to this movie, it feels a little gross to see them butt-ass naked at one point. Oh yeah, and another thing, this movie has completely ruined the Ohio Players Love roller coaster for me forever. I mean, I love that song. I know that irony is supposed to be this series thing, but it is way too on the nose even for this movie. Also, it accompanies the tanning bed kill, which, yeah, it's nightmare fuel. I have nothing else to say about it, but it's nightmare fuel. Nightmare fuel that personally would have been avoidable if they hadn't tampered with the goddamn equipment! I know it's like one of the most iconic kills in the entire series, but this scene just bothers me on so many levels as someone. I don't like too much heat. So seeing them just tampering with the equipment and, oh my god, bringing drinks into the salon, why? This isn't even Def's fault. They're just idiots. They're just
morons who want to die. The only thing I liked about the scene is the jump cut to their graves, which admittedly did make me laugh. It is so good to have you back, James Wong. It has been too long. I did not mean for that to rhyme. Speaking of morons who deserve to die, the ensuing accident on Devil's Flight, while not as good as the chaotic highway destruction in the last film, I am kicking myself for not bringing that up at all, but whatever. It is still a pretty damn awesome set piece. Though I will say that it is pretty funny that the coaster decided to defy the laws of physics by sitting upside down on one of the loops. And I should also mention that the coaster probably would have made it back fine if it wasn't for Frankie dropping his camera. Not just because I'm a vintage camera freak, so seeing that break legitimately made me wince, but that is a pretty bulky camera, so I could kind of see why it would knock everything out of alignment. But the thing that confuses me is that when the accident does start to happen for realsies, the coaster still goes to shit, even though Frankie left with the camera in hand. Why? Was there another weird pervert on the ride as well with an equally as bulky camera? Oh yeah, if you're wondering why I haven't mentioned any of the deaths yet, they're fine. I mean, there are a few highlights, sure, same as any other Final Destination movie, but a lot of them just have no rhythm to them whatsoever. Either not really having a setup at all, or would have been really fun if it wasn't for how bad the CGI is. Even when it's done practically, most of them still look fairly underwhelming. Except for this one, and you all know why. That looked painful. I don't even have a joke for that, just Jesus. If the first two were the only allowed and nothing to fear of the series, Final Destination 3 is definitely the Dead Man's Party. Pretty good, sometimes even bordering on great, but there are a few notable things that hold it back from being a series highlight. For all the Boingo fans that like that album and are pissed off by my analogy, I am very sorry. Overall, I'd say that Final Destination 3 is just okay, though I could definitely see someone calling it their favorite Final Destination movie, simply because of the direction alone. It is a lot of fun. The same, however, cannot be said for the Final Destination, or as I like to call it, nobody's favorite Final Destination movie. This just might be the most insufferable movie I've ever had to watch for this channel, and that is honestly saying a lot. The writing is boring, the story and pacing is very scattershot, there's not a single likable character in the whole thing, and even the fantastical deaths, which had been the biggest selling point ever since the second movie, look like acne. This is like the franchise equivalent of Billy Badass Gunn running at Ken Shamrock and getting stuck in the side of the ring and getting kicked in the ass multiple times. What did you think was going to happen? This doesn't even feel like it's in the same universe as the others. It feels more cartoony than anything we've seen so far, which granted wouldn't have been too out of place if the other three films weren't that realistic, but they were. The previous films stem from actual growing fears that anyone would have and what would have realistically happened if they all happened for realsies, even if they did look hilariously fake. Here, most of the film's physics just don't make any sense. Like, sure, let's have an open part of the escalator turn one of our leads into strawberry shortcake in a matter of seconds, why not? Or the NASCAR premonition that kicks off the whole movie with engines that fling themselves at the audience just because. Or that wheel that comes out of nowhere to kill the racist guy's wife. Like, why? Why are vehicles in this franchise more vicious than most animes? And why did the wheel go after her specifically? Why did it end up defying gravity for a brief moment in time just to decapitate her? What did I miss here? It's so blink and you miss it that it's honestly really irritating. And then there's the characters. Oh my god, the characters are the absolute worst here. Now, for the most part, even if the writing for the characters hadn't been that great so far, everybody at least did their best with what they had, and for the most part managed to bring in some pretty solid performances. Here, just in case the dialogue didn't already piss you off enough, the acting sounds like it's on complete autopilot, like this was everyone's first time reading a script. Nick Zano especially, the actor who played Hunt. Hunt is my least favorite character in anything ever.
It's your choice, heads or tails, but you know I like head.
Well, why did he say it like that?
I swear Butthead has a better grasp on the English language than you. Hell, my English is awful and yet I still have a better grasp on it than you do. Also, let me remind you that this is the only Final Destination where Tony Todd doesn't show up at all. Not as Bloodworth or even in any voiceover role. He's just gone. Which probably means that Tony himself had a premonition that this film was gonna bomb and bomb hard and got out of there as soon as humanly possible. If arguably your biggest star and the most iconic character in the whole franchise outside of Death himself doesn't want anything to do with it, that's a surefire sign that you fucked up, and you fucked up badly. What is there even to like about this movie? I guess the opening credits are pretty cool. That scene with the racist guy getting dragged down the road was pretty funny, I suppose. It's one of the few examples of the more darkly comedic tone working in the utmost of the movie's advantage. Mykelti Williams' performance here was really great, and he does prove to be the only likable character in the entire movie.
What the fuck are you doing, man? Why are you trying to kill yourself?
I'm just trying to give God what I thought he wanted. I've been trying to kill myself all day.
Hunt's death is absolutely terrifying. They got Justin Welborn to be in it, and I've liked him in most of anything he's in. He was one of the few performances in VHS Viral that felt like a genuine effort. Oh, this kid over here. I have nothing to say about him outside he's absolutely hilarious.
Give me the gun.
No!
Give me the fucking gun.
No!
What else? I like that this effect in particular was done practically. The fact that they lit an actual car on fire and slid it into a dummy is at least a step up from most CG-heavy horror movies of the 2000s. They referenced the Pinhead death from the third movie. That's my favorite Final Destination kill. This movie is fucking terrible. Going back to the Oingo Boingo analogy from earlier, if the first three films were the only a lad, nothing to fear, and good for your soul of the series, the Final Destination is most definitely the Boingo. A dated mess of a project that has no idea of the direction it wants to go in, with only a handful of tracks trying its damnedest to save this already doomed voyage as best as it can. And luckily, it wouldn't be long until the franchise got its 1994 self-titled with Final Destination 5. I like this one. Look, I know that there are some people out there who think that the franchise was on its last legs with the Final Destination.
Your choice, heads or tails, but you know I like head.
Understandably. But hey, things could only go up from there, and thankfully, Final Destination 5 ended up being a pretty great sort of finale to the series as a whole, with some of the best looking effects in the whole series. Yeah, this series has finally gotten itself a budget, and it's really starting to show. The bridge collapse, despite being the longest premonition in the series, get out of here, is a wonderful showcase of the films finally putting their budget to work with effects that sometimes look really good, and other times Miles Fisher turns into a candle. Even with that, it's all still really great with characters that, you know what, I'll just say it. The people making these movies finally caved in and decided to give everyone an actual personality. And it's not just because the casting is just random as all hell. Courtney B. Vance is here as one of the FBI agents. That's pretty cool. Oh yeah, they randomly decided to bring the FBI stuff back from the first film, but it's a lot less prevalent in the story than last time, and the movie would have been better off without it. Maybe it just needed more green ogres, I don't know.
I'm Agent Ween, this is Agent Shrek.
Side note, because we're kind of like a month removed from the Super Bowl, but I hope Vance ends up being the only good part of that upcoming Lilo & Stitch remake. Sam and Molly are a recently broken up couple trying to make amends with each other, but aren't able to because of Sam getting an apprenticeship in Paris, having to decide between the girl that he loves or the job that he loves. I honestly never expected that the one Final Destination movie with actual character development would come from the fifth film of all things. Like, what? The fifth movie? The Cenobites and Warwick Davis's Leprechaun had already been in space at that point. I don't really have much else to say outside of that I really like this couple and I really hope that they make it out alive. But hey, wait a minute. Why does the footage look so familiar? Oh no.
A kid had a panic attack and wanted off the plane. He said he had some kind of vision.
Oh shit! Oh shit! I don't really have much to say about Olivia and Candace because they're kind of similar in a couple of ways. They both look like they're auditioning for Mean Girls, they both die in pretty gruesome ways, and both of their actresses have barely done anything in years, so that automatically makes them the best characters in the movie. I mean, hey, they definitely had more of a presence in the story than Nathan, who, don't get me wrong, I like him fine. I'm pretty sure that was the same guy who was in Into the Storm. That movie was pretty good. But he does next to nothing in this entire movie, and yet manages to be the only one to make it out by the end. Almost. Isaac is yet another pervert, as is with every other Final Destination movie, but I can let PJ Barron off on it because he's actually pretty funny here, and it isn't just because he was in Babylon as Ruth Adler's assistant director. He was in Babylon as Ruth Adler's assistant director. Either way, he probably shouldn't have stolen that spa coupon from his dead co-worker, so his death is satisfying either way. Thanks, Buddha. Fun tidbit that I just learned while writing this, PJ, as well as the rest of the main cast, starred in a gory Saved by the Bell parody music video called New Romance, which was a song that was written and performed by Miles Fisher. And speak of the devil, here he is now! Peter, who's the Patrick Bateman of the group, who ends up going mad after Blow-Off reveals that you could take one person's life in order to remove yourself from Death's list, and is probably the most enjoyable performance in the entire movie. Seriously, he sounds like Ben Shapiro, only without the virginity.
You weren't supposed to survive that bridge collapse. And so now, it's kill or be killed.
Actually, scratch that. Ben Shapiro wishes he had as much emotion as this guy. And then there's Tony Todd making his actual return to the franchise as William Bloodworth. Y'all know what I think of him at this point. He's the one-of-a-kind sexiest voice in horror. I don't even need to say anything else. He is awesome.
You all just be careful now.
There's something about this movie that flows so perfectly. Like, even the deaths have gone back to having a sense of rhythm, something that had been completely absent from the last two movies. No wonder why the series is coming back for more next month. The movie breathed new life into it, with it doubling as an actually compelling romance film, just with a lot of blood and attempted murder. The deaths are fun, it's shot beautifully, the acting is some of the best in the whole franchise, it's funny as hell. Seriously, what more can you even say?
Who is it, Sam? Who's what?
Dennis! Who's Dennis? No shit!
Just when you thought the series was dead out of the water with a movie that offended everyone with every passing second, even with several cuts and bruises, it kept on moving, introducing new idea after new idea. I remember almost all of this movie. I can actually name characters in this one. What a feeling! The movie ends with a recap of some of the best deaths in the whole series, set to AC/DC's If You Want Blood, You Got It. A little corny, but considering that this was going to be the last movie for a while, there's something a little sentimental about it. And I'll just say this, I'm going to be first in line for Bloodlines because going through this series again was a lot of fun. Sure, I can definitively say that this series is far from perfect, especially when you bring the Final Destination into account. It's still a series that's bursting at the seams with creativity, with everything going for it, whether it be the inventive deaths, the premonitions, or the many ways of outsmarting death as a whole. Hell, I'm pretty sure they reinvented death's design like 3 separate times throughout the whole series. But that's the thing, even if the ideas don't work at times, or if they feel a little too cryptic, at least it was a new idea. It didn't work, but still. That's kind of why I've grown very fond of stuff like the later Friday the 13th movies or the first few Hellraisers. They love to outdo themselves with ideas that just get crazier and crazier as they go on, even to the point where it doesn't make a lick of sense. Like, sure, I can believe that Camp Crystal Lake is connected to the ocean that leads to New York City, or that there's a Cenobite out there that could literally kill you with CDs. But I can at least say that there's something new being thrown at the table. And that's how I feel about this series as a whole. It's not amazing, but they do have a lot of fun with the singular idea that they have. And they've spent years elaborating on it in different, very hit or miss ways. And I think it's gotten to the point where the series has achieved some sort of cult status. Like, a wee while ago I saw this Spanish film called My Final Destination, and it's surprisingly really great. Like, I'm kind of surprised that most of these deaths haven't happened in the main series yet, and it does keep up to the tradition of the series creating more and more new ideas for itself. I mean, the effects don't look the best, but it's a low-budget fan film. It really doesn't matter. It's like judging a home video for not using the same techniques as a Greta Gerwig movie, What does matter is that it's still a lot of fun, and I'll link it in the description if I can. And with that, I've kind of worn myself out from talking about all these, so I'm gonna go outside. Bye. Must have blanked out for a second there. Death. It's a passage of time that's coming for all of... Wait a minute. Oh, thank God. Okay, so it's going to take a little while for the next 3 Expressing My Thoughts episodes to come out, so I thought in the meantime I might as well do this silly thing and just to prepare for that. Jacksepticeye, if screaming took the form of a respectable human being who is surprisingly really good at making coffee. Markiplier, if the snobby nerd in your class ended up actually being funny. Nostalgia Critic, he's comfortable in his own lane even though it's one that he's not even allowed to leave. The odd one's out, like an old man retelling stories of his life to you with the energy of a sugar high. Game, film, food, and style theory. It was only too soon because you realize that you're never gonna lead a life as interesting as Matt Pat's. Brandon Rogers, a pro-choice Sacha Baron Cohen with the humor of an edgy 12-year-old. Vivziepop, Disney-level animation with the humor of an edgy 13-year-old. Scott the Woz, a sense of humor unlike anybody else to the point where people are starting to think he's an alien. Penguin Zero, this man might actually be an alien. Meat Canyon, the big guy who makes satires that are only horrifying because of how true they really are. Filthy Frank, I pity the people who don't know how good Joji's music really is. JonTron, if politics did a whole load of drugs. I hate everything. He doesn't. Your movie sucks. It doesn't. Biz. Rebel Taxi. Huh, I didn't know Tom Green reviewed cartoons. Ahoy, if Sunny V2 had actual visual appeal behind his videos and wasn't overtly melodramatic slop. Dolan Dark, just because you call your drama videos slop doesn't mean that they're still drama videos. Cat Icarus, if Monty Python's Flying Circus was an actual person. Vinesauce, a group of the most lovable idiots on the planet. Oni Plays, didn't the nasally sounding guy in the group make a pretty great cartoon at some point? Mr. Beast, the MC Hammer of YouTube, and his channel wouldn't be nearly as successful if he added an R to his channel name. LS Mark, if Rebel Taxi took himself seriously. The Needle Drop, the favorite fruit of the most obnoxious person you know. Nathaniel Bandy, the majority of his fanbase doesn't know or care how funny he really is. Simple Flips, if Adult Swim was an actual person. Diamond Bolt, one man's slow transformation into an Australian pyrocynical. Cinematech, my friend and I love this guy, go check him out in the description. Super Mario Logan, still a little salty that their most hated character ended up outliving everyone else in the entire cast because of that lawsuit. Never forgive Nintendo, never forgive. Then again, I still own a Nintendo DS and that's one of their best-selling handheld consoles, so... Don't look. Super Dent Bros, their videos still stand the test of time despite not uploading anything for nearly a decade. Renegades Media Group, a grown-up Beavis and Butthead if they actually had a brain. Dead Meats, the horror movie industry's life support. Steve Terryberry, give Metalocalypse another chance, you coward. Watch Mojo, they technically count as humans. Runaway Guys, the family feud of Let's Play channels. Charmex, an actually fun older brother who abandons you for 3 years and then came back like nothing happened. Video Game Donkey, the internet's smartest troll. Random Encounters, if Tally Hall ever got into gaming, this would be the exact type of music they would make. Chris Stuckman, so that Shelby Oaks horror movie is never coming out, is it? Captain Christian, a talented editor and essay writer who came into the scene way too late. H. Bomber Guy, our potential future president. Frederick Knudsen, a guy who would probably tie you to a chair just to ramble on for 2 hours, if he had the chance. Horror Skunks, brain rot with an actual personality and a true inspiration. Wendigoon, I'm just wondering how many lists this guy is on, his research is that extreme. Wilbert's Suit, the human version of bopping to a fun party jam before understanding what the lyrics really meant. Cynic Snacks, the YouTuber equivalent of my dad.
Pilot Red Sun, the most uncanny thing about this channel is hearing Michael's voice without the distortion. Treats for Beast. Fuck it, you're on your own there. Phantom Strider, one of the most wholesome OGs in the cartoon reviewing scene that had been dealt a shitty hand for way too long. Glad you're doing okay, man. Logan Paul, Adult Teletubbies. KSI, proof that England ruins everything. MK, took the phrase line delivery means everything as a challenge. Matt Rose, the UK's favorite comfort food. Jack Stauber, so many people who struggled to sleep at night had to learn the hard way that you should never watch any of his animations with the audio off. Marcus Shaw VA, name another video he did outside the Pixar Mom-Ass video. Todd in the Shadows, also known as just a silly little guy. Cinemassacre, the most depressing drop in quality that even Rolf himself can agree with. The Shuckmeister, the character he sims for the most, is himself. The Scenic Gamer, making nostalgia comfy again while worrying if he's going to break his TV from all the wet dirt he places it on. Viva Riveri, even people who aren't that big on JoJo can at least laugh along with how great and funny his writing is. Hot Dad, he made an entire 100-song synth-pop album just about TV shows that he likes. Do I even need to say anything else? Tooks and Fanny. If saying that this was produced by the same person who made I Saw the TV Glow doesn't convince you to watch this channel, then I don't really know what to say. SS Sniper Wolf, a glorified criminal who stalked a guy and leaked his house onto the internet that just so happened to be YouTube's biggest simp, and that alone still haunts my dreams. Tourette's Guy, the greatest fucking channel on YouTube. Faf9, the way he entertainingly paces everything makes you forget that almost every single one of his videos is as long as a dentist appointment. Dan the Diamond Minecart, the man that had the balls to call Mr. Beast's food empire a scam when nobody else wanted to. Hell yeah, man. Dorkly, visual tinnitus. Fred Figglehorn, actual tinnitus. Yo Mama, the videos that mix up the punchlines are a lot funnier than the videos themselves. Shifriless Productions respected his best friend enough to name the entire channel after him. Brad Taste in Music, comedy's biggest hypocrite. Electric Dragon 505. He called Where the Dead Go to Die messed up beyond belief, and yet he had literally no issue with a Netflix movie about twerking 12-year-olds. Razzle. Thank you in advance for ruining the way I look at a lollipop. David Firth, the internet's most talented weirdo. Shanfei Wolf, commonly comes with the label in case Tom the Shadows ends up doing something really bad in the future, break glass. Cactus Malpractice. He is just as nerdy about terrible music as I am. Syriac, when Salvador Dali finally discovered drugs. Saberspark, I am still waiting for him to review Anna and the Moods. Darman, the free space on the bingo card of horrible, horrible people. Bill Words, any day now. Don't hug me, I'm scared. Leave Joseph and Becky alone, they're not bringing the show back. Bye. On the 3rd of March 2025, we lost George Lowe to a few unknown health issues. And I lost the lead voice actor for one of my favorite Adult Swim shows, if not my favorite Adult Swim show, Space Ghost Coast to Coast.
My apologies. So what are you talking about?
A weapon that will blow his head off.
I don't have a weapon.
Well, that's very stupid. And you won't make it in television.
Mixing unscripted conversations with celebrities with a very surreal edge, there were no doubts on anything on planet Earth that Space Ghost Coast to Coast was unlike anything that aired on TV at the time. And it deserves to be remembered for years to come for many reasons that, quite honestly, shouldn't make any sense. Trust me, I know plenty of TV shows that are guilty of exactly that. Isn't that right, Spaced? Oh. Shit, I forgot that DVDs can't speak. It was the passion project of Mike Lazo, who thought it would be really funny to bring a 60s Hanna-Barbera property out of obscurity just so that he can make it into a talk show. And the show went over so well that it convinced Ted Turner to make more creator-driven shows. So yeah, Space Ghost Coast to Coast was essentially how Cartoon Network was born. And you have nothing but them to thank for giving us such high-class masterpieces such as this. Why is the world still here? I mean, it's no hidden secret at this point. You all already know how much I love this show to bits. I downloaded all of season 3 to watch during my holiday to England, And hell, the original premise for my upcoming animated movie, Learning with Hallie, was going to be a surreal talk show in a similar vein to Space Ghost. Until I realized that the Eric Andre show had already perfected Coast to Coast's original formula, and I just didn't want the competition. But what are my favorite episodes? What do I think are the funniest, most out there, and most downright insane episodes that this show can offer? Well, that's what I want to talk about today. I'm Bryce G.D. Tulloch, filmmaker, musician, artist, and voted most likely to get my ass kicked by the rock band Third Eye Blind, and these are my top 10 favorite episodes of Space Ghost Coast to Coast. Jeez. It was actually normal for this channel's standards. A little too normal. What am I supposed to do about that? I guess that'll do. It feels a little bit like an ill-fated voyage to describe why I love some of these episodes as much as I do, but sometimes I like to commemorate the show's ability to troll the audience, sometimes for absolutely no reason, like the extended cut of Fire Ant, or the 38-minute cut of Warren that's literally just the same episode playing 3 times. But Sherrick is the only episode that I can think of where its intentionally trolly nature actually serves a purpose, because this episode is a tribute to freestyle jazz artist Sonny Sherrick, who worked with Lazo a lot to make the series' music for the first 2 seasons. That's why the episode feels so long. The way out soloing through Fred Cracklin's interview, who's randomly played by the frontman of Sonic Youth for some reason, the under attack bumper, which goes on for 1.5 minutes, and the intro being a tad longer than usual, was all to showcase this awesome man's awesomely avant-garde works he did for the show before his untimely death in 1994. Some people call this mental hospital music. I call this the best panic attack I've ever had. So salutes to you, Sonny, all the way to the end.
And that's not really Fred Cracklin on the monitor. It's Thurston Moore from Sonic Youth.
Oh damn, they actually pointed it out. Cool. Look, I have to put my biases aside just a little bit because you all know how much I love Björk. She's my favorite music artist of all time. She made some of the most influential electronic music of the 90s, so I should at least try to avoid with not nerding out about Björk wearing her costume from the I Miss You music video. This was the point where the show completely abandoned its original premise and dived straight headfirst into blatant surrealism. Also, I think Tom York got the idea for the song Knives Out from being in this episode. Sorry I had to! I'm a pretty big Radiohead fan. I'm a Radiohead head, if you will. Okay, I'll come clean. The only reason I'm putting Knifing Around on this list is because it features 2 amazing musicians as the guest stars. Also, it's kind of relatable in a sense, since it discusses the trials and tribulations of making your own CDs, which is something that I can 100% stand by. Like this one I made. Most of it was just new wave songs anyways.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Don't.
Ever wondered what would happen if David Lynch ever directed a movie about AI? Just wanted you to remember that I said that.
Comes with a small fresco, $2.95.
Nothing for me, thanks. I'm on a seafood diet. When I see food, I hate Space Ghost.
Zorik and Malta are replaced with a robot that slowly starts to take over the whole show. Hence the title, $20.01. Wait, I see what you did there. Clever girl, Mike Lazo. I am a little disappointed how short Penn and Teller's appearances are here. That's probably why I don't want to put this higher on the list, but it is legitimately scary how well Mo manages to mimic Douglas Rain's deadpan vocal deliveries. The ending is appropriately trippy. And hey, I could think of worse ways to introduce kids to the world of Stanley Kubrick, so this is automatically a 10 out of 10 from me. I would have said 9,000 out of 10, but we still have 7 slots to go. Corny wordplay. Don't do it, kids.
Look at me. I'm a space baby. Yahoo!
Next up, we have the very final episode of the show, Live at the Fillmore. It's one out of the 2 episodes of Season 9 because, of course it is. It is also one of the weirdest episodes in the entire show. Like, seriously, it's like they knew the whole show was going to be canned, so they just made up whatever they wanted. It's great.
There's not enough of me punching you in the crotch.
Both of you? Has that been done before?
I don't know.
Probably, but it'll be fun.
In a way, it's kind of like a cultivation of everything the show's done up until that point. Hell, the whole plot here is that Space Ghost is completely out of money, so he tries to find a way to keep it going. There's even a little tiny callback to the first interview they did with Susan Powter. I wouldn't be surprised if George Lowe came up with the whole episode on the fly. It feels very him.
Racism is bad. A one-man show. I begin. St. Louis, 1872. A riverboat makes its way down the river towards, you know, it was on PBS.
Very solid way to end the show. Not just because Adult Swim was aware of its cancellation and they wanted to give it the best send-off it possibly can, but I think everybody canonically died at the end, so there's that.
Danger.
No. Blow past that one. Read this one instead.
2.
Oh, God!
I think I might have said this before, I'm not sure, but one thing to know about me is that I really like episodes that take place during a storm. You know, something like Stephen King's Storm of the Century miniseries, or the episode Storm of the Century from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Damn isn't technically about a storm, as a matter of fact the title doesn't come into play until the very end of the episode, but it stands well enough on its own. Zorak and Moltar being Charlton Heston fanboys is just the epitome of pleasure. Admittedly, I haven't seen that many Heston movies, but I did hear that one he did with Orson Welles is pretty good, so who knows, I might need to check some of those out.
Doesn't it get lonely?
I go to parties.
Oh, you go to parties?
In my head.
I don't know if that was improvised or not, but that has got to be the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life. One of the very final episodes to air on Cartoon Network before the show briefly moved over to Adult Swim, Kentucky Nightmare is one of the more interesting episodes for several reasons. It was one of the first in the whole show to heavily use motion blur. It was the first appearance of that weird shark thing who would later become one of the main leads in 12 Ounce Mouse, and it has ancient country star Willie Nelson.
Hey, how you doing, Tex?
Now that bear's a Yankee.
Well, him.
Nelson was probably one of Lazo's favorite people the show had interviewed because they bring him back a fair few times, and I could see why. His politeness and casual response to things is pretty much in character for the whole show, and the fact that that man is still alive just blows my mind. Oh yeah, by the way, pop quiz hotshot, how many studio albums does Willie Nelson have? Well, tune into number 4 to find out the answer.
The answer we're looking for, Willie, is Dr. Worm.
Who's Dr. Worm?
Nobody.
Oh, I see. Look, I'd be hit or miss if I didn't include this one. Yeah, Baffler Meal is the presumed backdoor pilot for Aqua Teen Hunger Force that was originally written back in 1999 but wasn't properly made into an episode until 2003, which at that point the characters featured there were nothing like their original counterparts. All except for Meatwad, because he was always perfect just the way he was. Glad that he made him a little less depressed. That was a good move on their part. Oh yeah, speaking of Aqua Teen, there was an opening skit on the Volume 2 DVD that explained why Space Ghost had to sell his show out to a random fast food company, with him refusing to pay for his food, but that was cut for some odd reason. Also, did you know that Willie Nelson currently has 102 studio albums? Just thought I'd bring that up. Oh yeah, speaking of shameless advertising, this video is sponsored by... Sorry, blacked out for a second. Anyways, next episode.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Zorak is an episode about Zorak. What gave it away? I honestly don't have much to say here. It's a really funny episode, and C. Martin Crocker sells the anger and embarrassment on display here. Even with that, if it was just the Here Is Your Life segment, it probably wouldn't be on the list, but what did sway me eventually is Space Ghost putting on an episode of his old 60s show, and it just so happens to be an episode called Zorak, playing in an episode called Zorak about Zorak. I'm starting to guess that Christopher Nolan really owns some royalties to Cartoon Network here, because that is hilarious.
Just how did you escape certain death when I blew up your planet?
I crouched.
Crouched?
Down low, behind a rock.
Huh.
Hey look, it's one of the highest rated episodes on IMDb. You know how I said that knifing around was the points in the series where the show started to lean very heavily into the non-sequiturs? Well, that was a lie. Banjo was the point of no return for the show, going from a few slightly unusual interviews to the downright craziest ideas you could ever put on a TV show. Hell, even when it tries to be a normal talk show, suddenly this giant lizard thing comes in and destroys the place. It is by no means the craziest episode of the whole show, but considering that this is only the 6th episode of season 1, I don't even know what to say. I gotta give it credit somehow for being this crazy this early.
Why are you doing this? I gave you life! What have I unleashed?
It's the episode that, without any doubts, defined the whole series, and for that, I have to put it near the top for that. Yes, I did say near. If I was talking about, like, the overall best episodes in the whole show, then yeah, Banjo would be at the top, no competition. But there's one episode that I have in mind that's a little better in my eyes.
It's Southern Smoke. What?
So, what could be better than arguably the most iconic episode in the whole entire show's history? Make it a joint effort, I suppose. President's Day Nightmare, you damn right it is technically not a coast-to-coast episode because it's more so a showcase of pilots that was featured as part of the What a Cartoon lineup, but I'm still counting it, not just because it was listed as an official episode, but I think this is what defined not just Coast to Coast, but Cartoon Network as a whole. Hell, 3 of the cartoons featured here ended up being some of the most popular on the channel, those being Johnny Bravo, Dexter's Laboratory, and my personal favorite, the Powderpuff Girls.
It's Powerpuff! No D!
Oh, sorry. Wait, hey! I love that the winner was chosen not just because they're a cartoon, but because Craig McCracken was willing to wear a swimsuit. Honestly, if I had it my way, the only reason I would give for this being at the top of the list for me is just by playing the whole thing. It's very 90s.
And conqueror of the dust mite planet, Brack.
All hail Brack!
Oh yeah, I almost forgot. This episode was the first appearance of Andy Murrow as Brack, a character that got so popular that he would eventually get his own show on Adult Swim in 2001. That's pretty cool. And that's how I'd sum up Space Ghost Coast to Coast as a whole. You could really tell that everyone, including the people behind the scenes, had a lot of fun making this. There was just so much creative freedom with everything going on, and it's a show that sadly doesn't get enough credit for being one of the first, actually not even one of the first, it was just the first, the one that started all on Cartoon Network. I mean, I've always preferred Cartoon Network over Nickelodeon for the exact reasons as to why I love this show so much, because they are willing to throw every new idea at the wall and see what sticks, even if it doesn't work half the time. And that is, to me, is how I see Space Ghost Coast to Coast. Thank you, George Lowe. God bless you, and everything you did for television. Bad dreams, sisters. You know, I probably should have put a Jay Dilla album here, as because he did a lot of work for Adult Swim as well, but I don't own any Jay Dilla, so this is awkward. Hello.
I probably shouldn't be this lenient towards how high of a placement I'm putting this at, but seeing that Bruce Campbell showed up for a post-credit stinger of an Evil Dead remake that was surprisingly really good was probably the best day of my life as a young horror fan. He never showed up in Evil Dead Rise, but hey, Ash vs. the Evil Dead was released in between those two, so maybe it was a teaser for that, I don't know. God, Walk Hard needs more love. It honestly makes me sad that not many people know about this movie. Like, seriously, if you haven't seen it yet, please do. It's absolutely hilarious. John C. Reilly is amazing in it, and considering that the mid-2000s was pretty much drowning in overtly serious Oscar bait biopics on popular musicians, it only felt fair that there was a movie out there that mercilessly made fun of them all. And this post-credit scene is a pretty good example of that, being this post-mortem look into some footage of the actual Dewey Cox, who is also played by John C. Reilly. I love how much of a dedication to a bit that is. This one was surprisingly pretty intense for an after-credit scene. It probably goes to show that I haven't seen the rest of Earth to Echo to know the context behind it, but rest assured that I would have shat myself if I saw this scene when I was younger.
Mr. Tambourine Man!
Probably should have expected that from it being a found footage movie. Yeah, the fun thing about this movie is that it's in the same camp as Chronicle and Project X as one of those rare found footage movies that's not horror. Wish I could say literally anything else interesting about it, but you know, what are you gonna do? Alright, I'm just gonna say this, these movies are terrible, but by God, Hank Azaria is probably the only actor in this entire thing who's actually giving 100%. I genuinely love that Gargamel and Azrael here are bitching and fighting like they're an old married couple. You know, maybe I just like post-credit scenes that only serve to troll the viewer for waiting in the theater for so long. And I will admit to saying that this is the only MCU post-credit scene post-Endgame that I actually kinda sorta like. Though maybe it's because I still have enough respect for the Deadpool series to even put it above some of the MCU's weaker plot-heavy post-credit scenes. But it's still good. All I have to say about Flo's after-credit scene is that the water looks gorgeous and that there's a pretty cool-looking whale in the background. Now let me know that I haven't seen this movie yet, so I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Hi, so I'm filming this like a couple of hours before the Oscars happen, and so I did see Flo in preparation for that, and honestly it's a really good movie. It's very breathtaking, very cute, it gives you such a lust for life, and I will say, that whale is cool. It always has, and it always will be. That is a cool whale. Love you, man. Just when after-credit scenes started to lose their magic, John Wick 4, which is apparently not the final film in the series. This doesn't mean that cinema is saved, okay? Just because there's a new John Wick movie coming out, it's sadly still Marvel's world, and that we're all still collectively living in it. Like, look at the box office for Brave New World. It has already made its money back. That company scares me sometimes. Shows us that they could still be pretty damn suspenseful and can leave you wanting more. Gratifyingly awesome, just like the whole series itself. Take your time, John Wick Chapter 5. We're all rooting for you. I don't know what's weirder, the fact that this post-credit scene was a contractual obligation, or that there's a scene in a movie about the making of The Room where Tommy Wiseau is talking to James Franco playing Tommy Wiseau. Still, I'm kind of glad they put this scene in there as a special little bonus, because if it was in the movie proper, it would have grinded the momentum of this movie to a complete halt. And that would be bullshit. It would not ruin momentum of movie. It will not. Oh, hi, Tommy. Bet you didn't know this movie had a post-credit scene. Apparently this was supposed to be an inside joke relating to Howard Jarvis's side job as a businessman, so that's pretty cool, I suppose. Okay, I have never seen or even heard of this movie, but by God, I want to know the story behind this Mantis guy. Kinda reminds me of that one episode of Poppy the Performer where he eats a frog and ends up getting the powers of a frog. God, that show was so weird. Considering that this was the last film in the series before Endgame came out, Ant-Man and the Wasp's post-credit stinger might be the most darkly comedic thing Disney has ever done. And I've seen Something Wicked This Way Comes. The eerie silence with the emergency signal going off in the background all while there's a giant ant playing on an electric drum set is both really funny and genuinely unsettling at the same time. Bottom line, I would really like to thank Disney for adding the giant tarantula from the ending of Enemy to the MCU. We all knew Jake Gyllenhaal would make it in somehow. I get that this scene is a sort of homage to the movie The Great Train Robbery from 1903, but what does this even mean for Frank Lucas? Especially since he pretty much tattled on the entire mob in order to clear his name, so is he just going back to shooting people afterwards? Still though, I really like how stylistic that last shot was. I know that I am majorly bending the rules just to include this, but that coda to the whole dance scene that happens during here was just so awesome and is such a perfect capper to Lynch's whole filmography. How could I not include it? Also, knowing Lynch, this was probably a studio mandate thing, so of course I'm gonna include on the list. Fight me. I know the title of my channel might have been a big fat dead giveaway, but when I was 15 years old, I used to be a huge fan of the X-Men series. Not enough to see any of them in cinemas, how the last two films at the time were both rated at 15, so there was no way in hell that I was going to be allowed to watch them, but from the ones that I did see, a bunch of films about adolescent teens with superpowers really spoke to me in a very bizarre way. And Days of Future Past, which was at the time my least favorite movie of the series, I was a very dumb kid at the time, was the first movie I had ever seen where there was an actual physical after-credit scene. At the time, I didn't even know that movies had a life after the credits, and that it could tease the next film that comes after it in a very abstractly vague way. This is awesome! And I absolutely hate it. Go back to George Costanza screaming at the audience.
Good night, everybody!
This scene's just really funny. Not just because of it being a book that Lockhart wrote while he was suffering from amnesia, but because I really want to see what a psych ward looks like in this universe. I mean, if Azkaban Prison can look like a giant evil box of Toblerones, then why shouldn't we see what happens when a wizard gets committed? I know I'm gonna come off as extremely biased here, but come on, it's Yoshi. Why wouldn't I put it at number 6 here? Brian Cox of the Irish band Dream, seriously, starts playing the song Things Can Only Get Better on the keyboard when Timmy comes in and unplugs the whole set. To this day, I don't know why they decided to go for such an obscure reference for the after-credit scene of Shaun the Sheep 2. But the gag itself is pretty funny, and I like that they play an instrumental version of the show's theme once it cuts to black. There's something about it that's a touch sentimental. I love how the post-credit scene here takes place immediately after the ending, as if it took Dark that long to realize what just transpired. Can't say I blame him though. It feels so weird that I'm talking about this movie twice in one video, and honestly, can you really blame me? This one pays tribute to the pointing meme. The pointing meme. Of course it's going to get the number 3 spot. Can you really blame me? It's such a weird way to end the movie. It's like an Adult Swim joke, and the way Mignon starts to flutter in the air at the end. Alright, before we start off this segment, I have to make things very clear. This movie is silly. Oh! Oh!
And I'm not saying this because this was like one of my childhood favorite movies, but I genuinely really love this movie. It doesn't take itself seriously at all, but that's kind of part of the charm for it. And that charm is carried over to the after credit scene where Ben Stiller sings the untouchable nostalgia classic Milkshake by Kellis. Side note about my personal experience with this song, I genuinely didn't know this movie was about Kellis's boob milk until fairly recently. It took me way too long to realize that there was no actual milkshake involved with that. Honestly, this gesture here should have been hint number 1.
You happy? Fatty make a funny?
Monsters, Inc. is my favorite Pixar film. Mike decides to put on a play, which I know was just a throwaway gag from earlier in the movie, but it just goes to show how committed he really was to the whole musical thing. Mike is the Andrew Lloyd Webber of the monster world. He even has one of those awkward, slow-tempo musical numbers like in Evita and Cats, and it was the basis for a one-off Waterloo Watermelon video. Granted that this scene does play during the credits in some versions of the film, which is why it's not on the list proper, but I would be hit or miss if I didn't even mention it at least once. Pete Docter and crew put way too much effort into something that most people were going to miss because it was placed in during the credits, and I gotta say, I admire the dedication. Good job. Alright, call me biased here because the Jackass series was pretty much born and bred to be a show that I would really, really like. But yeah, Jackass the movie has my favorite post-credit scene of all time. Not just because the idea of it is funny on its own with everyone thinking that they would still do these dangerous stunts up until their 70s. Not just because it's a pretty fun full circle moment considering how the movie opens, how it even uses the same music. Hell, I don't even think it's because I think the number 63 is funny, but because they all die in the most gruesome, over-the-top, and goriest ways possible. Except for Steve-O. This scene is just chaos to the highest margin, with it being shot like an action scene straight out of Saving Private Ryan. But because I have to give Tony Gardner credit here, there's some really amazing makeup work on display here. They really do look like old men, and it kinda adds to the surreal humor of it all. It is an utterly insane way to end the movie, and I absolutely adore it for it.
Yeah, dude.
So that brings us to the million-dollar question. Should post-credit scenes die? Well, I want them to be used more in moderation, but outside of that, no, not really. Post-credit scenes are sadly a dying art, not just because of its over-commercialized teases and movies that really didn't need them, but because nobody knows how to do them right anymore. If you want to do one nowadays, even if it doesn't or and will never tie into any franchise, at least have some fun with them instead of doing the exact same thing everyone else is doing. And that's what the best ones have in common. They're one-off gags, epilogues, punchlines to previously unfinished jokes. There is a correct way of doing them which most movies aren't taking advantage of, and that's the unexpectedness of them. I said that wrong. And that's the unexpectedness of them. So yeah, they should keep going if it means that we're gonna get a lot more ones that think outside the box with how they tie into the film's context. That leaves one question. Will there be an after credit scene to this video? No. Okay. I know it is not a wise decision to start off your video with a controversial statement. I learned this from a Ta in the Shadows video that you always have to, like, ease your audience into stuff before bringing out the heavy hitters, and I know I am going to get majorly shit-canned for this, but you know what? I probably deserve it. So let's just get this out of the way while it's new. I don't really care for Ariana Grande all that much.
Ariana!
Now, before you all come and kill me, that doesn't mean to say that I don't like her at all. I want to make that perfectly clear. She does have a decent vocal range, was probably the only good part of Don't Look Up, has cemented herself as pop's very own Renaissance woman. She's one of the few artists who are actually likable in real life. And she has made stuff that I do really love, but outside of that, I just can't get into most of her music at all. Most of it's just very boring to me. I went through her entire discography recently, and most of it just blended together. By the end, everything about her music, whether it be her production or the helium balloon she had on standby, started to give me a headache after a while. My New Year's resolution is to piss off every pop fan base on Earth, so Arianators, Barbs, I'm taking you all down. BTS Army, you're next. But she has done a few stuff recently that wasn't making Glinda the most punchable character in the history of cinema, and that was making her directorial debut with a full-on sci-fi short film for her new EP, simply called Brighter Days Ahead. Yeah, they better be, otherwise I have to add lying to your list of crimes. So, what is this about exactly? Well, it's about elder Rihanna signing up for a machine that allows you to relive the most cherished memories of your life. So it's a needlessly expensive way to showcase 4 music videos you made for the EP. Honestly, I can't be too cynical. The vignettes here are a lot of fun. They're all very grand in scope, and some of the concepts are a lot more out there than I expected for the artist whose biggest hit is called Bang Bang. Going from Ariana somehow sneaking her way into a Yorgos Lanthimos movie, to sentimental home videos, to a dystopian alien invasion, they all look pretty good and kinda makes the whole short film disguised as a set of music videos thing worth it. It isn't better than Under the Cherry Moon, but it's pretty damn close. As for the songs themselves, they're fine. They're not bad. The one song that I do genuinely love from here is Eternal Sunshine, but that was an already released single from a year-old album. Damn, this thing's already a year old? Jesus. Twilight Zone was also okay. Hamster was a little underwhelming. Just not a lot of them leave that much of an impact, but I wouldn't be surprised if one of them ends up being the song of the summer, which, knowing her fanbase, you don't know won't happen. Overall, I liked Brighter Days Ahead. It's a necessary sure, but I do like the ambition of it a lot, and kinda makes me hope that her next album will also have an accompanying movie alongside it. Kinda like K-12, but hopefully not shit. If you've made it this far, thank you all for watching. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're new here, if you want to see more from me, and if you excuse me, I'm going to have to prepare myself. Just when you think cinema couldn't get any greater. When we all seem to have reached the limits of our imagination by bringing dinosaurs back to life and blowing up a man-made planet destroyer with a giant floating pizza. I've got you one better. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to Gregg Araki.
I saw you, it was like deja vu.
Oh boy, you don't know how long I've been waiting to talk about this guy, but I'm also kind of nervous considering that, well, with every single one of his movies like tackling some very similar subjects, talking about Gregg Araki feels a little one-sided because I love the guy, but
I don't think he loves me back. It's kind of looking at one of those music album covers. On the one side of the coin, you get some of the most pristine, beautiful looking pieces of art that any human being could ever muster up. And on the other side, you get something like this.
Nobody wants to look at this.
Look, I've been waiting for months to get to this point, so I'll keep it short and sweet. Same rules as per usual, meaning no short films, but I am going to be making 2 exceptions for 2 of the feature films on this list. Consider them honorable mentions, if you will.
This is the rhythm of the...
I don't think I've ever done one of these before. If I have to be in the utmost of my honesty here, Free Bewildered People and Long Weekend of Despair aren't on the list. I don't know why, I just think it's a little unfair to put them near the bottom if I did, especially since they're both essentially student films. With that said, both of them are pretty good technical achievements in guerrillas filmmaking and discussing the topics of queer acceptance and the psychology of a 90s teen. The last 2 in which Araki himself would do a lot better in his later projects. So yeah, the only reason I'm giving these 2 an honorable mention is simply out of goodwill, even though the story could get a little clunky sometimes.
Did somebody say boom?
Here you go, the last place spot on this list. I am really not looking forward to talking about this one. I just want to come right out of the gate by saying that this was the most disappointed I've been in a film in a very long time. I mean, that can't be too hard to make, right? One of Gregg Araki's favorite things to do in any of his movies is hinting at the rapture, so why not make a movie where the world literally blows up? And yes, that is exactly the name of it. The movie literally wants to go out with a bang. And I can't really say that it's an entirely bad movie either. The acting's pretty good, the dialogue as always is pretty fun, and I usually love it when his movies go the extra mile with their weirdness, so why is it just the most nothing movie I've ever seen? And after a few minutes of thought, I think I figured out the answer. And maybe it's because Kaboom is literally just the Teenage Apocalypse trilogy again, except it's painted in college colors and has even less of a direction than last time. It feels very all over the place, and just when you think it's starting to go somewhere, the film stops without any sort of fanfare. And I want to see where a story like this would go. There are a lot of fun ideas here, and I don't think any of them are fleshed out as well because, again, we've done this already. On the nihilism side of things, I don't think there's anything left to explore. Which is why, this is an absolute tongue twister, which is why White Bird of the Blizzard felt like a completely different tone compared to his other films, and why people weren't all that welcoming towards it. Also, I know she's supposed to play this sort of cynical goth girl, but I'm sorry, Haley Bennett sounds bored throughout most of this. I don't know how she was able to be so deadpan that it makes her sound like she's sleepwalking for the whole thing. And she's not a bad actress at all. I've seen her in movies like Magnificent Seven, Hardcore Henry, and even that god-awful Borderlands movie, and she was perfectly fine. But here, she sounds like me first thing in the morning.
Could be because there's more to Lorelei than meets the eye.
What do you mean?
She's a witch.
What?
I can't really bring myself to say that Kaboom is a bad movie per se, but in the context of the rest of Gregg Araki's movies, it just feels like a massive step back. Like, come on, James Duval is only in this movie for like 5 minutes. Wasn't he the lead in one of your best movies? Give him some more stuff to do, like, come on!
Okay, Global! Fuck my ass!
Weirdly enough, I thought this was Araki's first feature film when I first saw it, but it's apparently his sophomore film, because there was another one that came out a year before it. Can you really blame me for that? Totally
fucked up.
Definitely has first feature film energy. A lot of it is very unfocused, going as far as for the majority of the movie to be filmed on a bunch of camcorders. Most of the movie looks like Dark's video diary, The End of Nowhere. Wait a minute. Yeah, this film marks the beginning of the Teenage Apocalypse trilogy, a series of films whose entire goal is to portray the consequences of teenage angst in the 90s. An admirable goal, to say the least, but spoiler alert, they would be done a lot better in the 2 other films in the series. But it still has hits! As a matter of fact, this was the first instance of Araki using shoegaze and post-punk music to morph a more dreamlike feel to his projects, preferably from bands like Slowdive and the Jesus and Mary Chain. And this was also the first big screen debut of James Duval, who would go on to be in most other Gregg Araki movies afterwards, and would even end up in films like Gone in 60 Seconds, Independence Day, and even played the role of Frank the Rabbit in Donnie freaking Darko. That's one hell of a resume. It's also apparently meant to be a found footage film. You might want to come back to me on that one, at least I can actually see the actors here.
I have no idea what to get her. Trisha is so hard to shop for.
The main problem I have with this movie is that it's paced very awkwardly. I know that this is supposed to be like an anthology film in a way, 15 short segments following several different people, but I feel like there's very little of a story to it. At least with the other Teenage Apocalypse films, there's at least a clear motivation even if they are paper thin. Here, it's just nothing. A very honest nothing, I can give it that, but at the same time, yeah, it's nothing. It follows several teens with different sexual preferences, going on several tangents for 70 minutes until one of them ends up dying for no reason, and that's about it. That's where the film ends. Actually, scratch that, it just stops. There's no closure, there's no actual epilogue, it just stops. So though I can admire how the film got made in the first place, according to Araki himself, the movie was made with virtually no crew, practically no budget, and had to make most of the movie guerrilla style because they weren't able to get any filming permits. I'm surprised there was even films at all, but hey, it did get Araki the job of directing a few episodes of that Jeffrey Dahmer series with a terrible name, so I guess anything is possible. It's kind of given me the confidence to direct my own movie. You know, ones that aren't weird abstract art house projects. Oh, okay, they can be weird art house films. You know, as a treat.
I'm cold out here, Daddy. I'm cold.
Okay, before we continue, a fun thing to mention about Araki as a director is that most of what he comes out with isn't immediately praised. They have a brief run in either a festival or a small release in theaters, receiving less than stellar reviews up to when it's out of theaters, and years later will be seen as a cult classic. A little redundant to explain considering what most of his movies is about, but I am interested into seeing if that trend ends up continuing once I Want Your Sex comes out. Almost every single one of his movies have gotten some form of reappraisal over the coming years. The White Bird and the Blizzard never did. Being his most recent movie at the time of this project, White Bird and a Blizzard didn't receive the warmest welcome when it first came out in 2014, and I can kind of see why, but at the same time, it's not nearly as bad as what people have been saying about it. It is visually interesting, and Woodley and Maloney do give off solid enough performances. I will admit that I'm a little behind in my article readings, mainly because it just depresses me the more I look at them, but I'm presuming that this was supposed to be Araki's take on the works of David Lynch, which would make sense since he has gone on record time and time again to say that his films were strongly inspired by the visual insanity of Twin Peaks. Hell, there's Laura Palmer herself, Cheryl Lee, as Chris Maloney's Rebound. She's only there for like the last 30 minutes of the film, and boy does she look like she doesn't want to be there. Honestly, I wouldn't be impressed too if I knew that I was hooking up with the imaginary detective from If. At the end of the day, I'm sorta half and half on this. While I do appreciate Araki for going in a somewhat new direction than what he usually does, it could have been so much more. The pieces are there to make a scary souffle of abstract nonsense, and I can see a really great movie being made out of that, but it just doesn't use the ingredients to its utmost advantage for no absolute reason. I'm not saying that we need another Mysterious Skin, I just come on, just give me something to work with here. Also, Cocktail Twins? Really? Are you really going to tease that this is going to be anything like the Teenage Apocalypse trilogy and immediately backpedal on it for the rest of the movie? At least Kaboom was honest with how much it takes from those movies, and you can't even deliver on that? Pathetic. In conclusion, White Bird and the Blizzard is a movie with really delicious looking cookies. I had a pretty difficult time choosing whether or not I preferred this over White Bird, but who am I kidding? This has one of John Waters' proteges, Mink Stoll, the casting director. Of course I'm gonna choose this one. Splendor is interesting, I guess. The most I could say about it is that it's kinda like if a Liquid Guadagnino movie was covered in LSD. But at the same time, there's only so many times I could talk about how 90s everything is, or that it's automatically a better bisexual movie than Challengers because it doesn't have rejected Smile cast member Zendaya in it. She was only 4 at the time. I have my limits, okay? What I will briefly talk about here, though, are the performances, because I gotta be honest, they are probably the most interesting part of the whole film. The premise for this whole movie is that a random girl doesn't know which man she wants to hook up with, so she decides to date the both of them. Typical shenanigans-y type of stuff. But the 3 leads here play them with such passion and sincerity that it makes the film's corny premise somehow believable. At least to an extent. It's kinda like Twilight in a way. And if Edward and Jacob were called Abel and Zed, okay, it would still suck, but at least Araki would be able to sue the books out of existence. And who knows, that might be the happy ending somehow. Also, who keeps giving Gregg Araki the free reign to direct the most kick-ass and awesome parties in film history? Is that why nobody ever comes to my parties, because this guy keeps stealing them? I wonder if those invitations went through. Even with that, I am very happy with how this turned out, Mr. Araki, and I give the film a solid 7 out of 10. Even though I might be seeing you in court very soon. Those are my party guests, Matt. Why do you have to do that to me like that? Doom Generation! Now we're getting into the really fun territory. If the other 2 movies in the Teenage Apocalypse trilogy represent the nuances of the 90s, this movie most definitely represents the anarchy. It's without a doubt Araki at his most nihilistic, but at the same time, he has so much fun with how creatively dark this film can get sometimes. With moments I find to be really comfy, like the designs of some of the locations, like this weird dinosaur drive-thru and this red room that kinda looks like it's straight out of a one-car Y flick, to the hilariously over-the-top stuff like the cashier's death at the beginning, to some moments that are just plain unpleasant to watch, like the surreal epileptic Nazi finale, and coincidental dead dog. Not mine, though. My one has a lot of purpose. How long should this bit go on for? Outside of those 2 scenes that I want to excavate from my mind as soon as possible, it is still a really enjoyable movie, but it's probably the one in the Teenage Apocalypse trilogy that I have the least interesting stuff to say about. The tone of these movies kind of remind me of Douglas Copeland, who I'm definitely not a big fan of. This all cost me a nickel. The Living End is Araki's first proper feature film, and I know that this is going to sound strange considering where this is ranked, but this is practically my dream movie. Comfy beach-like aesthetic, casual conversations, surreal deaths, and even relatability with the realization that you screwed up on something and all you type into the script is fuck, 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 fuck! Even from the beginning, Araki knew the key to my heart. You almost make it too easy, man. I would go on, but let's face it, if you want to truly impress me, make a movie where a stoned Anna Faris is trying to get rid of a copy of the Communist Manifesto.
But I'm gonna get you high today. Cause it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got shit to do.
It's spring again. Everybody knows it's spring again. Oh, God, the recording. I've never really considered myself as a huge Anna Faris fan. Like, she can be funny, but she always seems to choose scripts that completely waste her in some way. But this isn't just any other Anna Faris movie. No, this is Smiley Face. One of the funniest stoner comedies to come out in the last 3 decades. Honestly, if you ask me what the Mount Rushmore of stoner comedies are, I would say Friday, Dazed and Confused, Smiley Face, and just anything could fill up that 4th slot, honestly. The whole thing is utter chaos. The editing, the acting, the camera work, that Beavis and Butthead looking intro. It's like if the only way to make a proper stoner comedy is if everyone on set was stoned. It's so packed with energy and it's just so fun and weird and entertaining and whatnot that it just makes you wanna... I swear, I always seem to get a contact high every time I watch this movie from beginning to end. 1 second is fairly normal, at least for this movie standards, and then as soon as you blink, she's running from the police trying to hide a copy of the Communist Manifesto that she blindly purchased online. This was the kind of off the rails I was really hoping from Araki. Like, I know this didn't get the best reception when it first came out because it was just so different from his other works, but this was before Kaboom, where his films sort of became a parody of themselves, so I could give it a little bit of wiggle room. I honestly wouldn't mind if I saw more screwball comedies like this from him if it meant that they were just as or even more surreal than Smiley Face was. Overall, I like this movie and I highly recommend it. That was the most boring thing I have ever said. When you agreed, giant wiggly tree. Yeah. I would have figured. Oh no! I'm late! It's okay, I'll wait. Go! Please?
Aliens.
Mysterious Skin is a movie. Mysterious Skin is a movie that kind of intimidated me for the longest time. Not just because it's seen as Araki's best movie by far, but also his most controversial, tackling the topics of homophobia, mental health, and sexual abuse of all ages. And trust me, this is kind of like the Gummo situation in my Harmony Korine ranking, where the end of it just left me sad and stressed and debating on if I should continue with the ranking because it tackles stuff that I don't want to get into because it would grind the video's pacing to a rough standstill. But hey, I'll try and explain my views on it as best as I can without spoiling too much, alright? The film is primarily about trauma and the longevity of how it affects people's lives. And the way everything is handled here strips that whole "it's just a movie" shield completely bare. None of it is sugar-coated. None of it is dumbed down for a more mainstream audience. The film itself was so explicit with how it tackles everything that it garnered itself an NC-17 rating. The same rating as Man Bites Dog, Female Trouble, Santa Sangre, and David Cronenberg's Crash. It is a violently honest movie in every sense of the word, with how a single traumatic experience could ruin your entire life, especially when something as harmless as a silly little crush can be easily exploited by the worst possible people. That coach is going to haunt my dreams until the day I die. Oh yeah, Michelle Trachtenberg is also in this. You know, just in case I wasn't depressed enough. Girl was only 39. That is way too young of an age to go. Rest in peace, Penny. Rest in peace. I will say, though, that this movie tackles that sort of extreme childhood trauma really, really well. Like, it's really disturbing, don't get me wrong, but it's tackled with a sense of careful respect, and everyone delivers it in a brutally real manner. On a much lighter note, though, Brian is played by Brady Corbett. If you're wondering why that name sounds so familiar, he would go on to direct the 2024 cinematic The Brutalist, a masturbatory 3.5-hour movie about stereotypical architecture and the second most controversial Best Picture nominee of the 2025 Oscars outside of Emilia Perez. So does this mean that Mysterious Skin is now hilarious in hindsight? No. Well, you know what? Enough's enough. I think it's time for me to shoot myself.
Addicts are like children. Sometimes they need tough love.
Nowhere is the most uncomfortable comfort movie I have ever seen. I was kind of skeptical at first if I was going to like this, considering how universally loved it is, but nah, they were right, man. If you ask me, this is without a doubt the Gregg Araki film. themes of bisexuality, warped locations, a dark, downright surreal sense of humor, all packaged with this dry wit of several characters on the verge of nihilism written and shot in a way that only Araki would be able to do.
Do you believe in God?
I don't believe in anything.
I mean, sure, at times it does come off as if the movie itself is lecturing the audience on current social issues, but it's done in a way that's very otherworldly and almost satirical in a sense. In a way, it goes to show how destructive the 90s really was. Similar to the 80s, the 90s are often romanticized as this perfect utopia where anything could happen. And those who think that way accuse the modern generation for being bratty, self-absorbed, and trigger-happy, which, I mean, they're not wrong, we all keep giving these people a career for crying out loud. But nowhere perfectly drives home the point that we all just equally suck, just in different ways. So it's only fitting that next to nobody in this movie gets a happy ending. Even Egg. Poor girl didn't deserve half the shit she got for most of this. Oh, there's also an alien in this movie that goes around abducting people. He seems cool. And just like many movies that take a slice out of life, there is some overarching goal that stitches everybody's paper thin plots together. They all want to go to a party hosted by a guy named Juji Fruit. And honestly, I can see why. It's a pretty bitchin' party. A lot of neon lights everywhere, it looks less like a house and more like a hall of mirrors you would find at Carnival, a whole load of drugs. This looks awesome, I wouldn't mind tagging along. Also, a bit of a side note, even after watching this movie several times at this point, I always seem to forget that most of the people who starred here went on to or already had prosperous careers. James Duval, Rachel True, Chiara Mastroianni, Christina Applegate, John Ritter, Denise Richards, Scott Caan, Gibby Haynes, John Anos III, Tracy Lords, Rose McGowan, Shannon Doherty, Beverly D'Angelo. These are some surprisingly big names for a movie that looks like it was filmed over a weekend. Hell, even that freaky raptor girl Alyssa is played by Jordan Dunn, the girl that played one of the people pestering Laura Dern in Inland Empire. Kind of fitting that an actress of my current director ranking also just so happens to be in the movie of my next director ranking. Spoiler alert, I'm covering David Lynch next. But hey, you should always keep a close eye on things when it comes to Gregg Araki. The guy is a nutter in the best possible way. He was way ahead of the curve with all the subjects he tackles, and always does it in a way that feels cozy on the surface, but starts to get a little more uncanny as it goes on. He's kinda like the John Waters of the 90s, but scary. And in a time where the most recent Waters movie was Serial Mom, we really needed someone out there to bring the weird back into the limelight. I mean, when you come to think about it, with films as bonkers as these, what more do you really want?
I'm out of here.
On a second thought, let's not go with the 90s. It is a scary place.
No, I'm still here. No, it's not that. It's just, there's no cars in sight, but I just can't bring myself to break the law. I'm sorry. You know, one day I'll have a vinyl that actually fits the topic of the video I'm covering. Anyways, welcome back to Expressing My Thoughts, the show where I take a look at the weirdest pieces of media out there and give my general opinion on them. Now, everyone has their harmless secret about anything on planet Earth, unless you're from DeviantArt, in that case, stay the hell away from me. But I'm willing to share one. Besides that too. Besides that as well. No, the big secret I have is that I only started expressing my thoughts simply because I wanted to talk about Kuzo.
Your God is from the underground, so when you pray, you cannot fuck around.
The 2017 surrealist body horror comedy directed by the Prince of Abstract Hip-Hop himself, Stephen Bingley Ellison, aka Steve, aka Flying Lotus. Though in this case, I'll just call him Flylo. The man is a genius, plain and simple. not just by peeking his head into the mainstream in the smartest possible ways, and making some of the best hip-hop of the past 2 decades with albums like Cosmogramma, Flamagra, and 1983, but because he's just a really cool guy with weird and gross ideas that he simply wants to share to the world. And Kuzo is one of those freaky ideas.
Okay, yeah, bye, see you later, see ya.
Now, you can attempt to resuscitate the child, or alternatively, drink this jug of spit, generously donated by the local Farmers Association.
The best way you could explain Kuzo to someone is that it acts kinda like an artsy circus, a gathering of some of the freakiest people in the film industry Philo was able to find, and have them do the strangest and grossest scenes that have ever been done in a single film that isn't a Terrifier movie. Jimmy Screamer Claus, Tim Heidecker, Cool 3D World, David Firth, Aphex Twin, Hannibal Buress, Kamaseal Washington, experimental jazz rap artist Bus Driver in one of my favorite opening scenes to any movie ever. He even managed to get Funkadelic legend George Clinton to play the Weird Doctor, the man who worked with Prince, Sly Stone, and James Goddamn Brown. And speaking of Brown, this movie sure has a lot of it. I'm not inviting you to take that the wrong way, it's just, I'm saying that there's a lot of toilet humor in this. And you know what? Fair due on him! If you are going to include toilet humor in your body horror comedy following several earthquake survivors, you might as well go all the damn way with it. And boy does it go all the way. Like, it doesn't shy away in the slightest. I gotta bring up that doctor scene again. If you had a patient getting resurrected by a demon slug crawling out of George Clinton's ass on your Sundance bingo card, then congratulations. I do not want to know what's on the rest of your bingo card. The film's told in 4 different sections that occasionally interweave into each other, which I always like to see in these weird anthology stories like Trick or Treat or Kinds of Kindness. Seeing one person from one segment interacting with one from another makes the whole movie feel a lot bigger than what the premise originally entailed. I do have my issues with it, of course. Like, it does drag a little bit near the middle, especially with the boiled cheek boys on shenanigans, and the film can be a little too mean-spirited at parts. But would I go as far as to say that it's a modern classic? Hell yeah, let's do it. But I probably wouldn't put it up there with something like Babylon. It's probably on the same level as that Sparks musical with Howard Wolowitz as a music conductor.
Her warmth, her voice, Miss M, excuse me.
Why yes, this is the same guy who worked with Harmony Korine. What gave it away? As you could probably already tell by the title, we're gonna go over every movie Philo was involved with, or at least the ones that he directed. I'm not gonna go over any of the movies that he starred in, like Game Over Man and Clapping for the Wrong Reasons, because let's face it, you probably already guessed why. Besides all that. So let's go from a movie that he had 100% control of to a movie where he arguably still had 100% creative control over. VHS. I love this series. I don't think it loves me back though. This whole series is kind of like a passage of right for any up-and-coming horror director. That being that you've completely made it when you're chosen to make a segment for it. And believe me, there are a ton of recognizable names here. Adam Wingard, Ty West, Kate Siegel and Mike Flanagan, Radio Silence, Jason Eisner, Eduardo Sanchez of the friggin' Blair Witch Project. Okay, that last one is arguably more work to get. Hell, even Justin Long made a segment for the series. Justin Long. From Galaxy Quest to Demon Dogs. If those were the taxes I had to pay, I would pay them every day. I'm a freeloader! Most of these are also known for having some really out there and weird shorts, and 99, my personal third favorite of the entire series, does exactly that by bringing in Philo to make easily the strangest segment in the whole series, Ozzy's Dungeon.
Who hasn't seen that movie?
Oh, me, I haven't. Okay, first of all, I just need to praise how much they nailed the old Nickelodeon game show aesthetic here, having a sort of Legends of the Hidden Temple vibe coming off from it, but I always thought it was more reminiscent of Guts. Like, literal Guts, they're crawling through colons and everything. Actually, now that I think of it, this segment is going surprisingly very smoothly. I mean, There are strands of Flylo's signature dark comedy sprinkled here and there, but so far it's pretty normal. A little too normal. Actually, it doesn't feel right. Like, this is extremely out of character for VHS. Like, around this point where, like, they're going through this big obstacle course, there's bound to be something wrong happening eventually. Oh god.
Don't get that. There you go. You're out. Keep going.
Oh dear. They split the leg in half. That's a little gross. Well, at least they're not doing a close-up of the leg. Oh my god. They did it. They did it. Goddamn. That's just... I think I'm gonna be sick. Wait. Is it over? Oh, wait, they're reversing it. Okay. After that, it almost turns into a completely different movie. It's like how the old saying goes, you either die a Legends of the Hidden Temple, or you live long enough to see yourself become Manhunt 2. Since then, the host gets kidnapped and dragged to this dirty-looking basement by a crazed showbiz mom named Deborah, who tortures the host into telling her where Ozzy is so they could finally get their ticket out of there. Still not sure how she was able to trap him in that cage in the basement without any outside force knowing, but anyway, the Sunday, she is pissed, forcing him to go for a shitty replica of the game show that permanently crippled her goth queen daughter. I was gonna ask Pan Pizza what he thinks of this, but I keep forgetting that he had blocked my number. This segment is just plain grimy, both the locations and the people who inhabit them. It's not nearly as gross looking as Kuzo, but if it was between living in any of that movie's locations or this disgusting looking basement, I'd still pick the basement, but that's not the point. They all drive to the show's old location while listening to what I thought was an instrumental version of Kuzo's opening, but apparently isn't. And they're all eventually led to Ozzy, where they can finally make Donna's wish come true, and I think that's where I'll stop. You can see how it ends for yourself, because by God, I don't have my limits, but even I can't describe how crazy this gets. Ozzy's dungeon is without a doubt my favorite segment in the whole film, and that is up against some steep competition. It's a terrifyingly bonkers portrayal of how life-destroying being a child actor really is, that doubles as a loving homage to 90s kids game shows, all topped off with Flylo's signature quirks as a filmmaker. Would I say that this is my favorite VHS segment of all time, though? Probably. It definitely showed that Flylo ain't going away from filmmaking anytime soon, and the performances there are absolutely brilliant. Like, seriously, between Sonia Eddy and Toni Collette from Hereditary, I'm starting to think that the Oscars just really hate horror movies for some reason. I don't even think any of them saw Silence of the Lambs or The Substance, and they just nominated them by accident.
You showbiz LA motherfuckers make my goddamn pussy!
You know, on a second thought, let's just grab these just in case. At the time of me making this video, the third and final movie we're going to be talking about today is the one that came out fairly recently at the South by South Film Festival, 2025's Ash. I will give it this. At least it feels like an actual movie. A woman wakes up in outer space and finds out that all of her friends have been viciously killed by some unknown force, which causes a bunch of bizarre events to happen in true Flying Lotus fashion. And yeah, I will say this, it is just as trippy as Kuzo, how at least Flylo himself actually has something important to do here than just... Here comes the police. A lot of ideas are pretty interesting and does continue Flylo's winning streak at being just plain trippy. Like, which movie is the trippiest? Don't ask me, I'm just the coffee girl. Though the biggest problem I have with the movie, and it's probably gonna bite me in the ass in the long run, but I just don't think it's that memorable per se. At least with Kuzo, I'm never going to forget that chaotic opening, the pus cheek boy, David Firth's creepy lizard animation, Hannibal being Hannibal, a surreal soundtrack that includes Aphex Twin, Kamaseal Washington, and the composer of cyberpunk Edge Runners, and Tim Heidecker himself pulling a Ghoulies and popping his head out of the toilet like it's just no big deal at all.
I don't even think it's a bad movie at all. As a matter of fact, it'll probably end up cracking the top 5 best films of this year. Not just because of how much of a boundary pusher it is in terms of modern sci-fi, but because it has been a really boring year. There's only been like 3 good films this year, man. It's just compared to how strong and chaotic of a debut Kuzo was, this feels like a sophomore slump in comparison. Yeah, watch out everybody, Rama is drunk as shit again. Philo has the making of a true Renaissance man of cinema. Figuratively speaking, he's kind of already made it. Starting off with making a few surreal hip-hop for a few bumpers on Adult Swim, and going on to work with other surreal pioneers. Hell, I almost completely failed to mention that David Lynch was on one of his albums. How amazing is that?
Just then, a man appeared running frantically in the street. The man yelling, "Fire is coming! Fire is coming!"
That is going to be my ringtone until the day I die. Again, sorry if this project was a lot shorter than usual. I just wanted to show off something fun to the 85% of you that probably wouldn't check it out in the wild unless some weirdo like me on YouTube started reviewing them. Okay, I got my running shoes on. Let's see if I die. Welcome back to Expressing My Thoughts, the show where I take a look at the weirdest pieces of media out there, and Panty and Stocking and Garter Belt is one of my favorite shows of all time. No, I do not have any shame in saying that. Being a cult favorite among many, Pasig, as I'm going to be calling it for short, was released back in 2010 by Hiroyuki Imashi of Studio Gainax. And boy can you tell. Now to give you a heads up, I've not seen that many Gainax shows. In fact, outside of this show, Evangelion and Fooly Cooly were the only ones that I've seen from beginning to end. But Pasig is different in a way that I'm not entirely comfortable with talking about because the show has no filter. Like, at all. You know how a lot of animation fans like to complain about Has-Been Hotel and how it always likes to supplement swearing and sex jokes for actual humor? Well, this show would probably give those people severe cardiac arrest. This show is kind of like the works of John Waters. It just doesn't care. It's raunchy, it's gross, it's surreal, it's experimental, emphasis on the mental. It does a South Park parody at one point. This show is unapologetically... Not to mention it's also really creative too, like with the Anarchy Sisters' weapons. Actually, let's make this a little easier to explain. You know this? Well, you know how they do this? That is how they fight demons in this show. Pasig is without a doubt a very weird and out there show. Perhaps a little too out there. The show ran for only 25 episodes with potentially more on the way, ? And for the most part, you can definitely see why. The madness just sorta hits the roof after a couple of episodes.
Okay, Judge, we're gonna need a new lawyer. This one is done.
Objection!
The series' pacing is also really bizarre. Its script is very drawn together-like, and yet it's paced like Super Jail or the Powerpuff Girls. The show is so fast its blood type might as well be cocaine. It also doesn't really have a story per se. Like, there is a premise to banished angels hunting down demons under the command of their supervisor, but 75% of the time it's just the sisters hanging out, often in very bizarre environments. So, this is where you insert the "that's what she said" joke. Oh hey, it's my background! I'm not joking, this still is literally my iPad's background. Again,
No shame. Also, speaking of Rebel Taxi, I just discovered that he did a review of it like a decade ago, and what I love the most about it is that he called Fooly Cooley the name of Rudy Tooty Ass'n Booty, which sounds exactly like what Panty and Stalking would call it if they ever cared about film reviews. I know that there's a lot to criticize here, like the over-reliance on sex jokes and the almost non-existent story, but then again, the chaotic creativity on display here puts all of Vivzy Pop's shows to shame, so I was perfectly fine with them being this excessive. Also, I don't care. It's really comforting to know that Pasek is coming back for more after a 14.5-year-long hiatus, not just because it's a really fun comfort show to put on and laugh along with how absurd everything gets, but it's pretty much the last of its kind. There aren't really that many shows anymore that want to do anything this insane and experimental. The last one I can remember was possibly Atlanta? That show had a ton of off-the-wall experimentation. Like, there's a scene in that show where a kid forces a bunch of naked bagheads to dance along to D4L's Laffy Taffy, and almost immediately I was reminded of this show's insane finale of the big bag getting heel stomped by a live-action mail-order bride. Thank you so much for watching, and I promise that the next Expressing My Thoughts episode will be much longer. Because next time, we're going to be covering... Wait, hang on, why does the green guy look so familiar? Can't be the only one who noticed this, right? It was all just a bad dream. Wait. No, it wasn't. Because I'm still here. Welcome back to Expressing My Thoughts, the show where I take a look at the weirdest pieces of media out there and give my general opinion on them. So, I was on a trip recently, and it was very terrible, thank you for asking, but considering that I was going to stay in, like, a very small room with not much to do, I did bring a few movies with me to ease the pain a little bit. I watched Death of a Unicorn for the first time, nothing like seeing Princess Celestia disemboweling people to start your morning. I watched Werner Herzog's delightful little riot movie, Even Dwarves Start Small. I watched Bob Ross's The Joys of Painting. Betting Barn. But then there was one film that I saw that stood out from the rest. One where I'm still not 100% sure on what to think of it. One film that could be described as anything: an autistic horror, a fever dream, AI slop, a screen-recorded first-person shooter game. You could say anything about this movie, and neither of those descriptions would be wrong. Everyone, I give you what is single-handedly the dumbest movie I have ever seen in my life: Baby Invasion.
What the hell was that?
Widely released in April of 2025 and created by experimental Californian film director and also my icon, Harmony Korine, Baby Invasion is... well, there's no easy way to say it. It's brain rot. The whole movie is the literal textbook origin definition of brain rot. And normally I wouldn't say it's Korine's fault, but considering that the studio who made this is also owned by him, I would say that it is, but it would just make me come off as a hypocrite considering my sense of humor. I don't know, all I could say is, this movie has defeated me. When it comes to weird cinema, I don't think we're ever going to top this. The bar has been cleared so thoroughly that it's now being used as a coaster, and it would probably be enough to end Expressing My Thoughts on its own. But you know that's never going to happen. Even with a movie as rotten as this, though, I will have to give credit where credit is due. It would feel wrong of me if I didn't at least list some itty-bitty things that I actually liked about it. First of all, I really like the music. It was done by EDM musician William Bevan, also known as Burial, and call me a sucker for this type of dance music. I live in the UK, and from what I remember, they used to play this type of music a lot on the radio. Only real ones remember Hallucinogen. But I like these sort of trippy, blaring beats a lot, giving the film an even more surreal feeling than it already had. Let me be honest, it's hard not to bop your head to this movie. want to live in this movie so badly. Again, it's probably because California is one of my dream locations to visit, and Kareen is from California, but look at these damn villas, the trees, that dirty looking road, and that sun is straight up okay.
I like that it uses a fisheye lens. Like, any movie that uses a fisheye lens in general just makes me happy.
And lastly, but certainly not leasty, there's the case of how it uses AI.
Now, I've gone on time and time again about how much I don't like the usage of AI in the business side of things, as with everyone else on the planet. Entirely using it as a replacement for actual hardworking artists who create art for a living, sacrificing the work's integrity in the process. Understandably, no one likes it. As a matter of fact, a collective of music artists over here, including Kate Bush, Damon Albarn, Jamiroquai, Tori Amos, and plenty more, made a completely silent 12-track album advocating against the UK's plans to legalize it. Strictly because the business practices that use it are often soulless, shady, or in worst cases, downright dangerous. But I say this again, Kareen doesn't care. He wears that as a badge of honor. I can't believe I'm saying this, but it's honestly kind of admirable in a way. Kareen is a smart guy, and he always loves to do random stuff like that with a purpose, and he did express his disappointment with the film industry, with people shying away from it, because of how creatively bankrupt everything nowadays is, and this was his own weird way of winning everyone back. And honestly, the way Kareen uses it is so harmless and, dare I say, shitposty that it doesn't really matter. It's not being used for pushing any artistic statement like on The Brutalist, or fixing any rough sketches like on Late Night with the Devil. This is purely being used, literally, for shits and giggles. Actually, the main big problem I have with it is that it gets really boring after a while. And if I'm getting bored from visuals as weird as this, then it has impressively failed. And let me tell you, I'm not against single set-piece movies at all. As a matter of fact, there's a lot of them that are really, really good. Assault on Precinct 13 and Big Trouble in Little China are essentially two big fight scenes that drag out for 90 minutes. Buried takes place entirely in a wooden casket and is absolutely terrifying. And Hardcore Henry was also shot and paced like a video game similar to Baby Invasion, and that movie was awesome. So how Kareen wasn't able to make this work, even with a lot of smart decisions at hand, is beyond me. Chances are that a few years from now, people are going to call this groundbreaking or ahead of its time, and knowing Kareen's back catalog of really divisive films, I could see that. But right now, I'm just going to say this with no irony whatsoever. Baby Invasion is the Actually, no, I'm not even going to say that. You can't make me. And what makes it even worse is that this is apparently the base layer of a much bigger film, since there's supposed to be 4 other ones hidden within it! No! I'm not going to review them! I don't care! This thing came out just as I was finishing up with the Harmony Kareen ranking. I had to wait yet another mountain of months in order to see it. Edgelord put what is effectively a multi-layered shitpost under a paywall, and it's not even that good. I'm not doing it.
You know what? Fuck this. I'm done.
August 1969. It was a month or so away from the release of the Beatles' generation-defying masterpiece Abbey Road. The mixes and production were just about finished, and all they needed now was a cover, so at 8:30 in the morning, John, Paul, George, and Ringo got their little Sausage Festival band together with a photography team, and decided to have the genius idea of walking across the street. Something I do for maybe 5 minutes until I say,
"Oh shit, there's a car!"
And let's just say, the shoot didn't go as planned. Alright, here's the first outtake of the bunch, and Jesus Christ, either Paul was really tired that morning, or he got way too infatuated with Ringo's ass. Careful now, some sites really like that sort of thing. And then there's John Lennon, who looks like a recently baptized Sadako from The Ring, and George isn't even walking, he's just casually waiting around for his other bandmates to get a move on. Where's the Roy Orbison supergroup when you need him? On to the next one, and it looks like George transitioned into Keanu Reeves, and John has his hands in his pocket for some odd reason. Perhaps this is how that whole attitude got started. Also, there's a bus in the distance, but I don't know, maybe it's going the other way, so it doesn't matter.
Paul is still staring at Ringo's badonkadonk, so that hasn't changed much. Next one's looking a little better. Paul is no longer looking at Ringo's ass. It's looking more identical to the finished cover, but oh dear. George might have been flattered by Paul's bum watching so much that he decided to return the favor. Paul, please put your shoes back on. You're scaring the hippies. Oh, watch out, Ringo. There's a bus coming towards you. Yeah, this might be the worst one. Not just because of Georgie Harry hey stance here, looking like a gangly sausage penguin, but because it's giving cryptozoologists more proof on that weird Paul is dead theory, those freaks. No, not this one either. This just looks terrible. All of it just looks so uncanny. George clearly getting a little too footsie with Paul, like Jesus Christ, man, I guess the late 60s, but still, that's a little too close for comfort. John now looks like he has a hernia, and Ringo became Bigfoot. Maybe he knew about Jesse Eisenberg all along. And then there's this one, which... Actually, hold on. That one's actually pretty good. Better than good. That one's really amazing. It's the right amount of color. Everyone's in step with each other. Paul's a little out of step, but who knows, maybe a few people will think it's clever in a few years. Yeah, this looks great. They should definitely use that for their next studio album. And they took my advice. Welcome back to Expressing My Thoughts, the show where I take a look at the weirdest pieces of media out there and give my general opinion on them. As a species, we are very, very impatient. There are some people in the world who don't like to wait for things to be resolved, only for things to be answered for them immediately. A mindset that still hurts the world to this very day. Probably not the greatest opening statement to a project like this, but I ended up making 90% of it without internet, so who cares? With that in mind, though, how the hell did we put up with this guy for so long?
Mr. Blobby seems to have attracted the attention of someone very important.
This is Mr. Blobby. And he kinda haunts my dreams. This giant, violent cartoon character that speaks exclusively in distorted Pokemon noises, with each segment he's in surprisingly not ending with him beating the shit out of anyone nearby. And we celebrated it. Everyone in the UK somehow celebrated it. This ended up being the UK's biggest mascot for a while, getting free direct-to-video compilations, his own video game, a theme park, and an entire studio album dedicated to him, with one of the songs on it going to #1 on the Christmas charts. You thought George Michael and the sausage roll guy being at #1 constantly was really annoying? First of all, how dare you? And second of all, you've definitely got it better than people in 1993 because they volunteered this infectious ballsack for the #1 spot. That is utterly terrifying. Honestly, for the sake of my sanity, I'm just hoping that the album sounds like this. Much to my disappointment, no, it actually sounds like this. So I'm here to ask, why? What were we all on in the 90s to celebrate something that I, as well as many kids in the UK past the 90s, would constantly live in fear of, and why we're all thankfully ashamed to ever bring him up in conversation again? Hell, Jeremy Clarkson wouldn't even comment about him, and he's made a comment about pretty much anything. Wait a minute. Oh god, Jeremy, no! So why Mr. Blobby? Why, out of every character that we in the UK have adopted as our own, did he end up getting the crazy following? How did he get so popular to begin with? And how did we all understandably agree as a nation to leave him in the 90s where he belonged? So join me on this weird as hell journey as we go through the rise and fall of Britain's biggest shit stain. You know, the bastard might as well be named Blobby, because he reminds me of another purple blob that consumed everything it touched and didn't leave any bones. That's right, Noel Edmonds. The purple suit might have been a dead giveaway. The patient zero for all this came from the oddball variety show Noel's House Party, Season 2, Episode 1, on the 23rd of October, 1992.
I am very sorry for anyone who was born on that day. The episode mostly ran as normal, that is as normal as Noel Edmonds will ever be, until the very, very, very last 10 seconds of the episode, where Noel answers the door, and at that very second, the nightmares began. What the hell is that? Well, the later episodes say that he's supposed to be a children's show presenter, and would often feature in a few gotcha episodes messing with the other guests, and sometimes even Noel himself, which I'll admit is pretty funny at times. In the show itself, it is mostly revealed to be Noel at the end anyways, and we all have a good laugh about it, so... Also, to give everybody a heads up, I do call him Bobby instead of Blobby throughout the majority of this project. I could have re-recorded most of those parts to fit within the inconsistency of everything, but you know what? The text looks like he's named Bobby, so I am calling him Bobby. VHS that we would eventually get in 1993 would show more of Bobby messing with things out in the world, like going into a sauna, going shopping, buying shoes, and finally being put out of his misery. Also, I know it might be a 90s thing, but I don't think those are the kind of people who go to aerobics classes. I thought the only people who go to them are retired folk who want to feel young again. Maybe those are the same people and they've been trapped in the same spin class for all eternity. And those uncanny twitching eyes looking like the spawn of the Inferno himself? That's intentional. The character was made disturbing on purpose, with the comedy behind it being that something so grotesque and violent would host a kids show. Which would honestly be fine and kind of funny if he hadn't taken over the country for 3 years. You sure this isn't unused footage from Remy M. La Rochelle's Mechanics? You know, this might as well be a horror movie anyways, because let's face it, nothing is going to be more terrifying than what happened shortly before this VHS's release. The thing got itself a music video. Oh my god, do you really need that grand of an opening for this thing? You might as well get Flipper to open for the Olympics. Sorry, I'm just joking about it. The song does start up after that. How in the rotting teeth of London can you not laugh at this? Did the writers not think that it was going to be a little jarring giving one of the most violent mascots in the history of mascots a goddamn children's choir, airing it on Christmas of all things, and taking the #1 spot for 3 consecutive weeks? Yeah, it is one of our many crimes that we gave this thing the top spot. Not just that, but it bet out Meatloaf. Meatloaf, one of the greatest, most talented musicians who ever lived, got Coldplay crazy frogged by Mr. Bobby, of all things. I'm sorry, America, but you've earned the jokes that you made about us. Those jokes are correct. Because let's face it, having this lethal looking thing take out the Bee Gees, Meatloaf, and Take That is a clear sign that we all have zero taste in music. He even murdered Wayne Sleep at some point. That's the worst crime of all. This is prime British cheese right here, and let me tell you, you thought this, Convoy, Disco Duck, the Chicken Song, Professor Elemento, the Bob the Builder theme, Dude the Bartman, Last Ketchup, the fast food song, Baby Shark, I'm Too Sexy, Boris Johnson is a fucking cunt, Hippopotamus song, and a bagpipe rendition of Amazing Grace were the dumbest things to ever get our attention. Well, joke's on you, America. We got S Club 7 and you didn't, so ha! Then again, one of their songs did chart in America, so I should probably not say that. This song is terrible. Just thinking more about this being the peak of this whole phenomenon every single day while editing this just makes me want to saw off Scotland from the rest of the UK, since it's clear that they don't want us there anymore. You know, Ireland is much cooler than New England, and it's not just because they somehow snuck a goth Satanist into Eurovision last year.
Just saying.
But yeah, like I said, this whole music video was pretty much him at the height of his popularity, even spawning him his own theme park in 1995. Oh dear.
Hey. Want to see the most dystopian toilet on the planet? Yeah. This video's scary now.
The same year, we also got another tape called Blobby Vision. It's like the movie Terror Vision, but it's actually scary. He came, he saw, he blobbed.
Look, I'm already scared of him as it is. Don't make me think of him in his own porno.
This spoofs the idea of Bobby having his own TV channel, which, if I have to be honest here, that sounds like a lot of fun. But something feels a little wrong here. The one thing I liked about Bobby was Killer Bee's dedication to improv. Like, you can never tell he was half-assing any attempt to be funny, but that almost feels completely absent here, with all of his escapades being completely scripted, and by God is it obvious. Most of the tape, well, when I mean most of it, I mean all of it, is completely taken up by parodies of other media. Some that are more close to home, like Postman Pat, Casualty, Naughty, and The Last of the Summer Wine, but there are moments where he's hosting a fan mail section or interviewing somebody on his own talk show, which I'll admit are pretty funny. Those are roles that he would fit in without it feeling too jarring to his origin. But then there's just strange ones, like there's a spoof of The Good and the Bad and the Ugly at one point, which is not a TV show as far as I know. And oh joy, it's Noel Edmonds again. Okay, I will give him a fair pass on here because he is like the one person who is actively trying to save this tape. The way he delivers everything here kind of reminds me of the dad from Problem Child, trying to keep a sense of sanity from taking care of what's practically the son of Satan. I don't even want to downplay Noel as an entertainer either. He's done some really good stuff for TV throughout his career, including the activism against TV licenses and being in one of my favorite satires of the 90s, Brass Eye. Just the decisions he's made while making his shows, just... what was he thinking, man? There's even a segment here parodying Baywatch called Blob Watch. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with Bus Watch, thank you very much.
Bus Watch!
I've always found it fascinating that everything relating to Baywatch, whether it be the careers of Pamela Anderson, David Hasselhoff, Bryan Cranston, or even the goddamn Beach Boys would get some form of resurgence later in their life, but Mr. Blobby never did. I will say this, that fact alone is funnier than anything relating to the 2017 Baywatch.
Okay. Let me give you a bit of advice to all the straight men in the audience. If you want to gawk at a bunch of beautiful busty women in swimsuits, just watch one of the Bikini Summer movies. I feel like you have a lot more dignity jerking to that than the goddamn Mr. Blobby Baywatch parody.
So maybe that's how it got started. Yep, Blobby even molests sunbathing women. What are we, like, free away from getting a supervillain bingo? At least Bobby was nice enough to share his address with us. Now I know where to send the bombs when World War III starts. There are a few itty-bitty pieces of absurdism that I do really like about Blobby Vision, like, come on, that is hilarious. But overall, it's just... meh. Oh my god, he murdered them! Yep, looks like we got a bingo. He also got a video game. What? Look, I'm not gonna pretend that I know much about video games, because I don't. I mean, I played them of course, but I never really cared to play some of the bigger releases like Last of Us or GTA 5 or anything like that. My studies and work are firmly just focused on music and film. But from what I've been hearing about this is literally just Super Troll Island again, but they gave it testicular cancer. Neat. Oh yeah, and I guess this is a music channel too. Might as well talk about his only studio album. How about that? It was released on the same day as Jimi Hendrix's second album. Isn't that oddly strange? Alright, moment of truth time.
Hi, this is Crinkly Bottom Radio, where FM means fine music and AM means, morning.
Oh, my Blobby had a farm. Blobby, Blobby, Blob.
10 out of 10. There was one more attempt that was done with the character, and that would be in the single season 1996 show, The All New Adventures of Mr. Bobby. And it was the very thing that the character was making fun of. Film parodies, goofy music, everything about it being scripted. It's a children's show that just so happens to star a children's show parody. Oh, the sweet, sweet irony. I've always wondered what Noel thought of this when it first came out. I mean, I could look it up, but my tablet doesn't have any internet right now, so I can't. Because as far as I know, he wasn't a single bit involved with the making of this. He never shows up at all in any of the segments, and even if he was involved, he isn't credited anywhere. That might be why it felt so uninspired, because even at the other two tapes' worst, Edmonds throughout all of them was still the glue that held them all together. He had a unique delivery to his comedy, and the way he rubbed off on the BFG's giant pus spot here made for some of the more memorable moments in the entire show. Another thing about the other two tapes, they clock in at a respectable 70 and 73 minutes respectively. This one, only 61. Yeah, 61. That's barely even feature length. That's the kind of length that would only narrowly squeeze into one of my film director rankings. And it only gets worse. Take out all the opening and closing credits and you're left with 56 minutes worth of movie. That is a new level of pathetic.
50!
And they're not even consistent with a runtime. Some are less than 3 minutes while others go on for 7.5. And there's only 14 episodes too, so there's no way in telling how long an episode's gonna go for until it randomly ends out of nowhere. It's not like an Adult Swim show like Aqua Teen Hunger Force where the random cut to credits ends up being a joke payoff onto itself. Things just happen and then it's over. Maybe at that point they just had no idea what to do with the character after viciously beating him into the ground for the last 3 years. And call me crazy for defending the other two tapes, cause at least they had some personality, some self-awareness, a teensy bit of a soul. This just doesn't have one. It's the most lifeless out of the three, and to my relief the public agreed, since this ended up being the last tape that was ever made by him that was officially released by the BBC. After 1996, the character vanished from the public, only making some occasional guest spots on other shows. And sadly managed to bring Noel's house party down with him, since that ended up being cancelled in 1999. But I don't think it was Bobby's fault. The show's ratings ended up declining shortly after somebody died from a stunt they did on the air. His most famous appearance since was on Big Fat Quiz of the Year, where he famously scared the ever-loving crap out of Jack Whitehall.
I hated Mr. Blobby when I was, he terrified me more than anything else. He looked like a fat, jaundiced baby. Anyone would find that amusing. It was horrible.
The Teletubbies.
I used to have Teletubbies. They're joyous things. Blobby is evil.
Normally in this situation I would tell Asterix himself to toughen up, but him being scared of Blobby I can totally understand.
Is it true you had an affair with one of the Teletubbies?
How much do I have to bet that this was a character Chris Morris made when he was drunk? Like, knowing that he created these free shows, that could definitely be a possibility.
That was an anecdote about nailing one of the Teletubbies.
Great, now he's just stealing lines from Four Lions.
What the fuck were you allowed near kids?
So why him? Like, out of every fictional character that's become a landmark of our own history, like, just name a bunch of them. Mr. Bean, Paddington, Doctor Who, Wallace and Gromit, Pingu, Sherlock Holmes, Blackadder, Andrew Lloyd Webber, Thomas the Tank Engine. Why the hell was this thing given its own Beatles-level fanbase? Like, I genuinely have no idea. My best guess is probably down to when he got popular. Like, 1994 was that weird point of the decade where it didn't make as much impact as the last 3 years. Like, how many years can you name where we got Smells Like Teen Spirit and Barton Fink in the same year? I can't think of many. But it was the year where entertainment as a medium mattered more than anything else. Jurassic Park, Beavis and Butthead, Kim Basinger taking the biggest loss of her career to David Lynch's daughter. Yes, that actually happened. Look it up. Björk's first album, Nirvana's final album, Schindler's List, The Simpsons. It was a really big year for media that year with many pop culture milestones. And the UK didn't really have that much going on at the time, so Bobby got the big multimedia craze while my boy Trapdoor was left to be forgotten by time. Honestly, after going through the guy's entire legacy, I did end up kind of enjoying how over-the-top famous Mr. Bobby really got. Like, if you think about it, he was a really surreal character from an already really surreal variety show, so it only felt fitting for him to get a really surreal cult following. So seeing how out of control his fame got in the UK was honestly a lot of fun to uncover. But I still find him really creepy. And also, did he really need this much? A video game, a Christmas music video, a theme park, TV show appearances? Like, a lot of that from a character that looks like this still makes no sense to me. It's like giving Bill Cosby his own Nickelodeon show. Oh wait. To say the least, Mr. Blobby got a hit record. And I know that he could be very good in horror movies. Tiny Tim, 1992. Wait a minute. So Mr. Blobby came out with his big hit single in 1993, and Tiny Tim died in 1993. Did he? Hi. How's everyone doing? So, I have a bit of a confession to make. I got a haircut, and it looks hideous, so, it's probably gonna stay that way for like a couple of months, so if you don't like this, Billy Zane looking haircut, you are going to hate the next couple of projects that come out. But that's not what I'm talking about here. The real confession here is my favorite movie? I don't think anyone's ever heard of it. This grim 1982 British medical satire was the big finale to the Mick Travis trilogy directed by Lindsay Anderson. What is the Mick Travis trilogy? Well, don't ask me, just watch these two movies and you kind of get the gist already of what it's about. While those movies felt a lot more grounded while occasionally sneaking in some weird imagery, Britannia Hospital is... Well, the easiest way to put it is that it is absolutely drowning in the surreal. Like, some of this imagery is just downright uncomfortable to look at. Anderson once said in an interview about Britannia Hospital that the only way to combat the extremities of human behavior in the 20th and 21st century is to take the absolute mick out of it. No pun intended. Though similar to the likes of Mystery Men, these jabs at the medical system aren't going to make you laugh, but to say the least, you're never going to forget them. Oh god, you're never going to forget them. Okay, so the premise of the whole thing is that there's a secret experiment being made at the Miller Center, and Travis sneaks in to document what's going on behind the hospital's closed doors. A concept that could have easily fallen apart if given to the wrong people. But, and I say this with all sincerity possible, you have no idea what we are dealing with here. I mean, I know it completely damaged Anderson's career, was extremely divisive upon release, and didn't receive a single physical release until 2020 of all years, but that just goes to show how risky satires really are. A lot of times you are going to have ones that rub a lot of people the wrong way. Even some of the most well-liked films from the past couple of years that are in that field weren't really that well received when they first came out. The Interview nearly got Seth Rogen murdered by the North Korean government because of the film's portrayal of Kim Jong-un. Happiness's humor is just downright uncomfortable, and Mel Brooks has gone on time and time again saying that while he still loved how Blazing Saddles turned out, it is a movie that could never be made today. Even Borat's subsequent movie that people say is as good, if not better than the original, got Sacha Baron Cohen into a lot of hot water by white American nationalists. Even though the whole point of the series is exposing their hypocrisy. Though the one satire from the last couple of years that I'm kinda surprised managed to sneak by any form of controversy was 2010's Four Lions. A dark comedy about wannabe suicide bombers from the creator of The Day Today and Jam. Okay, that kinda tracks. But back onto the topic at hand, making a satire is always gonna result in a 50-50 reaction, and oftentimes, unless you're a tawdry critic who immediately understands what the film is making fun of, the commentary you try to put out there is gonna completely fly over everybody else's head. That's kinda why I love films like Britannia Hospital. And knowing that I live in a family that has been screwed over by the medical system so many times, sometimes things just have to be said. And when it's delivered to you in a clever yet goofy and gory silver platter, you might not like what you see.
But hey, if it works in King Arthur's eyes, then it works for me, okay?
A more subtle script with a more oblique approach might have preached less to the converted, but I couldn't have wanted better or more exciting direction. So this movie, which disappointingly few people saw when it was released in Britain, but which is rapidly on its way to becoming a cult movie in the States, is a well worthwhile video. Let's have some more Lindsay. And now, after all that seriousness, I would like to squawk.
It's odd, daring, disturbing, has a sick sense of humor, it has Malcolm McDowell. What more can you even ask for? Britannia Hospital, my favorite movie of all time.
How like a god. How like a god. How like a god. How like a god.
And there we go. That was my apology. A big apology video for going really obscure on your asses. Well, more obscure than usual. Actually, what am I talking about? I shouldn't apologize for anything. I shouldn't apologize for anything at all. I'm the experimental movie guy. I am a god!
Hello, my name is David Lynch. Welcome to Twin Peaks. Get a cup of good hot coffee. Turn the lights low. Let's enter the world of Twin Peaks. And don't forget, DavidLynch.com is waiting for you. More mysteries. I will see you there.
I'm not going to do the typical intro for this one. I mean, what am I even supposed to do? He lived through some of the most important years of our lives, and yet it still feels like it's too soon. Born in 1946, this 78-year-old ice gem of a man here has been terrifying the world of cinema for over 50 years at this point. Inevitably, when it comes to the discussion of experimental movies, it is scientifically proven that David Lynch would be the first person to be brought up. You want someone to do scary? Well, there are other people out there, you know, but look at his hair! I know this might be the most mainstream filmmaker I've ever covered on this series, but I already have a tendency for talking about weird stuff in films, and with how his career starts and how it ends, how could I not? Especially with 10 feature films, several music videos, a Duran Duran concert film, and as for the short films, well, you're on your own there. He did a video for Donovan. I like Donovan. Same rules as per usual, feature-length films only and no collaborations, so that's why the international version of the Twin Peaks pilot isn't going to be talked about here. And let me say this right now to avoid digging my own war zone in the comments. I don't have a specific favorite. It mostly depends on the day for me, so if you end up bumping into me on the street asking what's my favorite David Lynch movie and I'm in the horniest of moods, then Lost Highway is probably my favorite. Another thing, considering my style on how I review things, I'm 90% confident I'm gonna get a lot of these wrong. Lynch's movies are endlessly varied and analyzable, but always have a single solitary meaning to them. Again, I'm dumb as bricks, so I probably won't be digging that deep. The whole ranking would be 8 hours long if I did, so I'll try to keep things as surface level as I possibly can. Also, and this isn't a joke here,
I was highly considering counting the failed 2-episode hotel room for this list, since the whole thing only clocks in at an hour 40 minutes, but since it's still technically a TV show, I sadly decided to leave it off. Don't worry though, I'll still get to reviewing that in the near future now that I brought it up. I'm Bryce D.D. Tulloch, and in honor of the surrealist godfather himself, we're going to be ranking all 10 David Lynch movies. Let's begin.
If you wanna be my lover, you gotta get with my friends.
Like, what else did you expect would be at the bottom? Dune is one of the most phenomenal car crashes in film history, a forefront example of having too many cooks in the kitchen, and, let's be honest, was kinda doomed from the start. Kinda doomed from the start. Okay, that's The production of this movie started off as an attempt to resuscitate the remains of the recently abandoned adaptation of Dune that was originally going to be done by the Holy Mountain's very own Alejandro Jodorowski. Honestly, a name that's still respected today. And trust me, this thing was originally supposed to be the craziest thing ever. Like, Alejandro wanted to get Salvador Dali to play the Emperor, have the music be done by Pink Floyd pre-Dark Side of the Moon, by the way, and was originally supposed to be 10 to 14 hours long. Yeah, now I see why this was never financed. A few scripts got passed around until Universal settled on Lynch's script, since he was on the way of becoming a rising star after The Elephant Man. Lynch was considering on separating them both into 2 movies, but was talked down into squeezing them into only one, which, if you learned anything from The Golden Compass, the Five Nights at Freddy's movie, and Last Airbender, condensing a multi-part series into one movie is a really bad idea. That sort of explains why everything is so all over the place, as even as someone who's never read the books, Lynch's Dune just hops around all over the place like a bunny rabbit on cocaine until passing out, realizing that casting Sting as Feyd-Rautha was the dumbest idea you could possibly have. Long story short, it was an absolute disaster. Longtime fans of the book hated it, regular audience members hated it, critics hated it, even Lynch himself didn't like it. As a matter of fact, when Denis Villeneuve came out with his own version in 2021, and even a further sequel in 2024, which was Lynch's original idea, he never even bothered himself to see it because he was that ashamed of how much he butchered the original book as a diehard Frank Herbert fan. Even taking up the infamous pseudonym Alan Smithy when the 163-minute cut of the movie aired on TV, a name that directors would normally use if they didn't want anyone else to know that something this atrocious came from them. A name that was sadly discontinued in the late 90s. Shame, since these movies could certainly use it. But it isn't all too bad. The action's fun enough, everyone does their best with what they had, the effects and makeup, especially for the Baron Harkonnen, mostly still hold up to this very day. Mostly. And this was seen as a pretty big first for Lynch, since this was the first time he made a movie with Kyle MacLachlan, who played Paul Atreides, who is pretty much the divine to Lynch's John Waters, appearing in almost every single thing Lynch made afterwards, including the main role of Agent Dale Cooper in Twin Peaks, which is my actual favorite TV show of all time. Like, seriously, I love this show. As a matter of fact, if I had to prove how much I love this show just by drinking a cup of coffee, then I would most certainly do it. I was joking. I never said that I would actually. That being said, I do see why Lynch is this ashamed to bring it up. It was the only movie, according to him, where he didn't have Final Cut on, which is very telling because this is one of his most uncharacteristic movies. There is a trippy visual here and there, but at the forefront, it is just your typical 80s sci-fi action movie with talks of war and the Chosen One and all that bullshit. Outside of the large scale of everything, it doesn't even feel like you're watching a film version of one of the most celebrated sci-fi stories. All I can really say about this one is that it's occasionally really cheesy with its presentation. Like, you know how the most iconic image of the book and the Villeneuve movies is the giant sandworm? A creature so huge you can actually feel the weight of the ground every time it shows up? Well, the sandworm in this movie looks like this. That's not a sandworm, that's a banana hammock on the beach. And that's not even the funniest part of the whole movie. Like, I want you to take a wild guess who composed the music for Dune.
Like, seriously, I want you all to guess, by what you've seen so far and how familiar you are with Lynch's work, who composed the music for this movie. I don't know, maybe leave a comment below if you want. You ready? Dune was composed by Toto! Toto! I bless the rains down in Arrakis. What the fuck? Like, I know the best band members are often celebrated for flexing their orchestral prowess, like one of the members from Devo somehow did the music for the Royal Tenenbaums, but this doesn't seem right. Couldn't you at least bring in someone who would actually fit what you're going for, like Mike Oldfield? Like, Pink Floyd was right there! Couldn't you at least bring them in to compose the movie? How can you even guess that an adaptation of one of the most celebrated sci-fi stories, directed by one of the most celebrated surrealist directors of all time, would bring in the band that did this? I mean, I love that song, and from what I've heard from Toto, they aren't a bad band at all, but that isn't really the first thing I think of when I hear The Planet Arrakis, or Sandworms, or Paul, or fucking deserts! Okay, this segment is getting too long. Dune is not a bad movie. It's a bad adaptation for what I've heard from die-hard Frank Herbert fans, but to me, the film's cheesy and weird enough to personally be fun. Just that damn music credit. If it wasn't for Brian Eno doing the Prophecy theme, this movie would have instantly gone a spot on my shit list.
We want to see the Great Biz.
The Biz sees no one.
I spelt tuna on the other shirt. Nicolas Cage, Hollywood's biggest in-joke. I love the man. I really do. He's interesting, he's talented, he's a meme legend. He somehow married the same girl Michael Jackson married, which is really strange to me. But for every prestigious movie he's in that banks on his star power, he's in 5 others that just give you no more than just a blink and you miss it. What? He was in a docudrama about 9/11. He did a sequel to Bad Lieutenant directed by the same man who made Even Dwarfs Started Small. He was a vampire. Twice! And he was also in some of my favorite weird movies from the past couple of years. But none of them are going to be more what the hell did I just watch than 1990's Wild at Heart, based on the book by Harry Gifford. A book, I have to mention, that was not even publicly published at the time. The producer Monty Montgomery was reading an early version of Gifford's book and eventually gave a copy of it to Lynch, who absolutely fell in love with it. As to how he got Nicolas Cage to be in it, they apparently met up a lot at a steakhouse in LA, and Lynch immediately wanted him to play Sailor after reading the book. And they got along really well, which shouldn't be surprising considering how similar their backgrounds were, with them being born in different parts of LA and all.
He was so much fun to work with. He would always call me Nixter. Nixter, that was solid gold, buddy. Cinema is a road. It's a dark road, and characters, feelings become obscured.
And before we continue, I need to acknowledge something that's a little unusual for this series. The length. This is going to be by far the longest ranking video I will ever make for expressing my thoughts. And it's not just because I have a lot to say about Lynch's work, considering that he's like one of my favorite directors of all time. And before you say anything about me putting some of these films way too high on the list or way too low, let me say this. I don't think David Lynch has a single bad movie in him. Not even Dune, which I do have its problems with, and it's probably going to end up at the bottom half of the list, no matter what, but still, I don't think it's nearly as bad as what people say it is. But he doesn't have a Love, or a Dirty Shame, or a Trash Humpers. That's why I'd been putting this off for the longest time, because I just had no clue how to do most of these movies justice. It's not like Harmony Korine, where I can make some quick jokes about the movie and they can make just as much sense as the film itself. Lynch's films are very layered, sometimes being jam-packed with context that
wouldn't make a lick of sense until you've seen it a few more times. They're endlessly analyzable, and on top of having such a bizarre sense of humor, is what really makes his films timeless for me. Apparently, he only had a year to complete the movie under a contract he signed with Propaganda Films after his previous company with Dino De Laurentiis went kaput a year prior. But you can never tell by looking at it. I can't say that it's the most complete looking film that he's ever done, but it is shot beautifully, and from the limited time everyone had on set, they are without a doubt giving 100% here. Willem, have you been brushing your teeth? They're looking a little... Also, I have a bit of a crazy theory of mine. You probably won't agree with me on it, but it's just a hunch that I want to share, that's all. This movie might be an adaptation of The Wizard of Oz. And I don't even think they're by accident either. Some shots and locations are downright references to it, like Lula clicking her heels 3 times after being assaulted by Bobby Peru. Marietta Fortune is seen as the Wicked Witch of the West in one of the movie's many trippy visions. Later on, Lula pours water all over a photo of Marietta that causes her to evaporate. Hell, friggin' Laura Palmer herself, Cheryl Lee, randomly shows up as Glinda the Good Witch at the end. A really bizarre cameo, to say the least. But at least it's better than... So, hey Nick, what's your favorite Gary Gay 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 song? Oh hey, I know that one, that's my favorite one! Well, I don't know what to say, but that was a definite 10 out of 10. The one issue I have with Wild at Heart is that, as much as I love how out of control most of the movie is, it might be just a little too out of control? To the point where things just happen out of the blue with no reason as to why. Also, apparently Lynch was contractually obligated to make it an R rating. No more, no less, just an R rating. Bobby Peru's death was supposed to be way gorier, but since that bordered on a potential X rating since an NC-17 didn't fully exist yet, they had to cover most of it up by adding some CG gun smoke over it in post, and by God does it look obvious. Overall, Wild at Heart is a fun time. Do I think it could get a little too absurd at times? Yes, but that's kinda what adds to the charm of it all. I really wish I was alive at the time to see its premiere at Cannes, cause this is a film that practically begs for you to watch it in a packed theater. Maybe one day.
Bill Murray! He is in the porno!
So, interesting tidbit, Marilyn Manson is in this movie as a porn star who randomly blows up for no reason at all. Not sure why I decided to start the segment with that, but considering what his unreleased short film is about and what we've learned about his personal life, all I could say is that the bastard had it coming.
Alice who? Her name is Renee. If she told you her name is Alice, she's lying. And your name? What the fuck is your name?
Lost Highway, released in 1997, always seems to get left in the dust by many Lynch fans, and is considered to be one of his most hated when it first came out. To be fairly honest with myself, I can kinda see why, especially because Mulholland Drive did the whole Fear in LA thing much better than this film did, but I would be lying if I said that this isn't one of the craziest movies I've ever seen in my life. And that ain't a hyperbole either. It's one of the most bizarrely edited films in his filmography. There's no clear-cut start or end to it. The cast features one of the very final roles from one of my favorite comedians ever, Richard Pryor, and just saying the sentence, Richard Pryor is in a David Lynch movie, should be a good indication of how nuts this thing can get. He's only in the movie for like a couple of minutes, but he's just there doing what he does best, and that is steal the absolute show with anything he's in. Just keep walking. Okay, just anything that he's in. And the soundtrack of this movie features a bunch of people you would never expect to work with the guy, like 9 Inch Nails' Trent Reznor, Smashing Pumpkins, Rammstein, David Bowie, and the Velvet Underground's very own Lou Reed. It has no narrative. Or at least as far as I know, the closest one I could gather is a freeform jazz artist getting punked by an unknown man who frames him for the murder of his wife, and gets his entire life replaced by a mechanic, but even that has its set of contradictions. Also, I do like the decision of using David Bowie's I'm Deranged as a bookend for the film's opening and closing credits, but come on, it's 1997, Earthling was already out at that point.
What, did you think I'm Afraid of Americans was too obvious of a song choice? What the hell are you doing, man? Also, I feel as this was Lynch's attempt to out-horny Wild at Heart. I'm not about to say if he did, but it's a closer call than I would like to admit. But there is one reason why people do remember this movie. And let me tell you, you thought Bob from Twin Peaks was the scariest character Lynch had ever made? Well, he is, but the mystery man from Lost Highway comes a close second. Terrifyingly performed by the late Robert Blake, who looks like he was born to be in a David Lynch movie. He looks creepy, his entire motivation is creepy, the way he words sentences is creepy. He's just really damn spooky. It was a perfect bit of casting on Lynch's part, even though Blake didn't understand his direction for the character at all, and was pretty much told to use his imagination. Also, this would end up being the last movie Blake would ever work on before his death in 2023. And the movie came out in 1997, which makes zero sense to me. Like, the man had delivered the best role in his entire career. Why wasn't he called in to be in more films like that? Oh.
A defense witness in the Robert Blake case who says her life is in danger just got some legal cover. The so-called bombshell witness set to testify at Blake's murder trial about a conversation she overheard between Ronald Duffy Hamilton and Christian Brando. One where Brando allegedly said of Bonnie Bakley, someone ought to put a bullet through that bitch's head.
Oh dear. Suddenly, the OJ comparisons make a lot more sense now. Yeah, the film's not really shown in that great of a light these days because of the murder accusations put against Blake. And I know that there's an argument for separating the art from the artist, but considering how Bakley died and how the mystery man kills Mr. Eddie at the end of the movie, come on. Come on. But removed from that, it is still a really good film. Do I know entirely what's going on? Hell no, but the way all that enjoyable nonsense behind it comes together is good enough for me. I'm not gonna say that I know much about the person it's based on, because I don't. This is literally my first impression on him through this movie. And it begins with a woman having sex with an elephant, and it spends the rest of the film's runtime following its offspring. And it was produced by Mel Brooks. David Lynch movie, produced by Mel Brooks. Sure. And it's not just that it's a dramatic biopic produced by Bigwell from Robots that makes it such a fascinating movie to discuss. It's also because of how real everything felt. From what I've heard, it is one of the most accurate biopics that has ever been made about someone's life. Not just that, but it's also one of the most empathetic. This could have easily been yet another Cronenberg-style creature feature, but instead Lynch felt a ton of sympathy for what Merrick had to go through and wanted to do his life as much justice as he possibly can. And it worked out in the long run. The movie was a major hit. It was even nominated for Best Picture that year. How cool was that? Honestly, it would have been even cooler if it actually won the award. Like, seriously, Ordinary People sucked, both the movie and the concept. Come to think of it, I don't even think people back then even liked it. It was a horrible pick for Best Picture then, and it was a horrible pick for Best Picture now. This or Raging Bull would have been perfect movies to win that award. None of this melodramatic bullshit. Okay, side tangent over. Honestly, the one problem I do have with The Elephant Man is that it might be a little too mainstream, which normally wouldn't even be a problem for any other director, but did you see what his last movie was? And the film looks like it's gonna follow that same avenue, but nope, it's mostly just a straightforward black and white biopic. That opening, compared to everything else in the last movie Lynch did, gave me absolute whiplash, which I am thankful for, but still. But to quote Carson Runquist, this would be the David Lynch movie that your mum would probably love the most. It's a sweet movie, and Hoskins and her are definitely giving 100% here. Wonderful film.
Tractor tipping's fun.
The Straight Story. A title that crashed 1 million Disney Plus accounts. I've already dedicated an entire EMT episode to talking about this movie, so I'll try to keep it as brief as I possibly can. Based on a true story,
The straight story follows Alvin as he slowly drives his tractor all the way to Wisconsin to see his dying brother. And that's it. That is the entire premise. Honestly, it would have easily been the most tedious and annoying movie I would have ever watched in my life if it wasn't for Richard Farnsworth's performance as Alan. Generally the most humble character Lynch has ever done a portrayal of. The way he interacts with everybody is very tender, and most of what he says ranges from being very sweet to genuinely inspiring. Here's the thing about Lynch's biopics. They're surprisingly empathetic. Just like before with The Elephant Man, Lynch wanted to give them the most honest and respectful lens that he possibly could, even going as far as to shoot the movie in Lawrence, Iowa, and the exact same route Alvin took to Mount Zion. He would later describe it as his most experimental movie. Sure, buddy. So, David, could you explain that a little better? Now, the acting's amazing, the cinematography is amazing, the music courtesy of Angelo Badalamenti is amazing, and I will give horror filmmaker David Lynch credit. He made a G movie. Not just that, but a G movie with a lot of patience behind it, all cultivating with an ending that hits you so hard in the gut. It might have hurt a little bit, but at least the whole journey was worth it in the end. The real Alvin Straight passed away in 1996 during the film's pre-production, and it honestly makes me wish that he lived just a few more years to see this movie, because I think it would have really made him smile. Oh yeah, and one more thing, I need to bring up Sissy Spacek's performance as Alvin's wife, Rose. Not just because of how brilliant it is, but because she and Lynch were apparently really good friends with each other, so much that she helped him out with financing his first movie, Eraserhead, shortly after her success with Brian De Palma's adaptation of Carrie a year earlier. And, oh hey, speak of the devil.
Some inane, bizarre person with a disturbed mind wrote that film, and I did not enjoy it. I enjoyed it very much. My kind of movie.
Okay, between you and me, this movie is a post-apocalyptic thriller about the Earth being run by the guy who did the production design for There Will Be Blood. Who knows, he might have created the Earth as well. Eraserhead has always been a pretty polarizing movie to me. Even back when I first saw it during lockdown, I had just never seen anything that was like it before. Let alone a movie with surreal, nightmarish imagery, awkward pauses in between conversations, in-your-face subliminal meanings, and a potato. Yeah, most of this movie is just Henry taking care of a baby that just so happens to be a potato with organs. Yeah, that would have fit perfectly fine on Twin Peaks. This is without a doubt the David Lynch movie. For those who are wondering how this macabre style of experimental filmmaking got its start, the one that has been satirized and made fun of time and time again by film bros everywhere, you have nobody to thank but him, Jack Nance, Laurel Neer, and Sissy Spacek? Yeah, you could tell this was written before I found out about their partnership. Seriously, Carrie White working with Gordon Cole, that is just too much right. This is why Lynch's death really hits as hard as it does. This is the type of gonzo surrealism that you wouldn't get from any other director in Hollywood. A portal into the world where everything feels very post-apocalyptic, what Greta Gibson would probably look like in the Beetlejuice universe. And again, presumably what the Irish worship almost every single day. Actually, no, I can't say that. Some of my friends are Irish. Say what you will about how potentially pretentious this is, you have to admit, it is a very one-of-a-kind movie, something I feel like would never be recaptured again. So many of this film's visuals have since then become extremely iconic. Like, simply just look at this guy's hair and you could probably tell me instantly where it's from. Not even a photo of Nance himself, just his hair. That's how well known it is. Would I say it's a masterpiece? Not really. There are points where the film does kind of take me out of the immersion a little bit. There's a point in the movie where Henry's head falls off, falls into another unrelated scene, a kid picks it up and takes it in for repairs, and then the film just continues like nothing had ever happened. You could probably argue that this was only a dream sequence that Henry was having, but I like to imagine that Lynch cut off Henry's head by accident, said, "That wasn't meant to happen," and then writing it in a way that completely erases the last 6 minutes. That's just hilarious to me. A tone that I'm pretty sure Lynch wasn't intending on. And yes, this is actual promotional footage for the movie. He just got a bunch of random Woody Woodpecker plushes and said, "These are my boys." These...
Never tell me to do a David Lynch impression, end of story. One of them is named Bob. But even with that, I still think very highly of this movie. It is his most confusing by far, and kickstarted one of the craziest careers you could ever possibly have as a filmmaker. Also, everybody has their own interpretations on what the ending could mean, and this is mine. Everyone died.
The end.
That didn't help at all.
Seriously, how is that the one interpretation that no one's called out yet? A planet blows up right in front of us, and the guy controlling it is literally called the man in the planet in the credits. So why can't we just make a presumption that the planet that blew up right in front of us was Earth? Especially when you factor in the final shot of the Radiator Lady and Henry embracing each other in heaven, where everything is fine. Meaning that Eraserhead could potentially be a post-apocalyptic fit.
Trying to be funny.
I was trying to be funny! I didn't realize I could actually be an interpretation. Oh my god!
I enjoyed it very much. It's my kind of movie.
We'll be right back after the break, but if you want to stop here, that's fine too. Just remember to take a look at the tree before you go. Nice. You still here? Great. Now let's move on.
That's easy, Teeny. I want to swim.
Okay, time to lose all credibility as a critic in 3, 2, 1.
We're tiny, we're toony, we're all a little loony. And in this cartoony, we're invading your team.
Look, there's no proper, easy way to explain Inland Empire to you. This was Lynch's final movie before his death earlier this year, and honestly, what a coda to go out on. This is the most David Lynch thing David Lynch has ever done, and I'm including that one ad he did for the PS2. I've said this to a friend just the other day, but even after I first saw the movie, like, over 3 years ago at this point, I still don't know entirely what it's about, or what it's even trying to say to me. Like, a portion of this movie is recycled from Rabbids, a miniseries Lynch made several years prior, and is that the freaky rapture girl from nowhere? Is that Terry Crews? Did Terry Crews just show up in my David Lynch movie? What the hell is even going on here? This feels like some kind of abstract in-joke that no one but Lynch would get. And let me remind you, this was a year after this came out. Lynch's style had become so recognizable and influential at that point, so I wouldn't be surprised if this whole movie was just a satire on himself. Like, this was the last film in the LA trilogy, so I wouldn't be surprised if the whole movie was pitched like that. Like, even in interviews about Inland Empire, when people were asking for, like, what the true meaning behind all of it was, all Lynch ever said about it was something along the lines of, I'm not telling.
People have a right to analyze a thing and say what it is for them and to criticize it one way or another. It's beautiful. But I really believe the film should stand on its own. And there should be nothing added, nothing subtracted. And you work a long time to make it just so. And it's a very precious thing, every film. So that's sort of the way it is.
Yeah, fair enough. But maybe you can answer this one. Where did the title come from?
It came from the story.
Okay.
That face there just says so much. Even he's having a ball with how confused everyone is. Dennis from Cold Blood Studios once shared his take on the movie with me, believing that the film's about the cycle of abuse, but seen through the lens of reincarnation, which also happens to be a representation of purgatory. I've always liked to imagine that everything that happened to Nikki really did happen and no one else but her remembers it, especially if you take more things that happen into account. But I could see why there wouldn't be a single sound interpretation for this film. It is really that all over the place. I know he never meant for this to be his last feature-length movie, considering that a few years ago he was said to be working on one that was supposed to debut at the Cannes Film Festival, but that never came to fruition. But seeing that Inland Empire is kind of like a smorgasbord of everything that he's done up until that point, yeah, it is a pretty fitting finale to his filmography. But there is one thing that's holding it back from being anything higher than number 4 on this list. It is way too goddamn long. The movie itself runs at a staggering 2 hours and 59 minutes, which, yeah, is pretty lengthy, especially for a Lynch movie, but that's just the main movie alone. Factoring in More Things That Happened, which runs at 75 minutes, and Rabbits, which runs at 42, you are looking at 4 hours and 57 minutes of pure unadulterated Lynchisms. That's nearly 5 goddamn hours. I know his movies are practically no stranger to being pretty long, and this is gonna make me sound like a hypocrite because I had no problems with binging all of Twin Peaks in a day, true story.
Look away! Look away!
But you have to factor in how long you are willing to put up with Lynch's nonsense. Hour and a half? That's fine. 2 hours? That's fine. 2 hours, 30 minutes? Kinda pushing it, but still, that's fine. But 5 goddamn hours, man. You really have to dedicate yourself to watching the whole thing in one sitting if you want to fully understand what's going on. Which even that you wouldn't be able to do because just look at what movie we're talking about here. I mean, sure, it is an extremely bloated movie, but it's also chock-filled with ideas. Hell, I could argue that there's more concepts in this film's 3-hour runtime than in Lynch's entire filmography. It is a very ballsy movie to close out your career with, and you know what? With a filmography as vast and interesting as Lynch's, I'd say that he's earned it.
Where am I? I'm afraid.
You'll have to speak up, Sheriff. Hearing's gone. Long story. Got these things cranked up to the max.
Twin Peaks is a weird show. Always replicated, but never duplicated. Like, seriously, it's almost every single year that we get a show that was inspired by this damn thing. Twin Peaks was one of the first shows to ever give us a compelling and fun mystery for us, the viewer, to solve, all while weirding the hell out of us with just the strangest set of characters at the same time.
There was a fish in the percolator.
I think you all know by this point that I am a really huge fan of this show. I did a video about it long before Expressing My Thoughts even existed, and the oddness of everything going on has always stuck with me ever since then. Like, this thing is a masterpiece. I love the music, I love the mystery, the atmosphere goes from fun and cozy to sadistic and haunting on a dime, and even spawning some of my favorite characters ever in media, including Leland Palmer, professional crier and object show veteran, Gordon Cole, the funniest self-insert in any TV show ever, Hawk, cause he's just so damn cool, Nadine, cause I could heavily relate to not having any silent drape runners.
Damn it, could you please shut up? I am trying to record!
Oh. Sorry about that, didn't realize. You know I don't have any eyes, right?
Fucking drape runners.
And the late Julie Cruz. She doesn't have any speaking lines, I only want to bring her up because she made my favorite album of all time, Floating Into the Night. A quality listen for anyone studying in their dream pop degree.
Completely silent.
Now, I could go on endlessly about just everything that makes this show so good, including how quotable it is. Like, god damn is it endlessly quotable. Like, damn fine. But what makes it a cult favorite now is the exact same thing that made the show's later run so divisive when it first came out. Apparently the people watching the whole mystery at the time were starting to get a little impatient, which cultivated an ABC forcing Lynch to reveal who the killer is, which everyone had seemed to love, that is, except for Lynch, since he felt as if the episode was robbing the show's already built-up intrigue. Lynch then left for a bit, leaving Mark Frost entirely in charge, and Season 2 started to get really dumb.
It wasn't too damaging. Like I said, I do know people who actually like these filler episodes, just damaging enough. At that point, the ratings took such a massive nosedive and the show was forced to go into an indefinite hiatus. That was until diehard fans of the show petitioned to ABC on Lynch's behalf to bring the show back for 5 more episodes. And in 1991, shortly after the show's first birthday, they came out. Bonsai! Lynch was officially back in the directing chair and made the show absolutely terrifying again. Like, you know that aforementioned villain who was like hiding in the horse costume at one point? Well, they made him terrifying. At this point in the series, when Lynch came back into the show, he started hiding people in chess pieces and shooting them with arrows and forcing them to dangle a cage of rats over their head with only their teeth on the string that's holding them up. Like, that's scary. That's some scary stuff. You just love to see it, man. It went over so well that Lynch immediately wanted to make a prequel of Twin Peaks, this time without Mark Frost's involvement. A movie that would go on to be a David Lynch essential, widely considered to be his darkest movie and cementing the show's legacy as a surrealist masterpiece. And when it eventually came out in the summer of 1992, of course, people hated it and caused the show to get cancelled forever. Whoops. The film would later gain a cult following through diehard fans, and the show would eventually continue 24 years later, which I won't be talking about because, well, what do you think? Alright, history class is over. It's time to simp. I already knew that I was going to love this movie when the first character I saw was Gordon. Finally, someone let him out of his cage. Fire Walk With Me is definitely not Twin Peaks. It is a Twin Peaks movie, just not the version that we're used to. And I kinda love it for it. To me, this is like a gonzo version of the show. If you want a keen example on how different Lynch's filmography on the big screen is to it on the small screen...
Who are you?
Yeah, there you go. I've always had the belief that a tonal change and retelling of what we already know in a prequel can work, as long as you know what you're doing and reveal the stuff that we already knew in a sort of unexpected type way. And Fire Walk With Me, a movie that mostly shows the last days before Laura Palmer's murder, takes full advantage of that mindset. I mean, we do see that lead up with her hanging out with Donna, working at One Eye Jack's, taking drugs, and going through some gross incest stuff with Bob and Leland, but also it doesn't entirely focus on Laura. Turns out there was another murder investigation that was going on in the background the whole time, led by my favorite character ever, leading to some even weirder antics, like Gordon's long-lost partner being David Bowie talking in a funny southern accent. In terms of its tone compared to the show, this is less Gravity Falls and more Fargo or True Detective. Did you know that Alex Hirsch originally wanted Lynch to voice Bill Cipher? I'm not making this up, this is actual information that I was able to find in time for this video. He turned the offer down, which I guess was the right choice since I can't think of anyone else who would voice Bill better than Hirsch himself, but seriously, how hilarious wouldn't it have been to hear Gordon's voice coming out of this evil Dorito-looking dream demon?
Oh, snap! He just killed Time Baby!
Take another look, Sonny. It's gonna happen again.
I also think it's a surprisingly mature film as well, and I don't mean in the subject matters it covers, though that is very prevalent too. Like, sure, it's violent and gross and sleazy and whatnot, but it also has a ton of quiet moments. Hell, the last 3 minutes don't have any dialogue at all, letting Badalamenti's music take center stage. Also, if it wasn't for all the death and possessions going around, I would most definitely want to live in this movie. I know I probably should have said that when I was talking about the show earlier, but like, look at how comfy that hotel room is, that trailer park, the neon sign on that bar, that power line. Like, seriously, that might be the most beautiful looking power line I've seen since Serial Experiments Lane. Also, this movie is home to what is, without a doubt, the greatest scene in cinema. That's it. That's the whole scene.
Okay, quick question. Is it strange to say that the reasons on why I love this movie are the exact same reasons as to why it was so reviled when it first came out? Like, Twin Peaks could be pretty much anything under the sun, but in many people's eyes, it was mainly horror. So a tonal change like that wouldn't feel too out of place. Also, we never really saw that much of Laura in the show, considering the whole being dead thing. So even though we all knew what was about to happen to her, it was still really cool to see what she was like prior to the show's events. And Cheryl Lee absolutely sells her performance as this seemingly innocent teenager with a traumatic dark side. No wonder why she was chosen to be Maloney's rebound in White Bird in a Blizzard. Though to me, she still looks like she doesn't want to be there.
Wait a minute. I knew it! I knew it!
To me, Fire Walk with Me is a near perfect movie. In fact, I was highly considering putting this at number 1 on the list, but then I remembered, oh yeah, these two exist. Still wish that this film had more Pete Martell though. He was pretty cool.
Down at your bank, is $1 still worth what it used to be?
Monkey! Ah yes, the most accessible, inaccessible movie in the history of anything ever. Why am I turning into Werner Herzog? The best way I can describe Blue Velvet is that it's bleak sanitation. This is one of the first films that tried to satirize the darker underbelly of suburban Americana, and honestly, it does it so well that it makes every other attempt look silly in comparison. The whole movie is terrifyingly 50s. It's like a sneak peek into the world that every Lana Del Rey song takes place in. Lynch has this way of making the most comforting locations look terrifying from a different angle, which works at full force here. Not to mention the surreal story hidden within this mainstream demeanor, and Dennis Hopper looks so terrifying here, man. God. I mean, it's not just the stuff that he does here, but the look as well. He looks like a more suave Leonard Lake cross-contaminated with a vitiligo Chuck Berry. Oh, we can amp up the surreal, alright. How about a scene near the end where Jeffrey walks into Frank Booth's apartment and he sees 2 of his lackeys dead, but they're standing up somehow? I swear some of these movies are just really difficult to bring into conversation. I don't even know what to say about them half the time. It's an unbelievably insane movie, and for a while I considered this as my favorite Lynch movie. It's not anymore, but we'll get to that shortly. And before we get to number 1, I would like to have one quick honorable mention. And it's kind of a big one. You see, in 1968, Lynch got married to Peggy Lentz, who gave birth to their daughter Jennifer later that year. She started her film journey at the Interlochen Arts Academy in Michigan and even made a brief appearance in her father's debut film alongside her mother, which was later cut from the movie for some reason. Dick move, man. She would later go on to be the production assistant for Blue Velvet, which presumably inspired her to commission a script for her debut film in 1993. One that caused more problems than it did for anything else, but we'll get to that later. I know it feels a little weird to focus solely on her since, well, David did have other kids. Austin, Riley, and Lula, cute name there, would also be birthed later down the line and have their own significant parts to play in David's life, but I wanted to mainly focus on Jennifer, who's probably the closest to her dad in terms of actually having a proper career in writing and directing. So fuck it, let's rank her movies too. Hiss, or Naggin the Snake Woman, is technically not a Jennifer Lynch movie. There was a version that she did make, but apparently it wasn't good enough for any of the Bollywood producers attached, so they went back to India without her, cobbled up a new cut, and just attached her name to the project anyways, which is really douchey even for Bollywood. Since then, Jennifer has ultimately disowned the project, but she did say that she would love to go back and do it again if given the chance. The film that we did get, though... I will say this, that one guy in the audience that has a major vor fetish is going to be really happy when they see this movie. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good at all. I didn't like it. Like, sure, I can never predict where it was gonna go, and I do like how appropriately insane it is. It is the closest Jennifer's ever gotten to out-weirding her father, so to speak. But from what information I was able to gather, this was apparently supposed to be the big crossover film for one of Bollywood's biggest stars at the time, Malika Sherawat. And considering that this is a half Hollywood, half Bollywood project, trying to make a story like this interesting while having to succumb to a whole load of that industry's cliches, it doesn't mesh well at all. That's all I could really say for this one. From its conception, it is pretty interesting, but it really does force you to digest how messy its execution really is. And yes, that choice of words was on purpose. I love that the opening text has to clarify what CGI is, like the concept of it is that daring and risque. I know that India's films aren't nearly as expensive as movies back in America, and from the few Bollywood movies I have seen, I do see why it would be here, but from an outsider's perspective, something like that just seems very silly to me. So I'm not really going to have much to say about the next three. Nothing against them, of course. They are fine enough movies in terms of how they're written, even bordering on pretty great sometimes. But compared to Hiss and how bad that film's production was, it did kind of overshadow the rest of her filmography, even though the production for her first movie in 1993, Boxing Elena, was arguably even worse, with the film running into several production issues, being criticized for its subject matter long before it even came out, Kim Basinger suing Jennifer shortly after being replaced, having to cut down the movie from its original NC-17 rating, ultimately culminating in the movie fiercely bombing in the box office. And you know what's the strangest part? The film wasn't even that bad. I don't have much to say about it outside of it being an okay movie. It's a high-budgeted exploitation movie that doesn't go far enough to be truly disturbing, unlike another movie she would do later, but it's still serviceable enough to be at least interesting. Cheryl Finn is also pretty alright in it, so if you want to see Audrey Horne getting into a ton of weird horny escapades that even her father wouldn't dip his toes into, this movie might be for you. If it's good enough for Art Garfunkel, it's good enough for me, okay? Okay, here's the thing to take away from these last two. They are both severely underrated. It does have all the facets of a good movie, all while sprinkling a very interesting story in between to properly balance them. But the one issue I have with Surveillance is that it's trying just a little too hard to be Lost Highway. Just a titch. It does stand up on its own, thankfully, but theoretically, if you are someone who's part of David Lynch's bloodline that's just gonna use the same lead from that movie anyways, chances are that people are going to make comparisons. And thus, we reach the last movie on this brief stop, 2012's Chained. And...
Please! I just want to go home! How the fuck do I get out of it?
This video was a bad idea. Seriously, can I go one ranking without being traumatized? Please! This movie hits way too close to home for me about a kid who's constantly under the thumb of his abusive dad that comes up with excuses on why he isn't allowed in the world on his own, and the psychological damages that come from it. And that is where I'm going to stop. If you want to see why this is Jennifer's darkest movie, you're going to have to see it for yourself, because... Christ. But if you thought I was done, I also want to bring up a few more obscure projects David Lynch did, because I have a gut feeling that I'm never going to bring them up again. There was 2002's Dumbland, David Lynch's one and only cartoon with almost zero animation. I'm not going to talk about it, not just because I already mentioned it in my childhood trauma episode, but because it's the one thing Lynch ever did that I just flat out hate.
Who broke the fucking lamp?
Well, excuse you. He also did a series called David Lynch's Daily Weather Report, which ran from 2005 to 2022, where he announces what the weather is like in LA and also this.
Thank you. Thank you for my legs.
All while talking about what he's up to in his day-to-day life. Those two were featured on his now defunct website, which for a while was the only way you could be caught up with what he's doing. The layout is kind of like operating a steam train with some button combinations leading to random places on the website. It's a surprisingly huge amount of effort that was put into it. I really like it. It even gives you a few fun bonus short films like Out Yonder, Peer Jim and Sony, and... There's also On the Air, a sitcom Lynch co-created with Mark Frost, and While it's not the greatest thing in the world, it's still pretty cool to see them experimenting with different TV genres, and at least they were both still on good enough terms to work with each other again, especially after disagreements that they had with Fire Walk with Me's direction. Also, he's kind of a musician. Exclusive to his website for a while was 7 studio albums. 5 of them were collaborations between him, Christabel, John Neff, and several others, but there were 2 of them that he produced and performed himself, Crazy Clown Time and The Big Dream. And they were definitely music. Oh yeah, and since I brought him up earlier, he also directed a video for I Am the Shaman by Donovan, aka the certified most humble musician currently living. The song's also pretty damn amazing too. The guy's always willing to experiment with any sort of genre he wants, so the decision to work with a man who's synonymous with the phrase doing something new fits their 2 different worlds perfectly. I could also mention the 2-episode mini anthology series that he did in the 90s called Hotel Room, but I'm going to leave that for another time because we're already an hour into this thing. I am exhausted. Let's wrap this up. Look, I've been doing these rankings for over a year now, and while it isn't a roadblock that I encounter often, it's very common for not just mine, but any ranking video to get a single outcome that everyone expects to be at the top. You know, something like David Cronenberg with Videodrome, John Waters with Pink Flamingos, Spike Lee with Do the Right Thing. All of which, while I do still really like them, I strongly disagree with being the best film from their respective directors. Hell, Suspiria isn't even my favorite Dario Argento movie, and this is coming from someone who isn't a big fan of giallo films. Normally, it's roadblocks like that make discussions in these type of rankings a lot harder. But sometimes I just want to say that the most popular pick is my favorite one, so screw it, Mulholland Drive. Don't get me wrong, there are plenty things to love about his other movies, but if I had to choose one of his that perfected the Lynchian formula, it would be Mulholland Drive. This thing is a mindfuck behemoth, something that looks fairly straightforward on the surface, but the more you start to pick apart every scene, it gets so convoluted and messy that it will turn your brain to mush. Out of all the films on this list, this was by far the most difficult one that I had to write about. I couldn't tell you what Lynch was trying to say here if you pointed a gun to my head. There's a million things that don't add up about it, and if you want more detail about it, go watch Twin Perfect. He did a really good job digging through the whole thing and explained his views on it better than I ever could. What I am able to say is that this is a phenomenally acted, beautifully shot, and abstractly terrifying deep dive into the depth of the Hollywood dream, taking up-and-coming stars and abusing their naivete to mold them into something that they're not. To me, this is Lynch's victory lap. So much that it doesn't even need to be described to you. Alone, it gets its power from you basking in its surreal 146-minute glory. I don't even need to tell you what I think the story is, or name any standout performances, or ask any questions like why is Valak punking with people outside of a random Denny's, because that would imply that most movies are like Mulholland Drive, and they're just not. Also, since I've only just realized this from doing research on the movie, you know that guy Diane was randomly sleeping with near the middle of the film? That's Billy Ray Cyrus! Yeah, country legend Billy Ray Cyrus was in a David Lynch movie. Just like how his daughter/pop's biggest weirdo Miley Cyrus was in an episode of Black Mirror. And it was the worst thing I ever watched. He did a bit of acting after his music career crashed and burned, and eventually did get some eyes on him during his time with Miley on Hannah Montana, and eventually made a colossal comeback on Lil Nas X's breakout hit Old Town Road. So yeah, Mulholland Drive is partially responsible for the resurrection of somebody's music career. And you know what, while I'm at it, I might as well share my thoughts on the 1999 TV pilot as well. Yeah, much as a surprise to pretty much everybody, this was originally supposed to be a TV series. Even weirder, this was originally supposed to be a spin-off of Twin Peaks where it followed Audrey on her own escapades. But executives at ABC hated it so much that they canned it outright, so instead Lynch repurposed the whole thing for a theatrical release. All I can really say is that it's just a diet version of Mulholland Drive. A pretty neat blueprint of what's yet to come, but that's pretty much what it is. Just a blueprint. So if you ever wanted to watch the same movie again, but without the famous Night to Say Knee jump scare, then I guess the 1999 TV pilot is for you. It's creepy, it's beautiful, it's surreal, it's multi-purpose. Lynch was nominated for Best Director at the 2002 Oscars because of this film. He never won because the Oscars hate horror films, but still he was there. And it partially contributed to changing the landscape of modern pop music forever. I know I've already said that I don't have a definitive favorite from Lynch, but if those aren't the reasons on why Mulholland Drive should deserve the top spot on this list, then quite frankly, I don't know what will. Ow! John Wick was right. Why didn't I listen? Anyways, welcome back to Expressing My Thoughts, the show where I take a look at the weirdest pieces of media out there and give my general opinion on them. Well, I've already teased it long enough, so might as well bite the bullet. Today we are looking at one of the worst movies I have ever seen in my entire life, Oogie Loves and the Big Balloon Adventure. The only problem is, I don't remember that movie having this much blood.
He's watching you, and he loves you. He's watching you.
I killed myself the other day.
Oh, now, Sophie? I don't you dare tell me you're saying, sweetheart.
Actually, zoom in on that one image, please. Just as I thought. I left the copy of the movie in Where the Dead Go to Die. It's like the 6th time I've done that this week. But, yeah, we are taking a look at Where the Dead Go to Die, so I should probably get this on. Why do I do this to myself? Public internet ridicule. And yet this guy, Jimmy Screamer Claus, whose name is way too cool for me to say, so I'll just call him Roger, has grown to be one of the most respected and beloved surrealist animators on the internet nowadays, to the point where he's working with other beloved internet weirdos like David Firth, M. Strange, and the previously discussed Flying Lotus. And by far his most controversial project, Where the Dead Go to Die, came out in February of 2012. Kinda, but we'll get to that very shortly. The story behind this is that Roger wanted to make a comedy, but made the grave mistake of getting high before he started writing and animating it, thus explaining why everyone moves like this. But even after sobering up, he ended up really liking what he saw, so every 2 years he would blaze himself up just to make one singular short, and then in 2012 he compiled them all into this one movie. So let's start off this journey with the 2007 short film and also chapter 1 of this movie, Tainted Milk. The segment begins with a young named Tommy asking where babies come from, and their parents start bickering and blaming one another as a result of it, causing them to casually divorce each other.
I'll tell you all about babies. Babies come from the mistakes you made as a child.
Yep, sounds exactly like the story on how I was born. Tommy later on goes to school at night and stumbles across...
Hi, Tommy.
Lucy, I am so sorry I wasn't aware of your game.
This is Labby, surname the dog. A dog under the influence of the devil, I will kill you if you even, that's voiced by Roger himself and is without a doubt the most famous character he's ever come up with. Admittedly, an evil dog coaxing a young boy into doing something heinous isn't the most original idea in the world, but honestly, it might be the most unhinged version of this trope I've ever seen, cause holy goddamn.
You're eating my dick!
Don't you hate when that happens?
Quickly, take his hands and cut yourself with his fingernails so it looks like he attacked you first.
He doesn't have any yet. I get it. I get that this movie is horrible, and offensive, and crude, and an assault to God. But that is genuinely one of the funniest things I have ever heard. How could you not love something like that? Silly dog, he can't cut me with his fingernails because he's an unborn fetus. He doesn't have any yet. I'm Tommy. I'm a boy in his tens. Okay, this joke is going nowhere.
What's the matter, Tommy? Did you think the lady in the well was gonna bring the sunshine?
That's a tear duct. So Tommy's a little sad that his folks are gone, but then Labby says that he can bring them back, on one condition. And yes, that faces him doing exactly what you think he's doing, and no, I am not gonna show it, because if I do, I'm gonna break several laws in the Geneva Convention, and I'm going to get shot. That's all I'll say for this one. And lo and behold, even after all that, his parents are still dead, because Labby is a lying piece of shit. And then the smiling man shows up, and that's where this segment pretty much ends. Is it bad to say that this might be the tamest of the bunch? We then transition very smoothly into our next segment, Liquid Memories, where we follow... Actually, I don't think he was ever given a name. All I know about him is that he's going around killing people, extracting their memories, and injecting them into his brain. It makes no sense.
What happened to my legs?
Oh, and now we're watching the Emoji Movie. I will admit to saying that the designs for these memory demons are pretty awesome. It almost looks rotoscoped in a way, kind of like something you would see out of one of Richard Linklater's animated projects. But at the same time, they just look so uncanny, and they stick out like a sore thumb against the other characters. They both don't fit in at all, and fit perfectly at the same time. It's that kind of uncanny valley we're dealing with. I should appreciate for being one huge acid trip, but I gotta be honest here, this whole segment kinda sucks. Even for a movie that's very loosey-goosey with its stories, I don't even think this segment had one to begin with. It's just this guy going into the memories of his victims, feeling bad for one of them after he looks into her memories, and then just dies. Okay. Can't show most of this, so let's move on to the third and final segment, a Panic at the Disco song title. But I'm happy to report that we finally have a segment in this movie that has a proper beginning, middle, and end. This story follows dear old Ralph, a socially awkward kid who hallucinates stuff thanks to the weird Siamese twin he has on the side of his head. However, Ralph is often looked down by his parents, the mother of which is voiced by Linnea Quigley? As in 80s Scream Queen Linnea Quigley? What am I watching? Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that the director of We Are the Strange M. is supposed to be in this movie. So yeah. When can we see him, Roger?
Siamese twins often share certain organs. In this case, they share a brain.
Oh. There he is. The next day, Ralph is at school and falls in love with a fairly innocent little girl named Sophie, no relation.
I really like your drawing.
Oh god damn it, you turned Ralph to stone. And figures that the one way to be with her is to gain the trust of her father, who makes pornographic movies of her. God damn it. Okay, I get that Roger wanted to tackle a topic like this in an intentionally disturbing and provocative fashion, but I felt that the movie already worked without factoring in that kind of real-world connection. This is clearly the guy's passion project, and you could tell that he does have a vast imagination. Even if the two previous segments had their problems, you could tell that he wanted to let out as many weird ideas as he possibly could, cultivating in moments that genuinely do work, just in a unique sort of way. The man was this close to not making an animated Blacklist heaven, and look what he went and did. Exactly that.
You better not be touching yourself. Remember, it's...
Well, at least I know the people who made the Johnny videos are still getting work.
Eating sugar?
A bunch of really, really awful stuff happens that I'm unable to talk about here because, well, take a wild guess. And Sophie is understandably pissed about Ralph's advancements, considering that he was the only person she knew who actually treated her well. So she shuts herself off from him.
They say dogs are supposed to be man's best friend.
A best friend would never do that to you.
I guess not.
So, is it implied that Tommy and Ralph are on different planes of existence and the well is a portal between several dimensions of pain? Not gonna lie, that is an interesting idea. I just wish that we didn't have to go for a cartoon version of Amateur Night from VHS just to get to this point.
How was it? Speechless, huh? That's understandable. I know how it is. I've f***ed her before.
Oh, Jesus, that was disgusting. Oh.
Never say that again.
Your fathers are welling up with tears of pride.
Why are Labby's eyes so big now? Like, they were at a fairly decent size at the beginning of the film, but now, look at them! They look like baby's first creepypasta! At one point, the light of them just covers up his entire face. I can't show the frame, of course, because, you know, it's this movie, but still, why are they so abnormally large now? So Ralph goes around killing his and Sophia's parents, as well as cutting out the twin from his head. And then he skulks back to the well where everybody else in this stupid movie is. I guess this is like the water cooler of the movie. It's then revealed that Ralph and the Smiling Man are one and the same, and just like that, the movie just sorta stops. Okay. Now before we continue, I do need to bring up the movie Roger made after Tainted Milk, and that was 2008's Reality Bleed-Through, which might be my favorite movie of his. Maybe I'm just a sucker for that whole shot-on-shitio feel of films like this, but you blend that with several avant-garde cosmic horror concepts, and the film does what pretty much needs to be done. I bring this up because that's pretty much where The Dead's biggest strength. Like, yes, all everyone said about this film being an edgy, sacrilegious mess is true. I can't deny that. And I can acknowledge that there are horror films out there that are better written and more controlled with their shock value. But here's the thing with those horrors, I tend to forget about them a minute after they end, whereas I am never going to forget the designs of the Shadow Men, or Labby's homeless man-esque rant near the beginning, or that. Between the high concepts of Liquid Memories, the well from earlier, and the intentional moments of dark comedy in Tainted Milk, you can't really say that there's absolutely zero value to come from it. Especially with visuals that are as beyond creative as this. Linnea quickly stabs a creepy war vet in the neck and then skulks away like a little spider. If that doesn't get the slightest reaction out of you, then I don't even know what to say. You might be the crazy one. So yeah, this is going to come as a shock to pretty much everybody, but I did not hate Where the Dead Go to Die at all. I thought it was just okay. A little try-hard for my liking, but you cannot deny that there is a huge strand of originality and imagination going on, as twisted as it may be. And as a good friend and a long-time respectful filmgoer, I am no longer going to condescendingly call you Roger, and instead, I'll call you Jimmy. That's all I have to say. Go home. Oh. Welcome back to Expressing My Thoughts, the show where I take a look at the weirdest pieces of media out there and give my general opinion on...
This hurts. This really, really hurts. But you know, I haven't made a ranking like this in a while, so you know, you might as well do it in the state that you're in, I guess. Today we're taking a look at a filmography of a person I'm kind of surprised no one's done a ranking on yet, Alejandro Jodorowski. I really hope I pronounced that correctly. Alejandro Jodorowski is a Chilean director born on the 17th of February, 1929? You're telling me that this guy is 96 years old? And he has an Instagram? Huh, maybe there is some truth to enlightenment. This guy is an odd animal. Like, sure, he's a major egotist, but at the same time, he's made some of the most unforgettable pieces of surrealist filmmaking that wouldn't have been done by anyone else but him. Not to mention that he's a pretty fascinating fellow to do research on. He was in the circus. He's obsessed with tarot cards. He was good friends with Salvador Dali. He once made an entire studio album about the Iranian religious finder Zarathustra, and it sounds like this. He met Kanye West once. This was around the time where Ye was still a respected name, by the way. Long story short, Jodorowski is a really huge part of the avant-garde scene, and most weird films nowadays wouldn't even get the time of day if it wasn't for how groundbreaking most of his work is. And I will forever respect his movies for influencing my entire wardrobe. So sit back and relax, as I barely talk, while we rank the movies of one of the most influential avant-garde filmmakers of all time. You know, this really needs to come to an end soon. Jodorowski has made a legacy for himself by making some of the most controversial, surreal, and utterly confusing movies to have ever been put on the big screen. Tusk is not one of them. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I've always found it really fascinating when a director known for their weirder and more controversial sides makes a kids movie. Hell, it's even more fascinating when a director is so weird that they're practically incapable of making one. And Alejandro, without a doubt, falls into that latter category. Not that there's anything in this movie that's vulgar or dark or anything, but it's because I cannot imagine any kid being interested enough to watch this all the way through. This movie is boring. It is just so boring. The acting, the story, the visuals. I was like 45 to 50 minutes into the movie until I realized, really? Is that how the whole movie's going to look? Let me remind you that I've never been to India, but from seeing pictures of it and, you know, watching a few Bollywood movies, it is one of the most beautiful and lavish places you could ever go to. Here, it all feels very muddy and washed out, and Jodorowsky's unique set design is almost completely absent from this movie, meaning that we don't have any interesting standout locations. And let me remind you that the last movie he made was The Holy Mountain, one of the most complete visions of any surreal director. It all feels very unfinished, and that's partially because it was. According to Jodorowsky himself, the producer of Tusk, Erik Roshat, declared bankruptcy right in the middle of production, leaving the project unfinished and pretty much taking the money and running with it. To this day, he is still fighting for Final Cut and hoping to remake it one day, which I'd be fine with. There are signs of a good movie in there somewhere. Hell, it's based on a novel made by a World War II naval officer. You could do some pretty interesting things with that. But for now, until Jodorowsky is able to get the rights for the film back, we're stuck with a really lackluster follow-up to one of the most influential weird movies of all time. Overall, 7 out of 10, too many elephants.
Whoa, that's a full rainbow all the way. Double rainbow.
Released in 1990, The Rainbow Thief is a movie that exists. What? College is around the corner. I ain't putting my A game into this. This would be the last film Jodorowsky would make until 2013, mainly because he outright wasn't allowed to change the script, limiting his involvement with the film. Since then, it's the only movie he's properly disowned and would refuse to bring it up when discussing his filmography in interviews. Hell, in the 1994 documentary La Constellation Jodorowsky, he doesn't even discuss the movie at all, going on a 2.5-minute rant about having zero creative control over the final product.
Mais il m'a dit que je devais, parce que c'est un film qui allait coûter $10 millions minimum, que me adapté ao sistema americano. Só sabe dire que je n'étais pas libre.
A lot of the same issues I had with Tusk apply here as well. There's little to none of his signature traits, everyone looks like they don't want to be there, and I would say it's as boring as Paper, but you can technically make something really interesting with Paper, so it couldn't even get that right. Though it is a pretty nice reunion between O'Toole and Sharif, who hadn't worked with each other since Lawrence of Arabia, and I like that movie, so I guess it gets a few extra points over Tusk, I guess. I don't know, man. I'm really trying to say something here. This film's really boring. End of story.
Dance with me, Lois. Dance the dance of life.
The dance of reality and endless poetry. It's a tie! That joke was way too easy to make, I'm very sorry. I'm putting these two together because they're not just movies about Jodorowsky's life, but they're surprisingly really great movies about Jodorowsky's life. Saying that both of these are a return to form for him, if you will, is a massive understatement. And while they could be seen as a huge ego stroke, and it is, but they are some of the weirdest and most fascinating ego strokes you could possibly have with some surprisingly really good acting. Good God, is the acting really good. Everyone in Alejandro's family playing different versions of him is giving it their all, which I could never say about any other movie that was made purely off of someone else's ego. I don't think anyone with an ego as big as Jodorowsky's can be able to pull that off, except for him. It doesn't have the same cult notoriety as the next 4 films on this list, and they can get a tad boring in their second acts, but these are all worth watching if you want to see how Alejandro himself saw the world he lived in growing up. It's Alejandro giving self-fellatio to himself, but... Howdy, y'all! El Topo is a 1970 Mexican acid western film written, scored, directed by, and starring Alejandro Jodorowsky. Characterized by its bizarre characters and occurrences, use of maimed and dwarf performers, and heavy doses of Judo-Christian symbolism and Eastern philosophy, the film is about El Topo, a violent black-clad gunfighter played by Jodorowsky, and his quest for enlightenment. Yep, I don't think I could sum that up any better. This is a weird movie. From frame one, it already successfully separates itself from any other crazy western at the time, and its presentation here is just jaw-dropping. This was apparently a submission for the Academy Awards for Best Foreign Film, and it was never even nominated, which is wild to me considering its legendary cult status. Especially with people saying that it's as good, if not better, than The Holy Mountain. Guys, look, I'm not gonna come out of the gate and explain why El Topo is bad, actually. It's not. It's a really good film, and I 100% get why it's seen as one of Jodorowsky's most beloved films. Considering that it was cited as a major influence of the works of Gore Verbinski, Goshi Suda, and weirdest of all, Phil Collins, who based Genesis' entire 6th album around it. There was even plans for a sequel at one point, but that ended up becoming a free volume comic book series instead. I personally think it's just a really unpleasant movie to watch, not just with how real the blood felt in most scenes, including the opening town massacre looking a lot like something you would see in a mass shooting, let alone a western, which I do get was the point, but still. But with what was going on behind the scenes, including... I get that I'm saying this to a super talented filmmaker, but Alejandro, what the absolute fuck? It's also... just a little too long. I'm hesitant in saying that they should have cut some of this stuff out, since a lot of it does make a ton of thematic sense and context, and it would rob us of some beautiful looking visuals, but this definitely would have benefited from being like a 19-minute movie instead of a full 2 hours. Especially with the aforementioned which admittedly made El Topo a lot more dislikable, even though he's supposed to be, well, the hero. Hello? I'm not going to pretend that this whole project isn't anything beyond a huge ego boost, but if there's any filmmaker out there who can make an awestruck artistic statement out of his own ego, it would be Jodorowsky. Plus, there's a guy in his swimming shorts at one point, and he's pretty cool, so I'm perfectly fine with El Topo existing. Seriously though, what the absolute fuck? Bill, I believe this is killing me! The movie opens with a minute-long shot of just a random woman eating flowers. Just a whole bunch of flowers. Movie, this is the final straw.
But you haven't said prayers yet!
Listen here, I don't care about saying prayers right now, I'm hungry! Released in 1968, Fondo and Liz is about a couple looking for the mythical city of Tar and just doing a ton of stuff for an hour and a half. And it is just so fun! Jodorowski is in the camp of many, many directors whose first film is just a collection of ideas as opposed to a typical narrative. But hey, that's never stopped me from loving that sort of movie before, and oh my god, that guy is recording fire? There's a ton of people rolling around in mud, random mummies in the middle of nowhere, the leads get so carried away with writing their own names on the wall that they end up covering the whole room in paint. And that's only the tip of this weird-ass iceberg. There's also a bunch of parallels to Dante's Inferno and all that wild shit. Look, what I'm trying to say is that it's Jodorowsky's way of having fun, and for all that to be squeezed all into his first feature film shows that the guy is a lot more than just someone who does strange stuff to provoke. I love it, it's great. Oh look, it's that one Marilyn Manson album cover. See, this is where you put in the laugh track.
I'm God.
You know, this is just a really strange and really annoying placement for me, because The Holy Mountain is one of my favorite movies of all time, though despite being that, I don't really have much to say about it, nor if there's anything left to say about it. This is the second movie Jodorowsky has made about a group of people traveling somewhere to achieve enlightenment, but unlike El Topo, it is taken to the most extreme possible angle. A very symmetrical one. But it's still pretty phenomenal. The soundtrack's amazing, the cinematography is awesome, there's a scene near the beginning where a bunch of frogs run an Aztec society, which I thought was pretty fun. And unlike El Topo, I actually felt that the slowness of everything actually kind of had a point, because it kept introducing new original facets to everything, keeping it more varied. And it was even revered by several members of the Beatles. George Harrison was a really big fan of the script, but backed out from playing the lead because the script required for him to be naked all the time. And John, Yoko, and their manager at the time, Alan Klein, agreed to fund the movie because they were all big fans of Jodorowsky's work, which I think is pretty awesome. The only reason I see that as a negative, though, is because I really don't like John Lennon. I get that his heart's in the right place for most of the decisions he's made throughout his life, and he has made some really good songs, but I'm sorry, he could be such a nutcase sometimes. Like, this is the same guy who decided to name the opening song on his third studio album, Woman is the of the World. A song that compared sexism to the slavery of black African Americans. Gee, I wonder why this never got any radio play. John, I get that you're doing this for a good cause, man, but a filter every once in a while would be nice. Sorry, I got sidetracked. What I'm trying to say here is, The Holy Mountain is an awesome movie. The only reason I'm not putting this at number 1, though, is that the surrealism on display here would be done a lot better in, oh, who am I kidding? I'm gonna get slaughtered for putting this over one of the most famous experimental movies anyways. This part has been pre-recorded. I'm currently hiding in my war bunker. Location will remain anonymous. Let's just get this over with. Nope. It's a pretty good one. But I'm pretty sure Evasive already took it. I guess that'll work. If I had a nickel for every NC-17 movie I put at number 1 in my rankings. Seriously, man, Santa Sangre is such a good movie, and no one ever talks about it. It's the Alex Lifeson of his filmography. It's also, at least in the context of his career at the time, the fullest vision he's ever had for a project since The Holy Mountain, being loosely autobiographical and starring his own family in the mix. This is a movie that consists of 100% Jodorowskyisms, and it really shows. It's also his only horror film, so count this number 1 spot as pure bias on my part. I almost want to apologize, but who has the time, honestly? And speaking of time, how much time do you want me to just gush about this thing? What, with the lavish set design, the over-the-top story, Suspiria-level lighting, and this guy? What's up with you? What's up? Like, sure, it's easily his darkest movie by far, but at the same time, it's beautiful. As beautiful as a nightmare can be, but still beautiful. And I know I should probably use some sort of David Lynch comparison, as I'm one to do, but let's face it, he probably didn't take as much acid to come up with something like this. It's the most brilliant, ugly duckling of his entire filmography, and a good sum up of the man himself. Insane, dark, extremely full of himself, but resilient, and would stop at nothing until his art has a purpose in the world. Seriously though, can someone please explain the aura of this image to me? I still don't get it.
You know, it's just nights like this that just make you thankful that we have a world that's as wonderful as this. Like, yeah, sure, we're flawed, sure, we just spew the biggest bullshit that we can, but hey, at least we're thankful that we're alive. That's for sure. You know, I just might as well hang in there. Just bask in the night with no new project in sight. Another one that I really want to do, and this is at the request of some of my best friends in college, and that is the Aquabats Super Show review. That... Ow. The Aquabats. What is there left to say about them? Unless you don't know who they are, so I'll just give you the skinny. They live in a cave, and they presumably really like Barbie Girl. In all seriousness, they're a Californian comedic ska band that started off life back in 1994 and were inspired by other weird music acts like Devo and Oingo Boingo. Fair warning, I did listen to their first 2 albums, and I am considering listening to their third because it has a funny eye on the cover, and I gotta say, I like them a lot. They have a very adolescent sense of humor that I could really get behind, and the styling that they took from Oingo Boingo in terms of mixing ska and new wave together really do fit their whole aesthetic. And after they spent an entire year fighting the Rockafire explosion, where else do you go from here? Unleash hell! Because in June of 2012, the Aquabats Super Show was released, both on TV and later to YouTube. And I gotta say, this was...
You tricked me, little doggy! Getting emotional! Stupid! Reinforced truck!
Well, it was something, I suppose. This was their third attempt at getting a TV show off the ground, and considering that the frontman of the band, the MC Bat Commander, was also the creator of Goddamn Yo Gabba Gabba Damna Yo Gabba Yo Geeb Gab Gab Gob God damn it. It almost felt like a miracle that one was able to be made at all, and honestly, I am so glad that it did, and for 2 seasons no less. Yep, this fever dream of a kid's show ran for 26 episodes. We didn't need this much luxury. Everyone in this band looks like their name should be Johnny Tambourine, a grumpy robot machine, and Saul Malone, the de facto leader of the team. This looks like a Power Rangers episode if it was produced by the same people who made Fat Guy Stuck in Internet. It looks like a live-action remake of Xavier Renegade Angel. This would probably do well on Adult Swim. That's what I'm trying to say. So, who's ready to join me as I take a look into the beyond unhinged world of the Aquabats Super Show? Well, hey, my voice synced up. Now let's start with the first episode, Manhunt. So far, it's fairly normal for this band standards. Don't know what the tortilla guy in the background's all about, but hey, you know what they say about tortillas? Rap. Even the intro itself is pretty fun, and the song was done by the band themselves, which is also pretty cool. It's kind of like how Sparks did the music for the movie Annette. The film itself is just absurd, but knowing what the group did before, yeah, it tracks. But yeah, as far as I'm concerned, this is where the normal part of the show ends. A bunch of burger places are being attacked by a half-man, half-ant hybrid named Man-Ant? Manant? It's unclear. What is, though, is that he's trying to get revenge against Crash for abandoning him after he was given sentience by him by finding a lamp that contained a genie played by Rip Taylor, the pirate guy at the end of the Jackass movies. Sure. So he uses the juices Crash had to make himself grow from his emotions to create a giant ant army so that he would take over the world. Can't get more simple than that. Almost immediately, the show stole my cocaine supply and just never returned. But that's kind of what adds to the charm of the show. It's strange without a doubt, but at the same time, it knows. It just doesn't care. I also like that the action scenes run entirely on Power Rangers logic, and that everyone outside the leads in the Big Bad the episode are pathetically easy to take out. Just one punch and they're immediately done. Just like me. Also, listen to Man-Ant's voice. Sounds familiar, don't you think?
What is this, a kindergarten snack break? 1 potato, 2 potato, 3 potato, 4 potato, just have the whole little sandwich! Bah!
That's right, none other than Filbert from Rocko's Modern Life himself, Mr. Doug Lawrence. Honestly, I was just going to mention who he's voiced by and then just leave it at that, but then I remembered that he's also the voice of Plankton from SpongeBob, and now I want to involuntarily do this.
I can deny it no longer! I am small.
Oh yeah, and while we're on the topic of Power Rangers, I know that their budget was the size of a loaf of bread, but Jesus Christ, what are those effects? I know that's supposed to be CG, but the ants here look like they were done with stop motion, except for some reason every frame was out of focus the whole time. It's like watching Fantastic Mr. Fox through a Gaussian blur filter. It is not very pleasant on the eyes at all, but I do kinda like it when some of the ants are blowed up. They clearly only had one model to work with, so they just played the same clip here twice. God, I love TV show life hacks. Bottom line, I just think this is a really crazy yet kinda charming way to start off a show like this. Oh yeah, there's also points where the episode stops just to play an ad or a cartoon, sort of playing around with the idea that even the show's airtime itself is a joke. It's like even the characters themselves don't even care that the plot's going on. God, this show must have been so much fun to work on. I just realized I accidentally wrote the next episode in my script. The next episode is about a chaotic bird creature hatching from its egg and Jimmy trying to protect it with its life. What sets the whole thing off is Jimmy killing the creature's mother and the other bats making fun of him for it, even though it's never brought up again afterwards. Yeah, this series is very good at forgetting things, like a couple of seconds after it happens. Finally, another show that I can relate to. Also, did I mention already that the show is really funny?
It could be an egg. Jimmy, scan it and see if it's an egg.
It's definitely an egg.
Did you scan it?
No.
Scan it.
It's still an egg.
Maybe I'm biased because I love a lot of stupid humor. Hell, one of my favorite animated shows of all time is called Panty and Stalking a Garter Belt. But this show's sense of comedic timing is often really on point for me. Most of the time it could be random for the hell of it, and sometimes it's so nonsensical that you swear that most of it wasn't even scripted, like Rip Taylor showing up. He probably wasn't even supposed to be there, he just showed up just because. Wait, hang on, what is Boxy doing here? Bones gains a bit of an ego after one of their gigs, and strays away from the group to track down his evil twin brother, Eagle Claw. The same brother that tried to kill him earlier. I never thought I would say this today, but Jesus Christ, Aquabats Super Show. I know I'm supposed to, review this, in a serious manner and all, but I'm sorry, with how crazy the show gets at points, I find it increasingly more difficult to even take it seriously at all, and that's kind of part of the charm.
Where you been? Of course you wouldn't remember. No, always thinking about yourself. Well, I remember like it was yesterday.
Actually, hold on, I think I recognize that voice. It's like, it sounds familiar to you, right? I swear I've heard that voice before, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Hey, Eagle Hawk, my guy. Could you lend me some of your tots?
No, go find your own.
Oh, okay, thanks anyways. Hey, wait a minute!
Yeah, that's straight up John Heder. Napoleon Dynamite is in a kid's show. That's just brilliant.
I think I'm high!
And that's only the first 3 episodes too. Then we get into stuff like killer floating eyes, lady fingers, a face-off with Krampus, an evil clone of the group played by the king of bisexuality himself, Gerard Way of friggin' My Chemical Romance. Granted, some of those ideas did originate from the studio albums, but by themselves, they still seem really, really weird.
It really is the absurdity of it all that keeps it memorable though, because if it was just your standard action series, it would have faded away into the background much quicker. The show was supposed to be brought back for a 3rd season, and it was supposed to be funded through Kickstarter, but that only ended up getting half of its goal before it closed, so they used the money that they already had to make another studio album. 2 of them to be in fact. I listened to both of them for this video, and they're honestly pretty good, so at least that money went to good use for something.
And yes, I do think it is a very flawed series, as with any show. Some of the jokes don't land, it is often way too cheap for its own good, and as this is a Monster of the Week type series, it is painfully repetitive. Even more so here because of its reliance on the show's airtime with fake ads and having a reoccurring cartoon series within the episode. Like, what kind of crazy person would run a cartoon in the middle of their own project?
And now we return to another episode of
And the Masters of the Universe!
So, Ceus, how the hell did you manage to get up here?
I have a unicorn, bitch!
Hey dads, why is he not weighing down the wing of my ship with such humongous pecs? You, drown. Okay. And that, my friends, is the power of persuasion. I should really do that more often.
Where the hell did that come from? So yeah, the Aquabats Super Show, with all its faults, is a show that I would really love to see more from. It's a cacophony of everything a kid would enjoy, and even a slew of some really fun cameos from people I would never expect to be in a kid's show at all. Hell, I didn't even bring up the episodes that had the brothers Chat from Homestar Runner, Weird Al Yankovic, Tony Hawk, Mark Mothersbrook, the guy from Devo, and Warren Fitzgerald as their guest stars. Yeah, the guitarist from Oingo Boingo, one of their biggest influences. That's awesome! So yeah, that's all I really have to say about the Aquabats Super Show. It has completely melted my brain, so let's wrap this up. Thank you for watching. Make sure to like and subscribe if you want to see more of this. And special thanks to a few friends in college who have been hounding me for ages to do this episode. Like Hayden, Felix, I know you two are watching this. Like, one Dr. Pepper. One Dr. Pepper is all I ask for. I hope you all have a great September. Wolfoween is just around the corner, so I should probably prepare for that. And bad dreams, sisters. Believe it or not, this is a video of me singing the Pink Elephant song from Dumbo back when I was only 4 years old. It's honestly comforting that I was always bad at playing the guitar and singing. I was like my family's equivalent to Yoko Ono before I even knew who she even was. I've been given some time to grow up and mature over the foregoing years because we are a very flawed species and we've all made several mistakes that we're not proud of or would wish that would just fade into the sands of time for all eternity. For you, it was either singing What Does the Fox Say at a talent show when you were younger, or that one time you tried to impress a girl or boy by acting quote-unquote cool, shitting in the swimming pool thinking it was cool. Mine was getting scared by a goddamn children's book. And look where I am now. Jumbo Bum was something that I vividly remember seeing on the shelf of my school library when I was a lot younger. I could tell that it was a lot newer, and that it probably was since it was published back in 2013. It was about a kid who would most definitely grow up to be a hoarder when he's older, being terrorized by this freaky-looking clothing monster, and now has to find a way to get rid of it before it eats him.
I know it's supposed to be like a harmless kid's book or whatever, but the way it builds up to this creature scurrying around the floor and even the descriptions of what it is or what it wants was enough to make me want to never touch another book ever again for the rest of my childhood. Just thinking about this thing's whole anatomy scared me the more that I thought about it, how it would dispose of you, or, on a much concerning note, how that would even work considering it's just clothing. Would there even be organs there to finish you off, or would you just be trapped there like some sort of cage like those demon horses from Rise of the Guardians? And another thing is, considering what it's about being this clothing monster that wants to eat this kid, I know it's the de facto monster stereotype, but I've been on the internet for long enough to know that there are a select number of people who are into that sort of stuff, so much that actually has a name now. So because of that, I can no longer look at the specific section of this book and say that it's just harmless fun. That kid is considering a challenge. Long story short, this is why I burn my clothes now. And I know you may argue that this is all in his imagination or just some whack-ass dream he had when he was sleeping, but considering that the mother was the one who was warning her own child about this, I've always wondered how she was able to sleep with her kid being terrorized by this Lovecraftian beast made of polyester. Okay, so, allow me to share a bit of history about myself. As well as horror movies, I was a pretty big cartoon enthusiast at a young age. As a matter of fact, in my off time, I would intentionally scour channels like Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon, and a channel based exclusively in the UK called Pop in order to get my fill of them. Okay, that's a lie. I was exclusively about that Pop life until Nickelodeon came over and took over the majority of my life for a bit. But then this show came along, and now I'm exclusively an internet person. Thanks, breadwinners, for reminding me that God left us. Pop was where I discovered a lot of obscure gems like Jamie's Got Tentacles, Iggy Arbuckle, The Invisible Network of Kids, and Elliot Kid, but was also the home to a bunch of now cult classics like Augie and the Cockroaches, Oscar's Oasis, Sally Bollywood, Yoo-Hoo and Friends, 16, Littlest Pet Shop, and Totally Spies, aka the show version of Figuring Things Out. There was also Clay Kids, which, I'll admit it, this was my Strange Hill high when I was younger, even if the writing wasn't nearly as clever. I still loved it. Wait a minute. I didn't know Robert Pattinson was a time traveler. But by far my favorite series to come from that lineup, and it isn't even a competition by the way, was, well, Totally Spies, but Total Drama came a close second. Originally broadcasted in 2007, Total Drama is a full-on animated parody of Survivor-based reality shows like, well, Survivor, that pretty much go all the way with what they're able to show in an animated kids series filled with every bodily function you could think of, some very violent makeout scenes, character designs that look like the animators sat on them, oh shit! And underage nudity. Yeah, all of these characters are meant to be 16 years old apparently. The whole show is just nuts with the amount of stressful challenges they force these poor kids to go through, the biggest highlight being the episode Phobia Factor, where everyone had to conquer their biggest fear that they randomly decide to share the campfire without checking if they were off the air first. Those include ninjas, mullets, being buried alive, and flying. Oh, and you're really not going to like Final Destination if that's the case. Also,
well, what exactly is your phobia?
Celine Dion music store standees.
I gotta be honest, I had no idea who Celine Dion even was until I watched this show. Shows how uncultured I was as a child. But the one phobia that kinda scared me when I was younger was the challenge that started the whole episode, where Tyler had to take a bite out of some chicken-shaped chicken, and then this happened. That poor chicken must have had to sit there for a good long while before Tyler had to eat it. And call me morbid, but imagine if the chicken chose the exact wrong time to put its head up in the place where the chicken was chewed off. How did he even get it in there in the first place? Film theory, Chris McClane is a psycho. Oh yeah, there was also this. Yep, I think it was this scene that put it over the edge for me. It always felt really uncanny to me with how hi-fi the rest of the show is, so hearing these chickens in a tad worse audio quality, it just felt very jarring to me. Unrelated note, I used to be really jealous of her as a child. And I still kind of am. Who Framed Roger Rabbit excited me as a young cartoon enthusiast. Not just because it's a really cool blend with a world where cartoons and real people coexist with each other, not just because of all these IPs coexisting with each other, but because it was able to do all these things while simultaneously giving us an actual story with original, likable, multi-layered characters, fun slapstick, ballsy but still admirable social commentary, a ton of deaths, actual stakes,
big boobs,
and as to be expected from a rated PG movie in the 80s, a ton of nightmare fuel. Like this scene near the end where Eddie faces off against Judge Doom, where Doom gets Rotor-Roller-Dad and becomes Laffy Taffy? Nope, apparently Doom's physical form was only a skin suit the whole time and is revealed to be a toon himself, with him morphing his hand into a saw blade and an anvil, and his eyes bulging out of his skull in the shape of swords. Show of hands, who was actually scared by this as a kid? This is such an unbelievably weird climax, and yet it's not even that long, only lasting for a minute. You're one of those people, aren't you? Even worse to me as a child, we never get to find out what his true form really was, because he just melts away once he gets hoisted by his own dippy petard. Personally, as a kid, I always like to imagine him as the piss-colored version of the Phantom Virus from Scooby-Doo in the Cyber Chase.
I wonder who he really was.
I'll tell you one thing, Doc. He weren't no rabbit. Or a duck.
Or a dog.
Or a little wooden boy.
Or a sheep.
Or a woodpecker.
Or a pussy.
Of course not, Sylvester. We already saw that earlier. Yeah, VHS copies of Disney movies have always been a little hilarious to me because you could tell that everyone working on the films were just horny as hell. Also, I'm pretty sure it was only added for shits and giggles, but Jessica having an animated vagina just never made any sense to me. Also, I've seen Cool World. We already know that sex with a cartoon is never going to work out. It's not just weird, it's
most illogical.
Star Trekkin', an infamous British novelty hit made by the one-hit wonder band, The Firm. I wish, but I remember adoring this thing when I was younger. I used to go on a ton of car journeys with my babysitter, and this would usually calm me down if I end up having a hissy fit over probably something petty, I'm sure, knowing myself. I mean, it's silly, but I was a kid who didn't know what toilets were back in the day. I didn't know if it was supposed to be good or not, but I do remember growing up with it, and I do kind of feel a little bit of nostalgia over it when somebody brings it up. But then my younger ass decided it would be fun to see if there was a music video for this, and oh my. What the hell is that, Private Pile? The video was uploaded by Rupert. I don't even know what to say here. I get that we're a weird country, so we don't have the proper budget for anything. Even the BBC is broke half the time. But a stop-motion music video consisting of Star Trek caricatures made of potatoes? Then there's a random planet of ants. There are these why the fucks that sing the chorus. The Enterprise becomes this at one point, and then there was the ending of it that I remember getting nightmares about when I was younger. Like, what the hell even is that? Is that Ronald Reagan? Because I'm 90% sure it's Ronald Reagan. Or maybe it's like the end of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy movie where the improbability drive randomly morphs into Douglas Adams' face. Like, I don't know. It also doesn't help that the music gets hella warps near the end with pitch shifting and orchestral ambiance and everything. And yep, I think I just gave myself nightmares again. Thanks, Brenton. He looks like Mickey Mouse. Post-credit scenes have always been a huge fascination of mine, but they've also been one of my biggest fears. Let me remind you that I discovered these when I was only 7. This was way before Hollywood started squeezing these damn things into almost every movie. Hell, the MCU had only just started at that point. So this wasn't a very common thing that I was expecting right off the bat. They were like the jump scares of movie endings. Just when you thought the film was done, the film suddenly picks back up again, either revealing that a character who presumably died had just come back, or was just to pay off an unfinished joke from earlier, like the roof from House Party finally crashing down to Earth, or the one from Nowhere with Dark being just a little traumatized after a significant other turned into a bug right in front of him and just casually walked away. Cool.
There were a few from when I was younger that did unnerve me a little bit, like the one from James and the Giant Peach and the Haunted Mansion, but the one that scared me the most as a kid was the one from Winnie the Pooh. Seriously. I remember this very vividly, but I remember watching a lot of Disney Junior when I was wee, and they debuted their at the time recent Winnie the Pooh movie on there, to which I really liked, and it still holds a special place in my heart to this very day. It's charming, it's sincere, it's surprisingly very meta. It's still up there as one of my favorite Disney films. Even the credits are really charming. I don't know how that was possible, but this movie somehow managed to pull it off. Wait a minute. Back up a little bit. Okay, I know this sounds like a really stupid question, but why does the Baxton have a VA credit? I mean, we did see him very briefly during a musical number, but I don't think he made any sound during it or anything, so why the hell would he have a... God. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh damn! Yep. It turns out after all this time, the Baxton, a character that was already established to have been a complete misunderstanding earlier in the movie, turns out to be real. And that orchestral build really did intimidate me as a child. Even the cut to black after he fell into the hole felt very eerie to me. And you know what's the weirdest part about that scene to me? He actually turned out to be a pretty nice guy.
Gosh, maybe these are his things. You know, I better pick them up so they won't get broken. That's the last thing I would want.
Okay, the Baxton being the most naive creature on planet Earth was honestly a pretty cute subversion of how he was built up as earlier in the film, but why do I recognize who voiced him? Hold on, search. Oh, it's Huell Hauser, host of the public access show California's Gold, that was also the reporter in Who Killed My Electric Car, and even got a cameo in The Simpsons. That's pretty cool. What's not cool, though, is this would eventually be his last appearance in pop culture before his unfortunate death in 2013. Great, now I'm sad. Okay, that kinda bummed me out a little bit, so why don't we end this all off on a much lighter note? Like Max Keeble's big move. Yes, I am seriously ending on this one, shut up. Yeah, bet you all know what this movie is. It's a Disney comedy about a kid getting back at all the bullies in his school that wronged him. Honestly, even as a kid, I thought this movie was just okay. It was harmless enough, but I didn't really see it as the rewatchable childhood classic that everyone else thought it was. This is why! Yep, by far the biggest scene that's ever traumatized me in a film as a child was from this movie of all things, where Brian McBarbecue Hands from Final Destination 2 gets cornered by the school's mascot, interestingly voiced by Wacko Warner for some reason, and retreats under the bench in fear. If you've ever wondered why I hated full-body animal costumes so much, this scene in this movie is why. Not to mention that the thing just looks so freaky. This thing looks like it has tasted blood before, and it likes it. And all I'm reminded of is that one out of context NFL clip.
Engulfed! That's not right.
Though again, knowing that this is Wacko's voice actor Jess Harnell in the role, just pray that his fetish isn't something else.
Party emergency! No, not you. Party emergency!
And no one ever attempted to make mascots scary ever again. That's good irony.
We're waiting every night to finally roam and invite newcomers to play with us. For many years we've been all alone.
Hey, that doesn't mean I'm ever going to watch that new Five Nights at Freddy's movie. Like, ever. I just like Fanta, okay? Welcome back to Expressing My Thoughts, the show where I take a look at the weirdest pieces of media out there and give my general opinion on them. Well, to say the least, the horror community is in a really good place right now.
I'd probably say quality-wise as well, because most of them are really good, but in terms of movies that are dominating popular discussion and the box office right now, horror's been reigning supreme for the past couple of years, creating new icons, new stars, new trends, and one of them was even nominated for Best Picture last year, the first one since Silence of the Lambs over 30 years ago. It's safe to say that this is the most profitable genre in film history, and a consistently good one too, to the point where a whole load of people who've never done horror before are starting to dip their toes into it, most commonly with them using the genre to say something about the world we live in. Like Jordan Peele, for example, who's a lot more varied when it comes to his themes, whether it be the emptiness of America, animal exploitation, or just straight up racism. Why does Kids You Know co-star Zach Cregler used it to discuss themes of misogyny and whatever the hell Weapons was? Flying Lotus doing the whole Flying Lotus thing, and is probably the most unique out of this example, but I've already dedicated an entire video to him, so go watch that if you want more insight. The point is, you could say a lot with horror movies without even realizing it. And then there's Ari Aster. A director who's been struggling at the box office after reaching smash heights with his 2019 question mark Midsommar, being the only veteran of the genre from the past decade to do so, which makes me a little sad considering how great his output has been, usually disappearing for years just to make them the best that they can possibly be. He's also a very laid-back guy from what I've seen in interviews, and while his style is fairly accessible for the most part, he puts his all into how genuinely unnerving most of these can be. Remember when I also started off last year's Wolverine with a ranking on a director who's only made a few disturbing movies? Brace yourself for this one. Yeah, the one thing you should be prepared for when it comes to this guy is that his films aren't just disturbing, they are harrowing. They're the Schindler's List of horror. They are some of the most uncomfortable, violent, heartbreaking, and haunting movies you will ever see on the big screen. And I can guarantee that some of these topics I'm going to talk about here are going to get this ranking age-restricted hard. So here's your trigger warning right now. If you're not comfortable with any of the topics that are on screen right now, it's best that you should probably skip this one for your own health. Same rules as per usual, no collaborations, no short films, and only movies that reach over the hour mark, so at least I could save myself from watching The Strange Thing About the Johnsons again. And yes, it is as bad as everyone's been saying. So join me as I go through and rank all of Ari Aster's feature-length works. Again, brace yourself.
Detective tip number 34.
Beau is Afraid, or as I like to call it, Mommy Issues the Movie, is a film that I've had a pretty complicated relationship with. At first I didn't like it, then on my second watch I liked it enough to put it at number 2 in the best section of my 2023 in film list. Nowadays I probably wouldn't even put it that high, but even then I could still admire how unbelievably ballsy it is. Like, literally, one of the characters in this movie is a literal dick and balls, who may or may not be Beau's brother. You call that scary? Well, joke's on you, I see that every time I go to the bathroom every morning. And I immediately want to die when I do. You thought his first 2 movies can get strange? Well, you ain't seen nothing yet, my friends. This is the capital of mindfuck central. It's like if someone dared Aster to make an entire movie that consists of absolutely nothing but surreal non sequiturs, and he just went for it. This movie is 3 hours long and it takes full advantage of it to the point of absolute torture. Like, why is Nathan Lane here? I don't know, he just is. Was he gonna write the film off for taxes if it failed? Oh. It's a great movie filled with some very on-the-nose symbolism, but then again, it's Ari Aster. When hasn't he been on the nose with something? There's a scene in here that goes on for 23 minutes where Beau is watching a play and imagines himself outside of his mother's grasp, and the old man version of him shows up to the play and the kids from the play start embracing him. It's that kind of psychological surrealism that really does make a lot of the symbolism work. But I can also see why people would call it an absolute mess, because let's be honest, it absolutely is. And it's not even surprising to see why too. The movie is 3 hours long and most of the scenes of Beau suffering never lead into anything. They just happen, and once they're done, you never hear about them ever again afterwards, with only a really tiny element of it carrying over.
like the aforementioned Nathan Lane scene. The only element we see for the rest of the movie is Jeeves, who Lane's wife sics on Beau after their daughter frames him for killing her, and he's hunting him down for the rest of the movie, at least up until a certain point. We also learned very early on that Beau's dad died from conceiving him, and it doesn't come back into the story until the last 40 minutes or so. Like, so much has happened since then that you've almost completely forgotten about it by the time Beau's sperms end up killing the woman he's hooked up with. I never thought I would add death by sex to the list of bizarre ways to kill somebody in a horror movie today, but here we are. This is the Aster film that definitely holds your hand the least, which is admirable on paper, and depending on who you talk to, the fact that it doesn't explain anything at all and forces you to think more about its crazier moments works wonders of how intentionally polarizing it is. Also, I need to bring this up, but there's a genuinely really funny scene where everyone in the city, like, ransacks Beau's apartment, and as soon as he's able to get back in, he finds that his computer on the floor and it has, like, a friggin' brick in it, and he just picks it up and uses it just as normal without realizing that there's a friggin' brick in there.
Nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys!
Mysterious pneumonia outbreak in Wuhan, China.
A new type of coronavirus.
The number of affected countries has tripled.
I don't think I need to repeat this when I say that 2020 was the most insufferable year of our lives, where the entire world all but completely shut down in order to prevent the spread of a virus that was caused by a few dumbasses who wanted to be Ozzy Osbourne for a few seconds. But I didn't need to say that, because you already knew it. But if you want a rundown on how bad the year really got for everything, I highly recommend internet historian and Sean Faye Wolf's videos on it. But from my perspective, even if we're now all free to do pretty much whatever we want again, the virus has kind of left planet Earth as a more lonely and nihilistic version of itself. I'm mentioning this not just because it's a vital part of our next movie on this list, but I don't necessarily like pandemic movies. Films like Kimmy, The Bubble, Inside, Magic Mike's Last Dance, and Book Club The Next Chapter, because that was a thing, all taking place during the pandemic, but don't really say anything substantial about it outside of COVID sucks. Retweet if you agree. Even movies that I enjoy, like Glass Onion and Borat's subsequent movie film, while good in their own right, could literally be made in any other year and it wouldn't affect its premise as much. Though I only know two... Probably should have not done that. Two movies that actually capture the whole pandemic feeling well. Rob Savage's Host, and the number 3 on this list, Eddington. Yes, Ari Aster, psychological horror director Ari Aster, made a pandemic movie, where Pedro Pascal kind of looks like Joe Keery, and Joaquin Phoenix is one real estate away from turning into Tim Heidecker's clone. It was very divisive, it bombed like mad, Aster's own dad tried to convince him to give up on writing altogether because of this movie, and I thought it was pretty alright. Eddington is a bizarre political drama that's a very obvious piss take on modern politics, which is hilarious considering that it takes place during an election year. But at the same time, it's also one of the more depressing piss takes. At least with Aster's other movies, even if they do have a lot of connections to real life, at least I can say that their respective stories are fictional. Eddington is real life. The virus forced us all to refuse our morality and insanity, and has left us all as an unstable, violent, and inconsiderate species to the point where we've all become so gullible that we're just letting the worst happen and no one is batting an eye over it. We've all become that kind of person who thinks The Simpsons predicted the future when it was all either just coincidence or the show being very prescient. That's what we've all become. Eddington captured that perfectly. It's not Aster's darkest movie, but it's certainly his most poignant, something that we've been getting in a lot of horror as of late. And Eddington is not a horror film, it's more of a dark western drama more than anything. But the way it perfectly captures the emptiness and hypocrisies of living in the pandemic is probably the scariest thing he's ever done. Even the dark humor works really well. I never really expected Pedro Pascal to be axed off so quickly in this, but it was so sudden and unexpected, it did get a pretty big laugh out of me in the moment. Eddington is a really good movie, but the reason as to why I don't call it a modern masterpiece is because of the climax, which I'll admit,
I did not get into in the slightest. Ari clearly didn't know how to write Luke Grimes' character out of the story, so he just wrote in someone with a bomb attached to them and blew him up that way. I know it transitions pretty well into Joe discovering the terrorists' whereabouts, but still. Hell, the one who ends up saving the town by the end was just this random kid who we only saw for like 5 minutes up until that point, which in itself is a letdown. But that's not the worst part of all this. You know what immediately killed this third act for me?
Sheriff, I saved you.
Okay, I don't know if this was a studio mandate thing, adding the Tom Grennan song in, but compared to everything else that happens in this damn thing, that clearly doesn't mesh at all. Granted, I do really like how tragic and kinda hilarious the ending is. And in terms of its satire, it is brilliant. You have two completely evil sides of the spectrum getting the chance to be more open about their evil nature. And even if the climax itself on its own is really dumb, it does make sense considering that Americans are so desperate with getting their own political point across that they do often resort to killing people in order to deliver it. The irony of that alone holds so much commentary. A little depressing, especially considering how far away Americans have strayed from their own morality, but still really funny at points and very poignant as well. And there's a lot more to talk about and to get out of it than most blockbusters this year. I especially love the part where Pedro gets to show off his sick piano skills like the Bill Clinton he truly is.
You're fake! I'm real!
Hereditary was Aster's first feature that was released in the year that was already chock filled with great movies, 2018. It did pretty good by 2018 numbers, and has not just gotten a reputation as one of the films of that year that actively challenged what the horror genre was capable of, but it was also known for being in the Guinness Book of World Records for saddest film ever made.
But you can't take responsibility for anything! So now I can't accept. And I can't forgive. Because nobody admits anything they've done!
This movie deals with the concepts of overbearing parents, possessions, and so much goddamn grief. It is a genuinely devastating watch, and one that I don't think I can make light of, especially in a comedy review series. I guess the only scene I can make a joke with is this.
Peter! Get out!
Peter! But I will say this, I love this movie. A lot. It wouldn't be one that I would go back to often, cause what do you think? But it's also very well crafted and each element comes together in both a very natural and unnatural way. The cinematography is both symmetrical and uneven at the same time, which works in the movie's favor. The writing feels natural, like they've borrowed from actual experiences with dealing with death. The jump scares are replaced with clucking, which sounds really dumb on paper, but it's absolutely petrifying in practice. And the performances feel gut-wrenchingly real, especially Toni Collette, who up until that point was only known for starring in mostly lighthearted comedies until she became a recent art house legend with one of the most harrowing performances of the past couple of years. And it seriously hurts to know that she never got an Oscar nomination for it. That dinner scene, man, just... I don't even know what to say about it, just wow. No wonder she ended up in a Charlie Kaufman movie immediately after. Also, can we take a second to appreciate how versatile Toni Collette's career has been? Like, I mentioned before that she's done comedies for the majority of her career, but considering that she's done, like, sci-fi films, horror, crime thrillers, dramas, TV miniseries, and the fact that she got her start in stage by playing Cordelia in a 1994 performance of King Lear, all I can really say is she's probably my favorite actress of all time. Also, another thing to mention that kind of gets overshadowed by everything else, the music. I already mentioned in my Uzumaki review that I'm a really big fan of Colin Stetson, a crazy talented experimental instrumentalist who did 3 volumes of his new History of Warfare series, as well as composing some of my favorite soundtracks of any movie ever, like Color Out of Space and The Menu. And also this movie, but we don't talk about it. Hereditary's soundtrack is no exception here. It's a crazy underrated assortment of harsh noises that perfectly match the unnerving tone. Kinda makes me wish that Ari got him back from Midsommar as well, but then again, that movie also had a great soundtrack, so forget forget that I said that. Speaking of Midsommar, the reason as to why I'm holding these two movies in such high regard is because to me, they were a gateway drug into the world of hardcore horror. Seriously, I was like, what, 13 when I first saw this? I saw Hereditary just as I was starting to really get into the genre, and it sort of stuck with me ever since then. It even had a death scene that was so shocking and unexpected, I ended up getting nightmares because of it. No, really, it was pretty hard to get to sleep afterwards. I'm not going to spoil what it is, because let it be known that I am trying to keep this as lighthearted as humanly possible, so if you're wondering what it is, then go see the movie for yourself. But I should say this, after seeing it for the first time, I had to watch the opening of A Quiet Place a few times in order for it to feel justified. It's that dark. It was one of the few films to really push A24 into the mainstream as this band of merry pranksters who allows any filmmaker a sense of freedom to do pretty much whatever they want, and they would still end up making bank solely because of positive word of mouth. And Aster was already proving to be one of those filmmakers. Also, the actor for Steve is just so goddamn good. He's sort of walking that fine line between being really awkward and really charming at the same time. Kind of like Woody Allen in his heyday before all the horrible things he did. Okay, new example. The whole film's atmosphere is very reminiscent of Rosemary's Baby. Okay, that's another bad example. Arthur and the Invisibles. Oh my god! Okay, why the hell do we all keep falling into this pitfall? Like, considering how well known the crime of pedophilia has become, wouldn't that give everyone a reason to not do it? Like, there's a reason why Minecraft YouTuber is used as a derogatory term now, and that's because it's what most of them are sadly known for. It would be like if The Flash touches kids or something. Oh my god! Okay. So before we get to number one, I should probably get this message out there to all the pedophiles out there. Stop it!
I'm sad, I'm sad, I'm sad, I'm sad! I'm sad!
Look, I get it. Hereditary is a masterpiece. But it would be hypocritical of me to not put Midsommar at number one, because it's not just the movie that got me to discover more weird art house movies, and it surprisingly has nothing to do with the film being composed by the Hawks and Cloak, a criminally underrated arranger and producer of one of my favorite Björk albums, Volnicura. But I say this because, well, you thought Hereditary was very heavy with its themes? Well, this film begins with Danny's entire family committing suicide, her boyfriend gaslighting her into it being her fault, and hiding the fact that him and the boys were gonna go to Sweden without her knowing. Yeah. Now do you see why this wasn't fun to make? The best way I could describe the experience of watching Midsommar to you is through a little anecdote Mike the Snare had about Sufjan Stevens' Carrie and Lowell. On its own, the movie is already unnerving, but if you decide to watch this after a traumatic experience, whether it be an abusive relationship, a loss of a loved one, or simply just a bad drug trip, the film goes from kinda disturbing to straight up nightmare fuel. It is a bulldozing experience from beginning to end, and an effective example of a topic that shows up surprisingly a lot on this show, the 8-step program cults use to indoctrinate new members. Cause this, my friends, is a cult movie. Not that type of cult movie, if you're wondering. I mean, how could it be seen as that anyways? For a start, the film actually did quite well. Yeah, this was one of the few modern horror movies where word of it went around so much that it managed to bring in the bones without it being attached to a big name franchise or a big name studio. Hell, Pew wasn't even a household name yet. Up there alongside Sinners, this was just a really good example of a movie doing well when positive word of mouth spread out about it, but not like that though. Also, Ari is no stranger to good performances, but this movie in particular has some great performances. Florence Pugh as an actress I've always been a little mixed on, considering that she doesn't really know what to do if put in the wrong role, but I can't deny that she's had her fair share of great performances as well, and this is easily her best one. I know a lot of people had a bit of an issue with how easy it was for the Harga to manipulate her like that, But considering what she had to go through, what with her family's suicide, the men around her being dismissive asshats, and the fact that cults usually like to go for people who are more emotionally unstable, it would make a lot of sense why they would go for her. That is some really well-acted emotional vulnerability, contrasting against some well-acted douchebaggery from Jack Rayner, who plays her gaslighting boyfriend. Okay, sure, he's a dick, but at the same time, he's acted with such sincerity that you do kind of feel bad for him. Especially when he's constantly being drugged by the Harka. Like, seriously, can you please stop drugging him already? I mean, I know he's a terrible guy, but you know that stuff can't be good for him. Poor guy. Poulter and Harper are also pretty great. Like, seriously, I don't think there's a single bad performance in the entire thing. And Wilhelm Blomgren, not to be confused with the sound effect, might have my personal favorite performance in the whole thing with how subtle a lot of his actions are. While he isn't the villain per se, he's pretty close, manipulating Danny into trusting him and practically leading everyone else to their deaths, even the completely innocent ones. A bit of a personal note, it's pretty funny seeing Will Porter playing a whiny windbag after his more smarter, sophisticated performance in Bandersnatch, meaning yes, Colin probably canonically pissed on the Rivalta tree at one point. Outside of those, what else can I really say that hasn't really been said already? It's a movie about manipulation, gaslighting, drugs, rape, and murder, all just a shot away. And it's beautiful. And in conclusion, welcome back to Expressing My Thoughts, the show where I take a look at the weirdest pieces of media out there and give my general opinion on them. So, you may be guessing as to what I'm dressing up for this Halloween. That's right. I'm dressing up as the red shirt from Star Trek. Just kidding, I'm actually going as Tony Shalhoub from Galaxy Quest. Okay, I'll stop stalling. I know I've mostly been a ghost throughout this entire Halloween season, but you know what? I am making up for it right now, so here's a list on villain songs. I hope this makes up for a lot. Slimy, sadistic, all-around badass, and are always my and many people's favorite part of any musical. Though while I can confidently say that I'm definitely not the first person to do a list like this, I have been noticing that they're all from the 80s, 90s, and possibly even earlier. The 2000s onwards got snubbed a lot when it comes to these lists, and I want to honor them specifically for this Halloween, because I feel like it'd be pretty unfair if I didn't. I know I'm disappointing so many people by saying this, but if you want the list of my actual favorites, here they are. I especially like that one. That one's pretty cool. Firstly, I do need to establish a few ground rules here. I'm only including stuff from the past 20 years, so anything from 2005 all the way to this year is fair game. I'm not going to be including any Broadway shows on this list either. Don't get me wrong, there are a lot of really good ones to pick from there, but I want to stick exclusively to film because that's just what I am. I'm a little film geek. This also means that I won't be including any games, TV shows, or concept albums as well, although there are a lot of really good contenders with those. Also, no cover songs. There's not going to be anything more unsatisfying than listening to all of these songs only for the Moulin Rouge rendition of Roxanne to come out on top. How embarrassing would that be? No diss to Moulin Rouge, of course. I just want to stick to mostly original songs for this. Also, if you're wondering why this is a top 6 instead of a top 10... that's all I have to say. Let's start the list.
To action!
We surrender!
I already liked Princess and the Frog before this, though I much more enjoyed the princess portion of the movie rather than the frog portion, which took up the majority of the film, and they don't really follow through with mentioning any sorts of spirituality outside of, like, the character of, like, Mama Walde. Was her name Mama Walde, or am I just thinking about the movie Blackula again? And they don't really mention any good sides to voodoo, only like the bad sides to voodoo, and Lawrence is a pretty boring side villain. Okay, I was pretty mixed on the film as a whole, but it doesn't really truly become kick-ass until Dr. Facilier shows up into the picture. The song on its own already sounds fantastic, and I absolutely adore how explosive it gets near the end after the middle portion's slow burn. But pairing this with the visuals easily makes this a one-of-a-kind experience, and even better, it is led by the smooth and seductive voice of Keith David. This man was in the same movie as Shane Dawson and has said stuff like, "I did it for the lulz" in confidence, and yet I still want to go out on a date with him. If he said to me that the cat from Coraline would sing a kick-ass song about voodoo and hoodoo, yeah, I'd honestly believe it. Now, if the cat got a song, then it would have easily won Best Animated Feature.
Thank you very much.
Rotten Romans is a dumb movie, but it's the kind of dumb that I kinda like. One that's well aware of how dumb it is, and it just doesn't care and decides to double down on it anyways. And this song number from Nero, played weirdly by Lloyd's from Submarine, perfectly captures that. I know I should probably hate how much of a whiny dirtbag they made him here, but it's so aware about how immature he is that I do kind of enjoy it at the end of the day. Also, it's a 50s rock and roll homage, and I do like it when musicals randomly get their Elvis on halfway through. I'm looking at you, Joseph, in the amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. Also, I have a feeling that I'm never going to get a chance to bring this up again, but this might have the most random cast for any movie ever. Kate Nash, Nick Frost, Sebastian Croft, Craig Roberts. A lot of them are only known in British circles, I'll give you that, but Derek Jacobi, that man was in Gladiator.
Hi, I'm Karen Carpenter.
I know it feels a little weird to put a surrealist horror film on the list of villain songs, but considering that this guy is a folk musician, I felt like it would only be fair. Like, he considers this song better than the Carpenters. You have to honor that at least. Being the longest song on the list, clocking in at over 7 goddamn minutes, Amulet of a Weeping Maze is strangely peaceful for such a nihilistic character. But it sort of works here. Jeremiah is a religious maniac who suffers from delusions of grandeur, feeling that he's entitled to owning the entire world, and the song he wrote is entirely about him. Think the Gaston song from Beauty and the Beast, but more luscious, trippy, and a plea to God, and less about eating 6 dozen eggs. Please listen to this. And hey, if you're interested, go watch the movie itself. It's surreal, it's gory, it's badass, and it features a scene where Nicolas Cage yells in his underwear for a minute. Like, come on, that has to be a sell to at least somebody.
I finished cutting your hands. Hold on.
One's a vengeful barber. The other's a corrupt judge who plans to forcefully marry the daughter of said barber. Both about to do the worst possible things a human being can do, and yet they're both somehow singing about the same thing. And I made that sound like a terrible sitcom on ABC. First of all, can we take a minute to appreciate that this was Rickman's first and only musical, and he knocked it straight out of the park? I mean, from a vocal standpoint on his own, yeah, he's definitely no Jamie Jackson or Edmund Lindek, but being paired with someone whose vocals are also left a lot to be desired works wonders with what the film demands from them, proving that you don't really need to hit the note properly to make it work, which is one of the many reasons as to why Sondheim's considered to be one of the great Broadway writers. Also, I was considering putting Epiphany on the list as well, but I feel like that song would be a lot less enjoyable if you didn't know the context. Not a knock against it, of course, it's still pretty good no matter what, but the thing about Pretty Women is that it's very unassuming since it sounds a lot like a love song the first time you hear it, making the context behind it even more unnerving. Plus, that song only has one villain and this has 2. So ha!
Demons!
Oh, hunt, it's K-pop demon fuckers. Oh, fuck, it's K-pop demon oh, goddammit! K-pop motherfucking hunters. What the hell was this movie? A streaming musical so great that it actually got a theatrical release by popular demand, it would be pretty hard not to include any of this film's bangers on the list of the best anything. But this is a list about villain songs, so there is only one right answer here, and that is the big Saja Boy showstopper, Your Idol. The one thing I do really like about this movie is that they aren't too afraid to acknowledge the more toxic side of K-pop. Like, there are good fans, but there's also ones that are so willing to jump at a hot new sensation that they're willing to give their soul for them, in this case, quite literally. From the unsettling lyrics revealing Gino's true intent that also doubles as a subtle diss to Rumi directly, to this number actually giving the 4 others here something to do, yeah, most of them are kind of blank slates for most of this film, it's pretty sad, to the Dear's Ire at the beginning,
This is such a major contrast against how bouncy and soulless, pun fully intended, Soda Pop was, that there was practically no contest. If How It's Done was the point where this was gonna be a good movie, then Your Idol cemented it. This rocks. Also, Zoe's the best Huntrix. Just wanted to put that out there. Yay! And here's the curveball. Chances are that you've probably never even heard of this movie. But believe me, you will. By God, you will. Because it's not just up there as one of my favorite musicals ever, but it might be up there as one of my favorite films of the entire decade. Not just because of how original it is and how bonkers this thing can get, but because the great songs on here are exceptionally great. Also, it has the villain as the main character, so of course you're going to have a lot of really good choices for this list. But by far, the biggest highlight of the whole film is Henry's descent into pure dislikability with You Used to Laugh. A song that is aged remarkably well, not just because of this entire movie being a strange euphemism for cancel culture and the downfall of fame through the lens of an evil Bo Burnham, but because it has the obvious saving grace of just sounding really damn good. All of the songs in the movie were written and composed by Sparks, whose output is equally as what the fuck. And that energy passes over exceptionally well with this song. It actually feels like something they would write as opposed to repeating the same word over and over and just calling it a day. Sorry, we love each other so much, you're a great motif, but you seriously suck as an actual song, sorry. Listen to You Used to Laugh. And while you're at it, please watch Annette. The movie's been slept on hard, and I think it's really unfair that a movie with this many insane visuals gets the cold shoulder. So if I could take anything away from this Halloween season, please watch this movie. Please, please, with a cherry on top, please. And that's my list. Again, I'm not really demanding for them to become new staples, but there are just a few unappreciated gems that I like to point out, because they are genuinely really good. Thank you for watching, and please don't ask why I'm wearing a blue jumper now. Where'd it go?
Bienvenidos de nuevo a Expresando mis pensamientos. El programa donde analizo los medios de comunicación más extraños y doy mi opinión general sobre ellos.
Yes. The answer is yes. Like, how could it be anything else but yes? I really don't like tying my personal life into these types of reviews, but I myself have suffered from gender dysphoria. In fact, I'm still suffering from it. I'm constantly being called a boy and being told to man up by my own dad. He still does, even after I told him that I had an issue with him calling me that. It's a feeling of depression that I'm still trying to battle to this very day. But I know deep down in my heart, I am a woman, and I am proud of it.
And thank you to Emilia, Epifania,
A full year ago, after a strong debut at the Cannes Film Festival, Netflix unleashed their trap card known as Emilia Perez, a 2-hour-long R-rated crime thriller musical about the less than joyful escapades of a Mexican attorney and her trans client that inadvertently became the big villain of the Academy Awards after being nominated for 13 Oscars. To say the least, everybody disliked that. Since its public release on Netflix in November of 2024, it's been regarded as not just one of the most hated movies of the 2020s, but it's universally accepted as something so unbelievably baffling that I'm quite honestly surprised that it even exists at all and why it wasn't banned for crimes against humanity. What should have been a triumphant success story for a now mainstream French director and the first Oscar to have ever been nominated for a trans woman turns into an ugly display of tone-deaf whisper singing, obnoxious Oscar bait moments, and a lack of research for the things they're writing about. Hell, even one of the main stars turned out to be a pretty nasty person in real life. Also about her being the first trans woman to be nominated for an Oscar. Yeah, they're technically right, but Elliot Page got a nomination for the movie Juno, and he came out as trans a couple of years ago, so yeah, the movie couldn't even get that right. It got so bad to the point where there was an indie studio in Mexico that crowdsourced a parody of the movie called Johann Sacre Bleu, which makes fun of Audiard's lack of research. And it is genuinely the best thing ever.
Oh, mon ami, Maxi Sacre Bleu. Comment tu t'appelles? Maxi Déjà Vu. Bon voyage. Pizza, croissant. Es croissant, croissant, croissant. Bienvenidos a la paz, donde tú vas a encontrar que te doy el corazón y la cartera.
But whatever it is that's driving me to go back to this movie, whether it be the sheer amount of dysphoria I felt after watching it, or that I'm simply a glutton for punishment, I decided that as a treat for you all, on my birthday month of all places, I'm going to break my rules just this one time and take a look at arguably the most despised movie in years.
Yes, 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 yes.
You ever wonder why I never made a best and worst films of 2024 list last year? This is why. I just simply didn't want to talk about this one. But before we tear this movie a new asshole, I do want to compliment it just a little bit. It wouldn't really be a modern EMT episode if I didn't at least highlight a few things that I did like about it. To its credit, the film doesn't look too bad. At least it feels ambitious, and everyone there doesn't look like they're half-assing it too much. Plus, one of the songs does have an interesting idea in there about the old personality of your previous gender clashing with the one from your current gender. I only just wish that it wasn't done in such a shallow way, but you know, what are you gonna do? I'm also confident in saying that for her first proper mainstream movie, Carla's acting is surprisingly pretty good. I feel a little uncomfortable with saying that, mainly due to, you know, but her tone stays consistent throughout, and her emoting, even under heavy makeup as Manitas, is pretty alright. Carla here is okay in my books. So Dania as Rita isn't too bad of a job either. I wouldn't really say it's her most believable performance, but I do like the dynamic between her and Gascon to the point where they almost become best buds in the middle of the film. I have no regret in saying that they're probably my favorite characters in the whole film, that or the cinematography. If there's one thing about this movie that I can say feels exciting, it's the camera work. There are a ton of really good and creative shots in this film, sometimes being artsy for the sake of it, but at its core, it is probably the thing Audiard put the most effort into. Same with the choreography too. Granted, there are parts that could have been altered, like the dance troupe going completely still so that Rita could express her true thoughts on the matter at hand, an ultimatum that even Schaefer's Productions acknowledged in his review, which might be the first thing we've ever seen eye to eye on that isn't Disney remake or Wes Anderson adjacent. But outside of that, these musical numbers are still really creative with their staging, until they aren't, but again, what are you gonna do?
Lady.
Finally someone calls me that. Oh yeah, there's also this scene. I have nothing to say about that, I just think it's really funny. I liked the practical severed fingers. At least they don't look like stuff that you could get at a Halloween store at a discount. That's something, I suppose. The foreshadowing of Emilia's death with her kid saying that she smelled like the engine of a car was okay, I suppose. Also, did Emilia seriously not take a shower for all that time for her to smell all that stuff? Like, it's been 3 years, girl, potentially longer. Take a goddamn shit! And last, but certainly not least, you know, of all the crazy things I've done on this channel, I never expected to actually defend the penis to vagina song. Don't get me wrong, La Vaginoplastia, aka vaginoplasty, is a terrible, terrible, terrible piece of music, with laughably clunky writing and an absolutely terrifying portrayal of what a sex change is like. Both on its own and in the context of the movie, it is just baffling how a song like this would exist in the modern ethos. But here's the thing, and I know I'm going to sound completely insane for saying this, the style of El Vaginoplastia should have been the entire movie. You see, the real problem with this song in the context of the movie is that it's a complete, total clash compared to everything else. If the film played up the weird over-the-top nature of this particular number, a lot of people probably wouldn't bat an eye, but no, most of the film is pretty dour and talk-heavy for the most part. Outside of a couple of scenes later on, the comedy is almost completely gone, so a scene like this looks completely out of place. If you're gonna be this goofy and camp with your portrayal of sex operations, go all out! You're already putting a lot on the line with the film's story in general. Why not be female trouble with a Stranger Things budget? Desperate Livings with the Netflix brand smeared all over it. A Pink Flamingos remake starring Neytiri from Avatar. Hell, it honestly would have been a lot of fun if they actually got John Waters and his merry band of Dreamlanders to make the movie instead. At least it would have actually had an excuse to be this over the top. I don't even care if you throw in a surreal art gallery massacre for good measure. You either commit to it or you don't.
What is that?
Adam's apple reduction.
Yes.
Not that though, I ain't gotta defend that. Alrighty then, so now that I've completely lost all credibility as a film reviewer, it's time to get to the part that, let's face it, you were all really looking forward to. That's right everybody, it's time to pig roast the movie for all it's worth. You know, if I had a nickel for every controversial French movie that was produced by Netflix this decade, I'd have 2 nickels. Which I'm not going near because I ain't getting dermatitis tonight. Regular filmgoers hated it for its flimsy structure, Mexicans hated it due to the butchering of their own language, trans people hated it for how cartoony their portrayal of sex changes and gender dysphoria are, musical fans hated it because of everyone's obnoxious tone-deaf whisper singing. It was even hated by Palestine supporters for most of the film taking place in Tel Aviv, causing people to boycott the film's chances of winning, which would have failed if Gascon hadn't kept her mouth shut. In other words, who is this movie even for? It tries to do everything to appeal to everybody so much that it ends up appealing to nobody, and on the tail end butchers some of its themes so badly that it's quite frankly embarrassing. So why did people vote for it? I mean, there can't have been another underlying reason as to why it got so many nominations. Okay. The same year, Jane Schoenberg released a little indie movie called I Saw the TV Glow. A comfy little horror movie about 2 teenagers bond over a TV show that starts to tear their relationship apart. That also was about being trans in a fantastical, over-exaggerated world, but here's the thing. That movie didn't just star trans people as the main lead, but it was also written and directed by one too. And everything about the movie, whether it be editing or story-wise, makes thematic sense for what Schoenberg is going for. But guess what? The actually good trans movie got 0 Oscar nominations, while Emilia Perez was allowed to sweep the nominations board in one fell swoop. Side note though, it is a little surreal to know that these two came out in cinemas a day apart from each other. Literally! Then there's the songs, which were... Wait, were there any? Like, I'm being serious here. Are there supposed to be songs in this film? I mean, I know there are a few in there, Penis to Vagina, of course, but... Are there any songs outside of that? Like, seriously, I had to watch this movie several times to see if there were song numbers in this. And let me tell you, there's nothing more depressing and humiliating than watching a movie that outright insults your own perspective on life several times for a silly film review. They left that little of an impact, mainly because next to all of them are barely 3 minutes long and they don't advance the story in any way, shape, or form. You could cut them out and miss practically nothing, they're that insignificant. But it does have a few okay-ish songs, I suppose, like Todo y Nada. It's the only song in the entire soundtrack that I find myself coming back to, so that's gotta be good for something, I think. The Oscar-winning El Mal is passable enough, and I do get why they nominated it, but at the same time, why? Mi Camino has a rhythm, I guess? I don't know, man. I literally just looked the soundtrack up on YouTube. The worst song in the entire movie might be Lady, because it has this unnecessary rant from Rita that doesn't make a lick of sense at all.
Changing the body changes society. Changing society changes the soul. Changing the soul changes society. Changing society changes it all.
Rita, what are you talking about here? Who are you talking about? Okay, we all know who, but who are you talking to? And what are you even trying to change? Hell, the way you describe it doesn't sound like you want to change much. It's like switching out Christopher Walken with the unicorn from Dave the Barbarian, Tom Green with Gigi Allen, Simba with Kimba, or me with Zoe from K-pop Demon Hunters. What are you really changing here? Oh yeah, and of course this was the clip that they showed at the Oscars for Best Adapted Screenplay, cause adoy. None of them outside of Todo y Nada had any staying power for me, and the only reason they exist is to show off the proudest rule of the Les Miserables school of movie musicals. Nobody can sing. Nobody. And yes, I did intentionally choose a musical about the French Revolution to compare it to, because I thought it was funny. Get over it. Ahora prisionero tuvo sexo tu tiempo y terminado y de libertad condicional he comenzado. ¿Sabes lo que significa eso? Yes! Saldana I can kinda let slide because she does have a little bit of a vibrato going for her, but most of the time she doesn't really sing and more so whisper raps throughout most of her songs. But then there's Gaspar, who, Soy Emilia Perez, una mujer mexicana, una mujer como las demás. Actually, I'm not going to say anything about Carla singing, because a few weeks ago I did try to contact her through Facebook on if she wants to voice act for the animated film that I was working on, and she did see it, meaning that she does know who I am. So Carla, if you're watching this, all I'm going to say is singing needed a little bit of work. That's all. I'm, however, not gonna defend Audiard's decision to use AI to pitch correct most of Gascon's vocals. Like, geez, all that's missing is an elephant and we would have modern outrage bingo. Camille is also in this movie. Not really as a character, but she did write next to all of the songs, though. You can blame her entirely for easily the worst casting decision in the entire movie, Selena Gomez. And just in case her Spanish wasn't atrocious enough, Audiard decided that we haven't suffered enough and let her sing and rap with that broken Spanish for her only 2 songs in the entire movie. Oh joy! Turns out we probably should have killed her career before she collabed with Blackpink. But we didn't, and this is what she does in return. We all let this happen. Add this to the list of K-pop's hate crimes. Emilia has a gamer moment. That's probably the best part of the movie. This is the saddest track listing I have ever seen. And I know that everybody's already brought up this issue, but it's so annoying to me I need to bring it up again. Emilia's name pre-transition is Manitas. Manitas. That's just Spanish for handyman. I know the writing team didn't really mean for this to sound like a really sick joke, but you couldn't think of any other name for him? Like Carlos? Carla? Carlos? That would have been a pretty cute in-joke considering Carla's name pre-transition was Carlos. But no, they just call him Manitas. 'Cause trans people. Ha. That is such an unbelievable dead name to give to a trans person. And what is up with that Ringo Starr looking nose? Is getting a smaller nose really part of the surgery process too? In that case, I know an American virtuoso who would really need it. Everyone in this movie is so goddamn stupid. Not even just a few selective characters either. All of them are as dumb as a sack of bricks, and I can guarantee that even the bricks know what calculus is. In fact, it is so hard to describe how stupid everyone is in this movie that I'm going to have to go for the film's entire story just to do so, spoiler alert for Emilia Perez, I guess. Who am I kidding? At this rate, I would probably prefer learning calculus from the bricks. The film begins with Rita successfully acquitting a man of murder and gets kidnapped by a drug cartel leader named... Fuck it, I'll just call him Carlos. Carlos comes out to Rita about being, I'm not kidding here, a closeted trans woman, and enlists help from her to get a sex change surgery. Rita then travels to Bangkok to get some information about how sex changes work and travels all over the world, presumably to find the perfect doctor to do so. Which sounds unbelievably expensive and would drain anyone's wallet in a moment's notice, but maybe she's a billionaire, I don't know. She then flies to Israel, Israel, and convinces a doctor named Wasserman to sign Carlos up for the surgery, who for some reason was hesitant on doing so even though that's his job. He's worried about doing his job.
What? He meets up with Carlos in person, and they both fly back to Israel to get the surgery done, which results in Carlos faking his own death, cause honestly, I don't know, they never explain why. He could have just been upfront with his family about it, but nah, this is apparently a liar revealed story now, encouraging his entire family in his will to move in with a distant cousin in Mexico. The rest of this movie is just Mexican Big Mama's house, even down to Selena Gomez not knowing that it's Carlos under all those prosthetics. Not that she would care anyways, because she's too busy plowing this other guy named Gustavo. Someone who literally had no impact to the plot until the last 20 minutes of the movie, where he suddenly becomes the main villain. This movie was nominated for 13 Oscars, by the way. Speaking of suddenly, Emilia suddenly has a change of heart and feels bad for the families of the cartel affected, and is now opening a charity to find the missing people these families are affecting. But on the actual night, she ends up inviting a ton of cartel leaders to the event because she, and I quote, didn't know that many rich people. Emilia is then kidnapped by Jesse and Gustavo and sends her fingers to Rita as ransom, which causes her to get her own gang together to take her back. Emilia then reveals during a shootout that she is in fact Carlos and lied about the whole cousin thing.
Once again, things that could have been brought to my attention yesterday!
Which suddenly causes Jesse to have a change of heart and hold Gustavo up at gunpoint because reasons, and takes way too long to shoot him, by the way. Jesus Christ, this movie sucks! Causing all three of them to die in a CG car crash. The entirety of Mexico then comes together to celebrate the good that Emilia had done despite the whole former drug cartel leader thing, and the movie ends. Oh my god! I could go on and on about the endless amount of issues that this movie has, including a scene where Emilia's kid says that she smells like her dad, despite the fact that you don't keep the same scent from your previous body, and the overall representation of the film's topics being shallow at best and downright disrespectful and offensive at worst. But my birthday is just around the corner, and I actually want to feel, well, you know, happy. And I know I shouldn't really speak on how accurately it portrays Mexico, as I am a lowlife, but I did talk about this movie with my good friend and close collaborator CoinGamer2, who's from Argentina, and he briefly mentioned that the way they speak Spanish in this film doesn't sound right, despite having plenty of fluent Spanish speakers in their cast. Though that problem might lie in the face of director Jacques Audiard, who is a Frenchman who doesn't speak Spanish, and the book the movie is based on is called Écoute, which is also entirely in French. The writers are French, the composers are French, both the producers are Belgian and French, respectively. This entire movie, outside of the cast, is a French production by people who don't know how to speak Spanish. Now do you see the problem? Fuck this movie. Fuck the director, fuck everyone who agreed to make it, fuck everyone who agreed to star in it, fuck Netflix for producing it, fuck Israel, and fuck everyone who gave this 13 nominations. Like, 13, that's as much as Oppenheimer. You could have given those 13 nominations to a million other movies from last year that are much better than this one. I Saw the TV Glow, The Substance, Sasquatch Sunset, Dune Part 2, In a Violent Nature, Late Night with the Devil, You know what? I would stick up for Madame Web before I ever stick up for Emilia Perez. This movie is brain dead levels of obnoxious. Like I said, there is a world out there where a movie like this would actually work. A wild, eccentric musical focusing on the trials and tribulations of a transgender drug kingpin. But the world we're living in gave the idea to a bunch of incompetent idiots who took the assignment way too seriously and tried to make bank off of it through a bunch of pretentious Oscar bait cheat sheets. Actually, I know I only made this to give people an insight into what I think of the movie as a bi person, but this whole review has kind of put me in a bad mood. I don't think I've ever been this angry at a movie before. How am I supposed to cheer myself up after all that? Say, exactly how many Oscars did it win? Okay. Suddenly I feel a lot better. I'm Bryce G.D. Tulloch, and Free Palestine.